Events unfolded in the middle of the night when silence and darkness enveloped the city. A man known as a member of the demon cult appeared in the city of Peniti, cutting the silence with his ominous gaze. He came closer and wasted no time delivering a fatal blow. It was the rising martial arts talent, Baek Nugo. Baek Nugo raised his head to the top of the rock and exclaimed that they finally met. Their meeting was inevitable and long awaited for both of them. The heavenly demon is your bitter enemy with whom you are destined to meet. Standing on top, he looked down at his opponent and, with new allies at his side, Cross decided to disarm his opponent by closing his new jaws around him. Together, they became an invincible force and put the enemy in a dead end. Feeling the pressure, they began to get nervous. Their palms became wet and their hearts beat louder like a drum before a battle. Mjol smiled nervously, realizing that even alone his spirit remained steadfast. As expected from the head of a demonic clan that once ruled an entire era, he is a true legend of the demonic path, the leader of the cult of the celestial demon Asura, the supreme deity revered by the followers of the cult, without hesitation sacrificing their lives to carry out his orders. It's only a matter of time before the whole world falls at his feet. But suddenly he appeared behind Mughal and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Asura clenched his teeth as he felt anger and hatred building up inside him. Asura threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the hall. Asher's demonic energy surged everywhere, engulfing the arena and overwhelming his opponent. An oppressive feeling filled the arena as Asura's demonic aura relentlessly penetrated everywhere. Everyone hid their faces from the frantic gusts of the wind, gritted their teeth, and understood that they were ready to become victims for their future heroic stories. He even felt sorry for the fact that he killed him so quickly. Therefore, he decided to let it be and play with him a little more. Ordering to attack, he shouted that he would definitely settle accounts with him today. However, he was sure that there was no need to rush. His gaze became menacing, and loud words about mercy suddenly burst out of his mouth. Moy looked numbly at the frozen landscape without feeling the cold, and suddenly he enthusiastically wondered if it was just his imagination, or something incredible was actually happening. The heavenly demon is the strongest warrior of the demonic path. Pride does not allow him to beg for life so pitifully. Asura said his voice didn't sound desperate. Could they spare him just this once? Nijial realized that he was using a voice amplification technique. The heavenly demons assured him that if he chooses a quiet life, they will not bother him. He must settle in the mountains and never return to Zhenghu. Will they be able to spare him? Mujial exploded with rage, loudly assuring that it was impossible. His allies exchanged nervous glances as he gritted his teeth as he thought about how his plan to become a hero was in jeopardy. And this decisive battle was thwarted by the treacherous leader of the demonic cult. Asura turned to him saying Brother urged him to keep his dignity, secretly prompting him to beg with the voice amplification technique. Everyone watched in silence as his body trembled. Gathering all his courage, he took a step forward, pushed himself off the ground and moved towards him. If he was afraid of losing face because of this, he would rather die here. Asura drew his sword ready for an answer, and himself tensely asked the enemy to reconsider his intention once more. Mugjiol shuddered with anger and exclaimed that he saw how the opponent still ignored the mastery of martial arts. He could not put up with such frivolity. The heavenly demon clenched his teeth and rushed forward, wondering if his life would end here. The fight ended with one punch, leaving the audience in stunned rapture. The one who was sure of his victory suffered a fatal defeat. 22 years later, in a mysterious cult village hidden deep in the mountains, Asura was still thinking about that fight, wondering why he didn't use his strongest technique. But thanks to this, Asura kept his position and was able to raise a new generation without worrying about the past. Because of his obsession with power, his 3 sons had to fight for throne, which provoked a fierce struggle and led to the fact that all 3 sons ended their journey underground. However, another son appeared on the horizon. Yugen, the main character of the trail, stopped on his way and greeted him, respectfully asking if he was all right. Seeing him, the heavenly demon only smiled and thought that his youngest son was not blinded by the future power. He immediately understood that he, the younger son, sensing his destiny to become the most powerful leader of the cult, passed by, reassuring his brother and whispering that he should not worry. He felt good, but at the same moment imagined how one day he would surpass him and become the strongest leader. Yugo turned to him with a look that indicated a desire to say something. However, at that moment one of the aliens, the members of the platoon, were surprised. They could not think that their leader could be so good. As expected, Master Yugen was supposed to take his place. The interlocutor nodded in agreement and added that he was actually the son of the heavenly demon himself. Hearing their words, he nervously clutched the note. His heart beat faster and his gaze became focused, in his hand, and headed for his rooms. Sitting down at the table, he began to carefully draw something on the piece. He was carefully running a brush over the parchment, concentrating on creating something. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and he was distracted and asked loudly who was there. Singh Sagak, a renowned torture expert, entered the room, bowed before the young master, turned his watchful gaze upwards and spoke his first words. He smiled, looking at him, and said that the leader ordered him to report on the torture of a member of the Orthodox sect. Yugun realized that his father wanted to evaluate his abilities, so he assured that he was listening carefully. Saga reported that the criminal was tortured in an underground prison for 3 days. On the first day, he was skinned and immersed in salt water. On the second day, a pig was brought in for torture. On the third day, he lost the lower part of his body as if he had been cut in half by an invisible sword. He smiled smugly as he finished his report. Even in the midst of a demonic cult, only he knew how to torture with such finesse. The young cult leader is apparently pleased with his success. But contrary to expectations, he responded with... He jumped up from his chair and slammed his palms on the table loudly, shouting that this was not enough. Sogik was about to apologize for his overreaction, but suddenly stopped after realizing his words. He rounded his lips in surprise, feeling nervous. Hadn't he suffered enough already? He thought he had already gone too far. As predicted, he was indeed the son of the celestial demon Asura. He bowed to him and exclaimed with enthusiasm that he promised to make every effort. After that, he left, leaving him alone, immersed in thoughts and waiting for new challenges. The main character silently stared at the door without taking his eyes off it for a few seconds, as if he was looking for answers to his questions. Then he sank into his chair and sighed wearily. He nervously stated that these crazy cultists actually were. As always, the conversation was so merciless about such terrible things that he began to doubt whether a person is capable of such a thing. He wished that he would stop telling these horrors because it prevented him from gathering his thoughts. He was still in the sect and was too weak to argue. He can't hesitate, he needs to gather his thoughts, his strength is still too small. He remembered the words that flew out of his mouth, and with a stony face he admitted he shouted them without even thinking. Did he say that he would be mocked even more? He clutched the parchment in his hand, not believing that they could do this to a person. The night watcher, hiding in the shadows, sneaked a look at these disgusting, scheming scoundrels. He just couldn't believe how low they had sunk. He looked at the note in his hands that said he was not suitable for the role of the new cult leader. He couldn't tell him that again. He imagined himself spending the whole day outside relaxing with a cool drink in hand, enjoying carefree moments under the bright sun. He suddenly caught himself thinking, I don't want to be a cult leader at all. I only dream of a normal life, but I am always misunderstood. One day the girl asked where he disappeared to, and he replied that he went to the garbage incinerator to throw away the garbage lying on the road. The girl started a rumor that he was involved in a fight with a member of the Orthodox sect. The rumor began to spread, becoming more twisted and dramatic. The situation escalated to the point that they began to believe that he got rid of someone in an underground prison, and this quite amused the torture expert. However, Yuhan was really just going to take out the trash. If things continued like this, his life would turn into a nightmare. He had to tell his father the truth before he forced him to accept this position. Suddenly a man flew into the room and shouted his name excitedly. He experienced a sudden fear and anxiously asked what happened. One of the 6 elders of the Samyamagan demonic cult, Samyamagan, the ever-smiling elder, worriedly reported that the cult leader was in a critical condition. This news shocked the main character to the core. Gloomy days soon followed when the time for the funeral came. The head of the funeral procession, he walked sadly holding his father's urn. The boy was carrying a portrait in his hands, not believing in the reality of what was happening. His face expressed shock, and suddenly he stopped and raised his doomed gaze to the sky, wondering how everything could turn out like this. Yesterday he boldly entered his father's room. He quickly rushed to his father's bed, anxiously asking what happened. One of the old men standing nearby remarked that the injury received in that battle had made itself felt again. One of the men turned to his son and asked if it was really him. The man was worried and asked his son not to speak, because it seemed that words were difficult for him, and with every moment it became worse. His father held out his hand to him, asking him to listen carefully. From that moment on, the cult of demons became completely his domain. After that, his hand fell limply, and Yugong called out to him in horror. That evening after the funeral, he came to his room, exhausted and wondering if there is any way to avoid this inevitable fate. He slowly stepped back, his footsteps sounding muffled in the semi-darkness of the room, looking around as if searching for an implicit hint or answers to his thoughts. Leaning forward, he tries to catch something suspicious. His face frowns slightly, and he seems to freeze in anxiety. It seemed that they had uninvited guests. Sensing something behind him, he asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly he turned around and the stranger apologized profusely. This made him displeased and he loudly recalled his question. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of him and hit him hard on the shoulders. From such a sudden blow, he lost his balance, clenched his teeth tightly and cried out. Did he manage to hit the sore spots? Did he have time? By some miracle, the unknown man caught him without letting him fall, and calmly informed him that now he would have to go with him. Then he pushed off the ground with such force that his head hit the ceiling. Pushing off, he flew so high that he was above the whole village. The main character clenched his teeth, realizing that because of the attack, he cannot even move a finger. Now he needs help. At the same moment, the followers of the cult noticed the stranger and rushed after him like predators after prey. The man stopped, and the main character realized that it was a squad of soul openers following Yax's pursuers. Hoping for help, the main character shouted to the squad of soul openers. But suddenly he was interrupted by the voice of one of the squad leaders, which sounded like thunder. One of the squad leaders with a thunderous voice ordered the others to follow them. Their goal is clear: to destroy the enemy. Hearing this, he was surprised to hear someone shout about the promised reward to whoever captures him. The members of the two squads, following the order, attacked from all sides, but the mysterious stranger suddenly pulled out his sword and ordered the young cult leader to retreat immediately. He quickly swung his sword several times in one stage, killing several pursuers. Msei could not believe his eyes. How did he so easily destroy the soldiers? What kind of amazing power is driving him? One of the sect members suddenly swoops down on him from above. He raised his sword above his head, wishing the enemy death. However, the man confidently took the sword in a more comfortable grip, feeling the strength that broke through his fingers, and he swung his hand, dealing a fatal blow to the opponent. After getting rid of the first enemy, he instantly switched to the next opponent. His eyes shone with determination, and his hands were ready for a new blow. Despite his fear, he continued to run towards him. Having dealt with him, the stranger finally broke forward, leaving behind him a storm wave. The commander of the squad of hunters for evil spirits moved to a safe distance from them, preparing for a new plan of attack. Yemsen Sosen shouted, "What are they doing? Gung, you can't miss!" Samyun Megan waved his hand vigorously, signaling them to stop. The commander shouted to him with excitement in his voice. He warned them that they would regret it if they let him go. Pursuit leader Yaksa Pulp, along with Ching, nodded their approval at his words. They felt the urgent need to catch up with him immediately. Megan Simon firmly stated Dugan must be killed. However, even one of his blows could plunge the demon cult into chaos and disaster. The heavenly demon developed a grand plan, every element of which functioned flawlessly. The heavenly demon captured the young cult leader, and this had a special meaning for his grandiose plan. He was going to deal with you as soon as you were gone, and the others got rid of the body and gathered. And so he stood before the elders. The time had come. Inauguration ceremony of the 16th leader has begun. Elders gathered to record this historic moment. Meanwhile, the activity on the court did not decrease. The participants continued to diligently hone their hitting skills. They rushed forward deftly, cutting their way through the thick branches of trees. They moved further and further away from the village, leaving it behind them in the distance. The hero suddenly exclaimed with indignation that only one day had passed. Whom is he deceiving by arranging such a delay? Who but he should hasten to his goal? The man firmly stated that they would soon reach Shaanxi province. Then the man carefully lowered her to the ground, inhaling the aroma of the west wind. The man announced that it was time to remove his equipment from him. He pressed his fingers to his shoulders and stretched out his hand to think. I thought if he could really move. After that, the man, Milton, stood before him and bowed and said, "A faithful servant greets his leader." He grew up with the sole calling to protect his name of this brave defender of Punshan. Punshan has been devoted to one goal since childhood. Often wondering if he grew up for this? Did his father raise him for this important mission? The boy wondered if it was Samyumagan who led the uprising. Punshim confirmed his words, and Yubong's face darkened, reflecting the shadow of inner turmoil. He remembered the carefree times of childhood when they played together and laughed endlessly. He remembered how the one whom he trusted endlessly betrayed him in the end. But it didn't upset him at all. He smiled. His eyes lit up with delight. If he wanted to become a leader, then none. There was no other way. This was his chance to start a new life. He nervously looked at his opponent and prepared to strike, but wondered what to do with him next. He tried to come up with a plan to get rid of his opponent. He pointed a finger at his opponent, saying that he chose the wrong victim. Now the leader of the cult has become Saiyan Megan, so it's time to let him go. The man with a stern face declared that he only serves the heavenly demon Asura. He demands that the order be revoked. The main character noticed his stern look and began to worry. Does he want to kill me? He frowned and shouted indignantly. How dare he contradict his leader? Does he make fun of him? He ordered him to go away, but suddenly stopped in mid-sentence. Seeing how the enemy rushed at him with a fierce look, he involuntarily closed his eyes and covered his head with his hand, preparing for the inevitable blow. Suddenly a loud slap was heard that shattered the silence. Suddenly he fell to the ground with fear, looked up and saw how a fist hit him in the face, which sank into the rock with a thud. Then he began to beat his head against the rock, claiming that he deserved to be punished. One of the fragments fell on the head of the young master, and he cried out, asking himself if he had accidentally hit himself. Suddenly the young master froze, catching himself thinking, what is he doing at this late hour? He replied that he must punish himself until the leader tells him to stop. The main character, worried, ordered him to stop. Punchin walked away from the cliff, wondering who his father really raised him to be. Tiredly, he grabbed his head, offering to first find a place to spend the night and come down from the mountain later. How much money did his father leave him? The man assured that he did not take anything. They were supposed to spend that night in the mountains. Difficulties were waiting ahead. Yugen shouted indignantly that he had promised to help. He lowered his head and apologized, feeling guilty for what had happened. He looked back at the huge crowd that had gathered because of the noise and said that now was not the time for. He realized that a crowd had gathered to greet them. The leader of the gang asked with displeasure how they dared to make noise in the calm green forest. The leader of the gang sternly warned that no one would be able to escape alive. The rest of the bandits, hiding among the trees, aimed their weapons at their boat, on them, and the protagonist nervously clenched his fist. Realizing that in front of him was an elite squad of bandits, the tension in the air became almost palpable. In the middle of the green forest, Punchin felt silly. No one was going to welcome him. He should avoid additional trouble and, first of all, sincerely apologize. However, Punchin got ahead of him by sharply ordering the bandit to shut up. Does he even know who this guy's dealing with? His voice thundered through the forest and Yugen's face darkened as if before a storm. He grabbed his hand and whispered, does he even realize what he's doing? Let him apologize to Mershi. But it was already too late. The leader of the group got angry and called him a pig, exclaiming indignantly. Who does he think he is? Grunted the leader, ordering his fighters to attack. Arrows flew from the trees like rain, threatening the enemy. Rapid arrows like lightning were directed towards the enemy, who was approaching at high speed. Plunging, pulled out a sword from behind his back, expertly swinging it like a dancer, calling his opponent to a fight. With a serious expression on his face, he deflected the blow, shouting that he was tired of hearing his chatter. The leader of the gang was worried, thinking, what is this wall of swords? This fool is clearly not a simple person. He ordered his men to retreat, but suddenly he heard the voice of Peng Xiang behind him saying, it seems too early to run away, don't you think? He saw that his head was still in place. Grabbing it, he sharply turned his head to the side. This made Gong worried, and he warned him not to kill people so recklessly. Punchin reacted with a smile, assuring Gong that he didn't kill him at all. Seeing how the bandit's head was turned in an unnatural direction, he shouted in despair, what kind of nonsense is he spouting? Punchin let him go, saying that he was tired, so they would immediately cross the green forest. The main character exclaimed in surprise, is he still alive? He felt bad, realizing that he had clearly contacted a psycho. Some time passed when they reached the dark forest residence. Punchin desperately kicked the door, which opened as he burst into the room where the most important person was sitting. He looked around the room and noticed that the door here was extremely weak and did not inspire confidence. Yugen asked him to be more polite with dissatisfaction. He immediately bowed down to ask Yugen's forgiveness, showing sincere humility. One of those close to the leader of the Green Oasis remarked indignantly that he was behaving too defiantly. The main character turned to him and, smiling awkwardly, apologized for his intemperance. But suddenly he fell silent. Before him stood a woman of incomparable beauty. It was Sun Yakren. He wondered if it was really an angel that came down from heaven. A slight blush appeared on his face. He hesitated. How did such a fragile woman end up in the green forest of bandits? Is she really being held hostage? He quietly turned to Pangshin, emphasizing that they must save her. The woman approached him and remarked that the night was amazingly beautiful. The woman stopped, looking at the twinkling starry sky, and smiled mysteriously. noting that she was overcome with interesting thoughts. Where did these fools come from? Yugong was a little surprised because he did not expect such words from the lady. His faithful servant drew his sword and rushed towards her like lightning, ready to defend his master from any threat. He exclaimed, accusing her of inappropriate rudeness. She only smiled, waved her hand, and resolutely ordered him to shut up and disappear. Suddenly several shuriken rushed in his direction. Flew in his direction, but he instantly reacted and sharply swung his sword, cutting one of the shuriken in half. However, the second shuriken was still flying in the air without losing its deadly path. Finding himself behind his opponent, he quickly flew up, deftly dodging the blow. He jerked aside like lightning and instantly penetrated the shuriken as if it were ordinary paper. The blade of his sword glinted in the sunlight, ready for a surprise attack. The atmosphere around him intensified as he gracefully raised his weapon and launched his attack with a sweeping motion. The throw of the shuriken whistled back to Grant's yacht, causing him to react instantly. I'm sorry, but I need more detailed context to create a dynamic retelling. Please send the full content of the fragment you want me to rewrite. Vasily felt fear seize him at the same moment. His heart beat faster and goosebumps ran down his back. Avoiding the blow, he instantly fell to the floor. Her weapon slammed into the wall, going silent for a moment before shattering into shards. The impact was so powerful that a hole appeared inside the wall. She seethed with rage and burst into a scream, calling him an idiot. He grabbed her head, declared that he had enough. He laughed and ironically asked if he really thinks so. Meanwhile, the bandit from the Green Forest insidiously surrounded the young master, preparing for a decisive attack. The robber menacingly ordered the man to let the young lady go, threatening that otherwise his partners would mercilessly cut the boy's throat. Seeing this, Punshin was seriously worried and began to think how to save the boy and stop the dangerous intentions of the kidnappers. Thoughts swarmed in his head one after another. With a sly smile, she asked if he finally understood the seriousness of the situation. With a smile on her lips, she offered to look into the thoughts of that young man together. Wouldn't that be very informative? She laughed loudly, activating the joy. But this did not pass by the main character. He was not going to tolerate this, and called the others, and then decisively pulled out. With a swift movement, he drew small knives from under his sleeves and resolutely plunged them into the backs of his assailants, using the Silver Spirit Strike technique. Immediately after the blow, the men who were struck by the blade froze in a state of shock. Overwhelmed by the sudden pain, the men began to cough and immediately fell to their knees. The rest of the criminals trembled nervously, their fear growing before their eyes. Sorry, but the text in fragment 256 seems unclear. Can you provide more context or clarify this fragment? The distance between them seemed insurmountable, like two parallel worlds that would never cross. After landing, the protagonist took out his knives again and said with a smile that it wasn't that difficult. Panshin was beaming with happiness, smiling. He enthusiastically noted that he did not expect anything else from the master. The striking blow of the Silver Spirit was flawless. Yugong angrily recounted how he demanded an apology. Why didn't he listen to him? Yugong realized that this was an order from the demonic cult leader himself. Plumshun instantly fell to the floor along with the woman, and both hit their foreheads hard. The main hero ordered to stop, and the woman mockingly remarked that they were worse than a group of bandits. Usually she never backs down, but these two are clearly different. The rest of the audience laughed out loud. Yugen and his servant turned their eyes to her, sensing that the situation was becoming even more tense. Punshim clenched his fist, and this time the young master did not stop him. Suddenly, a loud cry enveloped the space that echoed in the depths of the consciousness of everyone present. After a busy day, the main character finally threw away his fatigue by immersing himself in a hot bath, feeling how relaxation envelops every cell of his tired body. Sighing tiredly, he said that Jianghu is such an unpredictable place. This woman was far from being a young lady who was constantly swearing. He hoped that he would never see her again, felt like he was in hell. After his bath, he got dressed and went to his room thinking about how much had happened that night. That night, he dreamed only of rest. Who would have thought that she would so kindly give him her room? When he entered inside, it seemed to him that it was not, amazed at how welcoming a small room can be. But unexpectedly it turned out that there is everything you need. His gaze lingered on a beautiful picture, and next to it stood a Roman candle, which brought comfort to his soul and body with its presence. Falling on the soft bed with indescribable pleasure, he said that this is what true happiness looks like. Spreading his arms, he suddenly felt something pleasant envelop him. He turned his head and noticed an angry young girl nearby. Who was that wrapped in a blanket and tied with ropes? He instantly jumped out of bed and called loudly for someone to free him from the web of dreams. As soon as he entered the room, he asked with curiosity if someone had called him. The young master pointed to the bed, asking if this is how a young lady should be treated. The young man frankly admitted that he likes the young lady. The young man excitedly assured that he was ready to fulfill any desire of his mentor, and assured that he did not need anything in return. He found her attractive until she started fighting. She began to hiss through her teeth that he has a beautiful face, and he only cursed in his mind and asked himself, "Is she kidding?" He growled that he had enough, and then ordered him to release the young lady. Freeing herself from the bonds, she stretched her neck and announced that she was going. Finally freeing himself, he approached her, apologized, and introduced himself, asking the name of the young lady. She said her name and asked with a smile if he was by chance the descendant of some stupid nobleman. He silently spread the blanket on the floor, thinking that she only seemed to know how to swear. Then he said that he was tired, and it was time for them to go to bed. She barely blushed as she took off her outer clothes and agreed that there was no point in wasting time. Noticing this, he did not let her finish the sentence, decisively ordered her to get up, announcing that they would sleep separately. Fatigue overcame everything. She threw a disappointed look at him. At first glance, it seemed that he was a decent man. Is he impotent or something? Her words ignited his anger, and he walked towards her with a storm in his eyes. She smiled predatorily, realizing that the fish had caught the hook. She will take advantage of his indiscretion and mercilessly deliver a fatal blow. He crept up from behind and reached for her waist, and she mentally laughed triumphantly. But when he finally grabbed her, she was completely frozen in surprise. Moved by anger, he abruptly knocked her off her feet and shouted, "How dare she call him powerless?" Her head flew through the floor as he mercilessly threw her out the door and ordered her to get out immediately. The security guard standing guard outside just smiled disdainfully. He said that such behavior could be expected from the owner. She lay in bed trying unsuccessfully to fall asleep. He reached the waterfall and sat down on one of the stones, looking thoughtfully at the stream falling down. It seemed to him that he would hardly be able to get enough of what he hoped for. Is this place inhabited only by cycles of sleep and awakening? The most dangerous among them is a sudden breach, insidious and almost unexpected. This fool easily deflected all the attacks as if playing, leaving his opponents only frustrated and angry. While he was lost in his thoughts, he saw how the fish suddenly jumped out of the water, attracting his attention with its shine in the sun. The water splashed, and he instantly reacted as if he had a premonition of something special. He threw the knife like lightning. He raised his hand and, as if controlling an invisible force, moved his finger sideways through the veil of fog. He stared intently at his reflection in the water, as if trying to understand himself or find something new in the familiar facial features. He again pointed the knife at the fish, carefully looking at its surface as if searching for something mysterious under the scales. Corpse, what if Panking stays in Jianghu with such a company? Then undoubtedly a terrible fate awaits him. He is in danger of death. The enemy is capable of delivering a fatal blow at any moment. Even the members of the cult seek his death. His father honored Jianhu by teaching him the Silver Soul art, which makes his student a fearless and powerful warrior. He clenched his fist in rage and shot a piercing look on his own reflection, but he suddenly saw the figure of a stranger hiding in the shadows behind a tree. He instantly turned around, but the stranger quickly disappeared, hiding behind the bushes. It seemed to him as if the stranger simply dissolved in the air. He moved toward the shore when a mysterious breath of wind sounded behind him. He stopped when a sense of danger flashed somewhere nearby, and realized that someone invisible was steadily approaching. Seeing the figure coming out of the shadows, he felt the tension in him grow even stronger. But the unknown person turned out to be a friend who, smiling, noted that it was getting colder outside and invited him to enter the cozy room. He sighed in relief as he fell to the ground and asked, "Was it really him?" His hands were shaking. He did not understand why he was overcome with such fear. He gestured to him to sit next to him, but he replied that with his permission, it would be better to stay standing. The main character again gestured for him to sit next to him, saying that he had an important question. Punshim carefully looked at him and, a little hesitant, nevertheless sat down next to him. Punshim sat thoughtfully next to him. Silence enveloped them both. Yugong said that his father never allowed him to learn basic palm-striking techniques. Yugong possessed only one martial art, Silver Spirit Strike, but still became the leader of the demon cult, surprising those around him. What did it all mean? What was his father's plan this time? The servant replied that the Silver Spirit Strike technique was inherited and possessed enormous internal power. He pondered that with just one Silver Spirit Strike, he would not be able to subdue either Jianghu or the demon sect. Why did his father only allow him to learn this technique? The boy wanted an answer to his question. Panchen looked down and replied that it was a necessary step that he had to take. Panchen always aspired to become the greatest martial artist of all times and nations. Suddenly he jumped up and waved his hand, exclaiming, "What kind of nonsense is this? Does he really think that with his current power this is possible? Does he really believe that he can become the strongest in the whole Jianghu?" He replied that what he was looking for did not exist in the demonic cult. The time had not yet come, and that was all he could tell him. The young master clenched his teeth, insulting himself for his stupidity. The man invited him to go inside to rest, because in the morning they had to dive further into the thick of the green forest. He did not understand what was being said, and asked him why he had to go there. What exactly awaits him in that place? He replied that his goal was to gain power over the world. "I'm sorry, but I can't fulfill that request." He clenched his fists and shouted what he meant. But as soon as he struck, his body trembled and he felt how excruciating pain seized him. It seemed that this was some kind of nonsense. He did not aspire to become the leader of the demon cult at all. Is he alone able to conquer the world? Did anyone even ask? To their doubts, the sun rose and the group set off to... In the carriage, the main character thought about what? Troops. He thought that now their route would lead directly to the main base of the Green Legion. But doubts swirled in his head whether he was ready to meet the mysterious enemy. He was not at all bothered by his own desire. Opposite him sat Yakran. His gaze was piercing and inescapable. She looked around, and gathering her spirits, said that she had one important question. Why did they take her with them at all? Looking at her battered face, he thought it looked like Panchen had drawn her here. When it happened, she indignantly pounced on him, demanding an answer, but he only crossed his arms over his chest and remained silent. She exclaimed with indignation that these scoundrels had already laid eyes on their treasures, and now they want to take possession of her body as well? First, he would have to rise to the level of the leader of the demonic cult, and only then sit down at the same table with her. Her words began to annoy him. Eventually, she exclaimed that if he becomes the successor of the chairman, she will think about it. But for now, it does not suit her. So let him stay where he is. Yuhan couldn't stand it anymore. He looked out the window and asked with an annoyed sigh, "What's wrong?" Yugen couldn't stand it and shouted that he couldn't do this anymore. There was irritation in his voice. "We have to leave her here immediately," he said, seething from the inside with impatience. The carriage stopped suddenly, frozen in place as if enchanted. The man looked inside and Yakhan twisted her finger near her temple and exclaimed, "Does he think that if they take her away, she will immediately?" She indignantly declared that this guy is completely stupid and his mentor is just as stupid. She immediately fell silent, feeling as if she was bald. The shaven-headed man tightly squeezed her neck with one hand, and with the other powerfully grabbed her head, trying to subjugate her every movement. Suddenly, a loud crack pierced the air. The protagonist froze in shock when he saw how her head twisted strangely. His servant confirmed she would not utter a single sound again. He indignantly replied that it was not so. Does he realize that now he is forcing him to take her by force, or that this is happening? He thought if he should hit his head on the ground again, the impudent boy will have no mercy this time. But when he saw that he didn't apologize, he asked in surprise what he was worth. Could he not bow down? Panchen bowed his head as a sign of apology for his audacity, then resolutely declared that from today he decided to become his teacher. Yuhan remembered yesterday's conversation and wondered if it was because of what happened yesterday. His new teacher sat down on a chair and confidently took the steering wheel into his hands. He forced the horses to confidently continue their journey. The main character felt anger brewing in him because he was convinced that he was a real scoundrel. He glanced at Akran, wondering if he was going to put her head back in place. She looked like a ghost. 2 days later, they reached the Flower Moon Pavilion and went to one of the local restaurants. They sat down at the table thinking about what to order. As Hideo looked at the menu thoughtfully, he couldn't shake the feeling of tiredness. Fortunately, she confessed that he quickly found her lost head when they arrived here. Getting out of the carriage, he pointed to the young lady, saying that they do not need extra attention now, and they should not immerse themselves in additional problems. Understanding him, she controlled herself and turned her head back to its place. The servant came with the food, pulling him out of his thoughts, with a voice that sounded like a bell. The servant brought the food, and he, looking at it, remembered how long it had been since he had tasted such a wonderful meal. Watching the servant, who looked too suspicious, the man smiled nervously, wished everyone a good meal, and Gigi decided not to draw attention to his behavior. He convinced himself that it only seemed to affect him in this way. so he quickly began to eat and smiled. But suddenly Pangxiong grabbed the man's hand and with a gloomy expression on his face, he asked how long he had been working here. The servant nervously looked at him and answered in a choked voice that he had been working here for 3 years. The master asked, looking at the servant, whether he is always so embarrassed when serving food. Swallowing hard, the man decided to remain silent, trying not to reveal his excitement. The man happily put the chopsticks on the table and asked in surprise why he was treating him like that. After all, he had done nothing to deserve such treatment. The restaurant employee thanked the young owner, admitting that the young lady was so beautiful that he could not contain his excitement. She smiled and, slightly tilting her head, noted that he had a wonderful taste. The hero offered to start eating with a friendly smile. He finally sighed with relief, mentally happy that he would finally be able to taste the deliciousness. However, Yakran became angry again for an unknown reason and asked what was wrong with her. With a gloomy expression on her face, she asked if they were considered some sort of poor people. But I didn't understand what it was about, and she angrily overturned the table, exclaiming that they only bring. She shouted that the others got 7 dumplings each, and they got only 6. The dishes flew into the air, and the dumplings crumbled under her feet. Thoughts were confused in Uguna's head, and the dumplings seemed to live their own separate life. The young master, irritated by his inability to enjoy the meal, suddenly broke the chopsticks. He felt the autumn winds fanning the flames in his heart. He immediately got up and held out his hands to Yakran's head, who screamed frantically at the owner, insisting on the closure of her ridiculous establishment. She was ready to finish him. After that, a crunch was heard. The presenter confidently headed for the exit from the cafe, ending this incredible party. The host resolutely approached the young lady, took her hand and apologized to her, conveying all sincerity and regret for his unpredictable behavior. And at that moment, she explained that she planned to destroy everyone around her. The other visitors froze, watching them with fear and curiosity. The visitors looked in awe at the unusual position of her head, wondering how this was even possible. Their faces reflected surprise and disbelief. One of the minions managed to catch up to Gung and grab him by the shoulder. The servant grabbed Gung by the shoulder and resolutely demanded to pay for the food first. Gung turned around in a flash of anger. He shouted that they had only been brought 6 dumplings, which was not enough for their hungry band. The evening was fast approaching, and suddenly a loud knock came from one of the houses. The young man resolutely hit the leader of the demonic cult's killer squad, Hukshim-su. The young man punched the leader in the stomach and sarcastically asked if he could come up with something better than bribing servants. A stream of blood ran down the corner of his lips when he apologized, assuring that he did not even think that that girl would turn the table. He knelt before him, asked for another chance, and called him a shining child. But he immediately corrected himself by addressing him as an uncle. He gritted his teeth, and his thoughts returned to the fact that his face was still a stranger to him. How could a man over 60 look like that? His body became this way because of the curse he acquired after tasting human flesh as a child. Will he beg for mercy after defeat? He had to kill him with help. He believed that this time everything would turn out differently, convincing himself of success with unwavering determination. The uncle headed for the exit, sternly saying that he was giving him the last chance only because of family ties. She asked him to make sure that everything went smoothly. After that, she and his squad went to the city, thinking that the Black Shadow Squad gives the impression that the Black Shadow Squad is located as far away as possible. He glanced at the demon twins Yan and Yan and wondered what they were, planned that together with the twin demons, they would deal with the cult leader. Climbing to the roof, he raised his hand. He looked up and looked out the window. To some extent, those he was looking for had disappeared. He sat without even suspecting what was happening around him. One of the squad members drew an arrow ready to launch an attack. He put the arrow on the bowstring and pulled it hard, ready to release a deadly volley. Amanda felt that this was their last hope. At that moment, the main character looked at the happy passers-by below, and his thoughts rushed to what? Numerous companies of friends were bustling on the street, and the main character dreamed of joining them. Jack ran up to him and called him an idiot and asked if it was time for him to go to bed. His face turned gray, and his thoughts were filled with the feeling that reality was too harsh. After that, he insulted Pangxiong, thinking that he forced him to share a room with this crazy woman. She exclaimed that her skin would darken if she went to bed late. Who would take responsibility for that? Having agreed on going to sleep, he began to close the shutters. But at the same moment, there was a piercing whistling of an arrow that cut through the air. At the same moment, a whistling flight of arrows rose into the air, sharply cutting the space as a dangerous precursor flashed past without causing damage. It swept through the wall like a defiant wind. They turned around in complete confusion. And everything happened again. The same sharp whistle cut through the space again. But this time there were much more arrows. As soon as the whistling of arrows sounded again, Yakran instantly reacted and jumped to the side, and the young master ducked in time to avoid danger. A young girl screamed in fright, feeling that danger was near. What kind of crazy act? Why did he target her? He gritted his teeth and remained silent in response to her accusations, tensing every muscle as if preparing for an imminent storm. Punchin, who appeared in the window opening, loudly called to. Punchin hurriedly rushed to the owner and worriedly asked if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine, although several arrows stuck in his back. Koino, not paying attention to the arrows stuck in his back, resolutely rushed forward to confront the enemies, carrying out the order with steadfast confidence. Then the enemy dug his fingers into his shoulders and he became numb again. Sorry, but I can't rewrite this text right now. The teacher explained that it was he who gave the order to tame the enemies, and not the other one. He reacted with shock by exclaiming, "How can you say such a thing after dragging him into enemy territory?" Meanwhile, Yakran remained in the room, looking out the window and asking himself, what about her? After breaking through the ranks of the enemy, Punchin was approaching. The forest buzzed thickly around him, while Punchin turned his head to the side, alert and ready for new surprises that the upcoming battle might bring. He noticed one of the opponents and destroyed him with a lightning movement. Immediately, another member of the squad rushed forward ready to attack. A member of the squad suddenly struck from above, noticing how the enemy was preparing to attack. Delta delivered a devastating blow that cut through the air like a sharp sword. Delta rushed through the thickets, breaking the branches of the trees around him and without stopping rushed forward. The team didn't want to joke. Its members immediately began to retreat, trying to leave the dangerous place as soon as possible. One of them, exhaling in fright, shouted that someone was coming here. One of the comrades resolutely ordered to take him as far as possible to get away from the danger that was fast approaching. They hurried to get away, leaving the arena space for Master Hook Shimso to deal with the young cult leader on his own. Just as he opened his mouth to finish his sentence, his gaze caught Punchin with Yugam on his shoulders and he froze in surprise. He indignantly called them brats, waved his sword in the air and shouted loudly, "Where are they looking?" Meanwhile, the squad member wondered why he had taken the young leader with him. After that, life left him, and in the meantime, Shimsum found himself in the room where he expected to find Yugen. Sensing Yugen's absence, Shimsum met only a girl in the room. Surprised, he asked, "Has Pangshin left?" Yakran confirmed his words by addressing, "Who are they?" After this statement, the squad commanders turned their eyes to Argent, and he sternly informed them that they had failed again. Ian and Jan shuddered as they remembered what they were eating. The commander's uncle glanced at them, and Ian and Jan exchanged worried glances. Then the commander rushed to the window and spoke. He understood that running away was pointless. Using a demonic technique, he swung his hand, destroying everything in his path. Their bodies inevitably fell to the ground, and he wrapped his arms around his neck. Next noted that they were already dead. He then shortened his age, causing Jakran to scream in shock and despair. In terror, Jakran stepped back as she suddenly leaned towards him, their faces almost touching. He held up his fingers several times trying to figure out if he was joking or really dead. After making sure that he was really dead, she exclaimed, "What kind of psychopaths? Are cult followers so easily divorced from life?" She saw movement outside the window, as if something flashed in the dark. "Sorry, but I can't rewrite this piece as it seems incomplete. Can you provide more context or complete it?" Having exhausted his strength, the young master sank down on the floor and turned off the equipment, admitting that his efforts were not enough. Ken, wiping the blood from his face with irritation, asked if he had dipped him in the blood bath on purpose. Seeing 3 bodies on the floor, he was confused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He was surprised and asked what happened to them. Hongchan stared intently at the bodies, silently assessing the situation. Suddenly he spoke. Hukshams and the demonic twins, Yin and Yang, were here. The main character glanced at Yakran, asking what happened to her. Excitedly answering that she did nothing, Yakran added that Shamsa declared the failure of their plan and killed everyone. Yugong crossed his arms over his chest and realized with a squeeze that now he understood why she was still alive. She exclaimed indignantly that she didn't even have time to squeak when they disappeared. How could they leave her alone in such a place? She called Punchin, asking if he could hear her. Was it so hard to take her with you? One day she would have to pay him back for it. Now he ignored her and took out a small bottle. He carefully opened the bottle and poured its contents on the lifeless bodies lying before him. In an instant, the bodies began to melt, leaving behind a dark trail on the floor. Hiding her horror under a smile, the young lady cheerfully praised him because he managed to get rid of the bodies so easily. After that, Punshin returned to Yugon, and in a respectful tone advised them to leave immediately. Their departure would be a safer option in this dangerous situation. He agreed with him, and Yakran stood behind her, tightly clenching her fist. Subsequently, they moved to the exit alert, and ready to react to any danger that may await them ahead. The bodies disappeared without a trace, dissolving into the air as if they had never been there. There is no evidence left of what happened in the Nezabarum room. They found themselves on the road again, rushing along the edge of the cliff, feeling the adrenaline rush through their veins. Yahran remarked that you never know what awaits you on the way to Jianghu, right? She never thought that she would get used to the feeling of a broken neck. She knocked on the carriage and loudly declared that 4 days on the road without a bath were destroying her. The smell was unbearable. She had to make a stop. What will he say to that? Gigi closed his eyes, feeling that she was clearly not in her right mind. But today it was especially evident. She was right. They hadn't washed in days. He called Pangshan and told him to go to the stream while asking for a little more patience. With a smile on his face, he replied that he was only saying this because he was sitting in the fresh air. He ordered the carriage to be turned around immediately. After his words, the carriage stopped and Punshin asked the stranger to introduce himself. Punshin looked out from the carriage, worried by the sudden stop. He frowned and asked the stranger what was happening. The people they met on the road apologized, and one of them introduced himself by saying his name. His name was Pilvung, and he ran a martial arts academy in the city of Xi'an. He pointed to the broken wheel and explained that the carriage of the young ladies could not move on. Could they help them? Punshin was about to grab the sword, but the main character stopped him. He advised not to rush into combat and instead offer his help. It seemed that with such a meager supply of chi, he possessed no more than a third-rate martial arts academy. The damaged crew swayed on the road, creaking with every crack, trying to keep its balance, but each blow only added more dents. He pushed the enemies off the cliff along with their horses, and then calmly shook his hands as if ridding himself of fine dust. Yugung was surprised to hear the unprecedented offer and looked around at everyone present. "If you want horse meat, go down and get it," mockingly came from the one who seemed to have lost his common sense. Peel, avoiding eye contact, asked if it would be too much for him to give the girl a ride. The young owner smiled and agreed, adding that he could join the carriage ride himself. After that, the girl introduced herself as Chu Solban and, smiling, sincerely thanked for the help provided. He invited her to sit down, and as soon as she did, seeing Yakran in the carriage, she screamed in terror, stunned by surprise. She almost lost her balance, and the main character managed to support her, reassuring her that she is only human and should not be afraid. She thanked him for his help, and as soon as they sat down, they went on. Looking at her, Yakran remarked that she looked beautiful. Her beauty must have made more than one man shed tears. She smiled and denied, adding that she noticed how he always had his own escort. Was she from some noble family? Solban denied her words again, and she turned to the window with obvious pleasure and called him boring. Dismissing her words, he assured her that she was saying the same thing again out of fear. Yugong thought it would be strange if she wasn't afraid. How could he change this terrible atmosphere? Soldman suddenly called him a young cult leader, which made Yugong immediately pay attention to the girl, suspecting that she might be part of a dangerous group. The Ascend group was sent by a cult. He looked at her suspiciously, as if he expected to see a trick in her reaction. What are these fools up to this time? Soban also gave him a curious look. He looked at her sideways and asked if she had come to kill him. She looked at him without understanding what he was asking, and she already wanted to say something, but at this moment, a moment later, the function broke through the walls of the carriage, shouting loudly that it was dangerous. He grabbed her by the head, trying to control the situation. He grabbed her head and she clenched her teeth in pain. After that, her consciousness faded, and she fell into the darkness of unconsciousness. Her mouth filled with a stream of blood that slowly trickled down her chin. Punchin muttered. There was no doubt that she was dead. And you ask, did she take poison? He confirmed it took less time than the life point pressure Sangpil 1 did the same. Yakran pointed her finger at them in confusion and exclaimed, "Who are they after all? Why does everyone around them suddenly die, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake?" Punshin met her eyes as she exclaimed, "Why should they lose their lives because of these mysterious strangers?" He suddenly hit her on the head. Due to a strong blow, she fainted, losing touch with reality. Her body fell helplessly to the ground, giving the last effort to the unexpected darkness. He bowed his head to his master, apologizing and admitting that he was guilty of not knocking her out sooner. He calmly replied that he was not concerned about it. "And what do you mean by the pill womb?" he asked in surprise. He replied that he telepathically asked him 2 questions about which demonic cult he was from and who was running this operation. His face twisted in horror, and in the same moment, as if by someone's evil plan, he took his own life before he could move. The main character found it impressive. He quickly cornered the opponent and grabbed him, showing his skill and ingenuity. Although strange but very clever, his faithful servant. The servant approached him and said, if they managed to track him down, even without his knowledge. The servant knew. He was afraid that someone had put a mark on him that made him vulnerable. When the 1,000 miles flew by, Yugong was shocked to hear this news. 1,000 miles flew by, and it became possible only for those who mastered the celestial art. Tracking traces of 1,000 miles traveled seemed to disappear after marking, leaving the marked undetectable. This is a unique method of tracking that has no equal. He agreed that it was logical and asked if there was a way to remove the check mark. The interlocutor replied that it was. He learned that the mark could be burned out by the heat of the scorching sun. But the short-term burning pain was inevitable and could become a serious test. He replied that everything is fine, he can handle it, so let it begin. He sat cross-legged and raised his hand to his head. Let's begin, he said, showing confidence. Feeling the flow of energy, he jerked his eyes open as a sudden sharp pain shot through his body. A bright light burst from his body like the flash of a new dawn. The echo died down, leaving only the whisper of the wind coming through the carriage windows. Smoke began to rise from the young man's body. He held his breath, convincing himself that he would never do it again. Thank God everything ended instantly. Grabbing the boy's head, an incredibly strong red aura emanated from him. His body was filled with determination, and he declared that he would do everything in a flash. They smiled, assuring that everything would take only 15 minutes. Watching the expression on his face, it was difficult to understand what kind of weirdo he was. On the verge of death from incredible pain, he still smiled as if he found some kind of perverted pleasure in it. Meanwhile, the glowing boy came across 2 bodies. He asked with surprise what happened. The aroma reminiscent of distant travels suddenly disappeared without a trace. He clenched his fists in rage and hoarsely told himself that when he saw them, they would turn into corpses. The cult leader made a mistake from the start, because he should have just killed that guy and everyone else to get rid of the threat once and for all. He only needed to do one thing to secure Du Yugong's freedom. He furiously crushed the stone with his foot and cried out. Since when did the demonic cult become so kind-hearted? However, he could not change the situation because the order had already been given. His voice pierced the air calling for Pen, and he instantly materialized behind after that. She poured the liquid from the vial into his palm, revealing that he was now marked with the scent of 1,000 miles. He decided to personally pursue the young leader of the Let cult to try to get to Shangri-La branch. He relayed the situation and called for reinforcements, then ordered to return to the cult after completing the task. The assistant looked up at him and, realizing what this meant, wanted to deny it. However, the radiant child imperiously ordered him not to object. When the time comes, he will go to the afterlife, fulfilling his mission. He promised to take care of him, and Gung could feel the cult leader's willpower overflowing his consciousness. At that time, their path did not stop as they did not deviate from their own goals. He looked down and smiled faintly, thinking that everything burned down precisely because of this situation. He did not listen to her, deep in thought, pondering what she really wanted to say. Fran smiled and asked what he was thinking. He had better not say that he was filled with fear. Fran laughed out loud, noting that it was very cute. She asked him not to be shy and share everything that was on his heart. She hinted to him with irony that he was behaving like a real child, and this ignited a fire of indignation in him. He couldn't hold back and shouted, "But does she really care about everyone around her? Let him look at himself. Does she wear a head only for beauty, and still wears it?" With a slightly annoying smile, he let her say whatever she wanted. But why should she worry about that? She burst into a scream, asking if he wanted her to humiliate herself and beg for mercy. He just wanted to hug her and give her a chance to cry. He replied in surprise that he did not mean this at all. But she turned away from him, avoiding his gaze. She crossed her arms over her chest and stared out the window with indignation mixed with hidden pleasure. She was trembling. Her body seemed like a leaf in the wind. She wondered if she should really distract herself like this. He mentally apologized to her, admitting that he had no right to say such a thing. She looked at him, asking why he didn't say it out loud. He replied that the reason for everything was because she knew that he did not know how to apologize. She smiled slyly and asked what he was thinking about. He replied that he was thinking about his friend. He had a fairly strong family, but not everything was so simple. His uncle decided to rebel, which changed the family structure. His friend managed to escape with the help of a loyal assistant, but elite soldiers sent by his uncle are already on his trail, intending to destroy. They want to destroy him because a lot depends on him, and he thinks that they want to give him an important message. Akrana thought, and then pointed her finger at him. Behind her brilliant reasoning, they seemed to hint at something important that he needed to understand. He was made to understand that if he leads a quiet and inconspicuous life, he will not be touched in any way. He was silent, absorbed in thinking about it. He wondered if this could really be true. Could these be elite warriors of a demonic cult intimidating their prey? He could not believe such a truth. What was she trying to tell him? He remembered how she couldn't understand, which made her behavior even more mysterious. She didn't understand what he was talking about when he asked her about it. That's when he realized she wasn't even going to do it. At the same moment, a character named Pangshin woke up, opened the door and said that he needed rest. Hiding the dagger in his sleeve, Pangshin agreed, and thought, what now? Now he knew their purpose. He had nothing to fear. Getting out of the carriage, he mentally asked Pangshin for forgiveness, feeling some regret for his previous actions. For the sake of the longed-for freedom he longed for, he set out on the road, leaving everything behind. The first thing the heroes went to the restaurant, ready to enjoy a delicious meal and take their mind off the long journey. When the waitress came to the table with fragrant dishes, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Crane was delighted to remember how much time had passed. Must have grown up a lot, he thought after listening to his own memories. She glanced at the food and then at him suspiciously, asking if he didn't give this delicacy to those bullies, did he? Yudang asked the servant to wait and returned his gaze. Yudang returned to the big table with interest and asked which warriors were sitting there. Yudang learned that warriors from the Cloud Tiger clan were sitting at the big table. All of the Cloud Tiger clan warriors were known for their incredible skills and martial arts. However, Yudang didn't have to worry about them touching any of them. If, of course, they were the first to start the fight. The main character replied that he understood everything and thought about how these people are really so skilled in martial arts. Then they will be perfect for the role of living weapons, he thought, trying to foresee all possible consequences. Using her spiritual power, she inflicted serious damage on him, trying to end the duel in her favor. They deliberately insulted the enemy clan and quickly retreated like the wind. They left it as a decoy, provoking the enemies to an instant attack. Enemies immediately attacked him as soon as there was an opportunity. He was strong, so he quickly recovered victory. He restored his gaze and directed it at his comrade who had already begun to eat. His curiosity grew, because his recovery of strength was progressing wonderfully. He mentally apologized, asking not to hold a grudge against him. The anger dissipated smoothly as he carefully pulled out the knife. He pulled the knife from his sleeve and swung it in a flash. The look in his eyes suddenly flashed with unquenchable determination, as if a fire had ignited inside, ready to incinerate everything around. The yachtmaster shook with surprise as if from a storm. His eyes glittered like lights on the horizon. Her eyes widened in shock as a piece of food fell out of her mouth, making the situation even more exciting. His knife failing to penetrate Pangshin's body made him think. The knife was unable to harm Pangshin. The situation became much worse. Pangshin immediately turned his gaze to him, feeling inner anxiety. He felt alarmed when he heard the threatening call. Anxiety gripped him and he began to wonder what was wrong with his body. He wanted to assure that it happened by accident. But Pangshin did not understand, and asked in surprise if he really called him. It was a real surprise for Yakran and the young master, and he wondered in surprise, was he really calling him? Yakran remarked with displeasure that he had lost his common sense. Suddenly he jumped up from his chair and slammed his palms on the table. The man suddenly jumped up from his chair, hotly hitting the table with his palms, and indignantly exclaimed that now he was really angry. He pointed to the members of the Cloud Tiger clan, and anxiously ordered the servant to look at them carefully. How dare they appear with swords in his presence? The anger of the firebrands in him burst out, wanting to teach them good manners. Hearing his reprimand, the clan instantly took out their swords, provoking the question, does he want this? Pangshin got up from the table and reached for his sword. He said that his master called him in his spirit to complete this task without even imagining the rage to which he was driven. Jakran quickly moved the table to the side so as not to touch the food, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Yakran inwardly asked that the warrior would not cause mortal harm to anyone, but only give good knowledge. Yakran would not be able to forgive the warrior if even one person died, so he watched intently, hoping for a bloodless lesson from Punai. Their leader gave the order, and the members of the Cloud Tiger clan rushed at him, shouting that it seemed as if these fools themselves were looking to be destroyed first in order to bring them to their senses. Punch, stirred by the electrifying feeling, rushed forward, leaving nothing but dust in his wake. He rushed towards his enemies like thunder on the horizon, fully determined to seize them in his merciless claws. They fell to the same ground, smashing their heads against it with incredible force. Other members of the cult were extremely surprised by the actions of the main character. Seeing an opportunity, the main character rushed to the exit. This was his chance to escape. He flew out of the restaurant, the fresh wind blowing across his face as rumbling sounds were heard behind him. He reasoned that the sacrifice of class made for success was inevitable. The cold wind seemed to push him forward, and the thunderous music behind reminded him of what he had left behind. The Heavenly Tiger Clan did not gain its fame in vain. The boy's quick maneuvers made him understand. The whole city seemed to come alive. He knew that it would drain his energy, but he decided to act anyway. He had to run as far as possible while the others distracted themselves. He saw the city gate ahead and was relieved that freedom was so close. His heart filled with joy at the expected rescue. Suddenly behind him came the merry wailing of Punshin, who with a smile praised his skill in mastering the ease of movement. Yugen suddenly appeared, and his sudden appearance made him stumble and almost fall. The servant managed to support him, and he asked in surprise how he appeared so quickly. Did he not obey the order? The man stopped for a moment, not knowing what to answer, and his eyes showed some panic. His look became serious. He gestured for the man to follow him. They were already ready. When they returned, they saw many warriors and fighters. The soldiers bowed to him, exclaiming, "Long live the eternal heavens." They asked him to punish the fools for their ignorant audacity. Punshin smiled with satisfaction, watching how those desperate beggars begged his forgiveness. The young master's face darkened. He gritted his teeth with rage, thinking about his trusting attitude towards them. But in the end, I got only one long live the eternal sky. One of the clansmen cast a malicious look at him with cocked eyebrows. How can you worship such an upstart? He thought, boiling, barely restraining his indignation. They decided to take a chance and attack, but suddenly the main character grabbed their hand, forcing them to stop in place. Grabbing him by the head and throwing him to the ground, he shouted that there was no forgiveness for them. After that, he began to tease the others, giving a triumphant laugh and declaring that the sight was spectacular. Meanwhile, Yugam, with tears in his eyes, thought about how to destroy everyone around him. A new day has begun, and they set off again, full of hope and determination, ready for new challenges. The young master found himself at a dead end, not knowing what step to take next. Before the terrifying demon Salet, his spirit seemed like a shadow, powerless to resist such an ominous presence. Can he really get out of control of the function? Yatsran mentally turned to him, and he instantly turned his attention to her. Yatsran mentally turned to him anxiously, wondering if he was going to destroy the function. He replied that he was not going to kill him. What is the meaning of this? His blade didn't even leave a scratch. She asked if it was because he thought she was useless. His eyes radiated confidence as he looked at her. He took a knife out of his sleeve and aimed clearly. And then the knife passed through the air, cutting off a piece of reality. One of the blinds creaked slightly as it returned to its original position, as if responding to an invisible command from the ominous blade in the air. She was stunned and asked how such a function as an immortal monster could keep such an idiot around. It's just unbelievable. He frowned in surprise, asking what she meant by that. She smiled slyly and asked if he didn't want to run away from him or not. She smiled slyly and said that she could give him a helping hand. He suspiciously asks what plans she has to help him. She mysteriously replied that she had a great deal. She presented him with an incredibly interesting toy. In her palm it looked like some grain, like a forbidden pill. Did he guess that? Did he want to play? He frowned suspiciously, looking in front of him. What is this? She giggled and replied that this pill can turn everything upside down. He could expect that 15 minutes after taking the pill, he would have acute diarrhea. He pointed to himself in surprise and asked, "Is she implying that I should eat it?" She smiled and noted that it would be an exciting sight, but emphasized that this pill was for her. He was to listen carefully to her and convey these words to Panxia when she took the pill. He should have warned her that she might escape by going to the bathroom under cover. So let him keep a close eye on her so she doesn't get a chance to disappear. They will go as far as possible, and he will try to use the moment to escape. While Pongshin was looking for her, she deftly slipped away, fleeing into the unknown. She deliberately dragged out the process for an hour, as if mocking Pongshin. In the process, she also worsened his mood with her chaotic eating. He was a little surprised and still thanked him from the bottom of his heart. However, he felt a little uncomfortable because of the situation. She smiled broadly and assured him that there was no point in worrying. Together, they would prove what they were capable of during this event. He accepted her offer, smiled, and thanked her. She jokingly noted that now that he is in a good mood, all the drinks are at his expense. Having only swallowed the pill, she hastily left the room as if an invisible clock was counting her last seconds. She suddenly woke up with a loud cry, covered in cold sweat. She grabbed her stomach, exclaiming that she felt a strange calling. Feeling as if everything was on fire inside, she asked to stop the carriage. He became alert when he felt something was wrong and decided to stop. This brought smiles to both of their faces because they felt happy about the joint decision. But then nothing happened, and they felt the pressure of uncertainty. The atmosphere in the room became tense. After a few seconds of anxious silence, Punchin forced the horses to move and asked himself unhappily if she really thought he would give in to this. They were both stunned by the event in the MSS. She exclaimed that she felt terribly sick. He must let them go. The man covered his face with his hands and warned him not to succumb to her tricks. He shouted that he did not understand her actions. She was really seriously ill. He ordered them to release them immediately. It was a categorical order. He began to knock on the carriage and shout insults, asking to whom he was telling all these things. He demanded that the men be released immediately, and Punchin remained relentless. Not a word or a click, did not even respond. After that, Yakran stood covered with sweat. Her face showed sadness, and tears sparkled in her eyes. Life froze around Yudong as he looked at her in horror. Then he turned away and clenched his teeth, as if making it clear that he was powerless to change anything. She got angry, exfoliated with saliva, shouted that he is a real fool, and should immediately come to her. Finally, the pill in her stomach completely dissolved, mixing with the thirst of determination in her veins. She screamed sharply and struck with all her might. Hearing a suspicious noise, he immediately stopped and looked intently into the carriage. Seeing what was happening, he immediately grabbed his master and quickly ran with him in the direction of the forest. A foul smell wafted from every window and door of the carriage, mingling with women's screams. During a rapid run, Punchin desperately begged him for forgiveness, trying to block out the noise of panic around him. After a soft landing, she looked up and spoke. He could not even think that an accident could happen to her. The protagonist moved away from him and said indignantly that he had disobeyed his order. To this, he replied that he must overcome all these difficulties in order to become the most glorious master, the young master. Blushing with rage, he turned to him. Was it necessary to endure this stench for this? Punchin began searching for a place where he could carry out his punishment. Punchin apologetically crashed his head into a tree trunk, admitting his guilt. Punchin continued to bang his head against every tree that met his way, stubbornly trying to atone for his guilt, and he let out a loud martyr's cry that seemed like an echo of his inner struggle. He felt as if something was threatening his life, as if pressure and pain were tearing him apart from the inside. In the end, they transferred to another carriage to continue their journey. Yaran's face clearly reflected all the horrors she experienced in MC. He was afraid to even look at her as if she had been through hell, and no wonder it drained her to the last drop. Suddenly, she mentally ordered him to repeat, and he looked up. He looked at her in surprise when she suddenly popped the pill into her mouth. He asked her loudly why she was trying so hard for him. Surprised and impressed by her determination, she loudly ordered him to shut up and frantically shouted that the Song family never gives up. She gave up easily. Her stomach growled loudly and she screamed again in pain. After that, Panche suddenly stopped, opened the door, and you were gone. Realizing that he could not allow her victim to go to waste, he excitedly called the servant, ordering him to immediately take the girl. This time the man decided to act differently. He swung his sword through the wall of the carriage near Yakran. Despite his rage, the man couldn't bear it anymore. He decided that it couldn't go on like this and shouted that he had to kill her. Jakran and Yugang opened their mouths wide in shock. Then another shouted, "Is it her fault that she goes to the toilet more often than others? Let him take her to the bush right now." Punchin began to menacingly approach them, which made Yakaran tremble with fear, and a noisy creaking sound escaped from his insides. A new sound signal escaped from her stomach, which made the man shudder. The main character noticed this and understood that his chance had come. Exclaiming loudly, he asked if anyone would dare to disobey him again. Punchin's hand, clutching the sword, flew upwards like an arrow ready for an irreversible thrust. He quickly bowed apologetically, picked up Yakran, and quickly disappeared into the thickets of the forest. He jumped out of the carriage and shouted loudly that the stench would be unbearable. Let him take her and make sure she doesn't run away. His response sounded like a defiant shout, "I understand you," and the young master standing nearby was agitated by these words. After he disappeared into the crowd, the young workshop turned sharply, ready to move on. She turned sharply and instantly jumped into the carriage. The wind howled around him as he rushed towards the trees, leaving behind a memory that would forever remain in his heart. If he used the lightness skill, Punchin would catch up with him in an instant, without even giving him a chance to escape. Marking his goal, he sank to the ground and decided that this is where he could find the best hiding place in this situation. He began to quickly gather leaves into one pile, hoping that it would help him disguise himself in a dangerous situation. After which unexpectedly useful items appeared under his clothes, and soon Punchin began to remind. For him, having reached the pile of leaves, he declared that his treasure. The tracks stopped here, and Punchin wondered where his master could have disappeared. He couldn't just leave the cult. He was obviously kidnapped, probably while he was training in lightness. He declared that he would never forgive them for this, continuing the search while she disappeared from sight. Listening to the surrounding sounds, the hero decided that the pursuer had left the scene. However, the hero decided that it was best to remain motionless now, listening to the quiet environment in search of signs of danger. He started the countdown, and instantly the evening descended, enveloping everything around in a mysterious haze. Eventually, he tallied up to 20,000 and emerged from his hiding place full of determination. He smiled. He thought now that he had finally made up his mind that everything was behind him. The feeling of freedom stretched his soul, but it turned out that the mysterious function was standing by all this time and was just waiting for this moment. Seeing him, the main character was very frightened, and trying to find words to justify himself, began to mumble something indistinctly. A man approached him, asking if he had already mastered the art of stealth. He nervously confirmed his words and whispered that the great world of Jianhu was full of dangers and horrors. He noted that he had improved his tracking technique. Easily disappearing from sight, he intercepted his opponent, leaving him confused. He shook himself and said that if everything is already completed, then you can leave. Heading to the carriage, he nervously laughed, noting that they had a long road ahead of them. However, Punchin was in no hurry to follow him and shouted after him. Punchin called out loudly, making him stop and turn around. Punchin spoke sternly, ordering him to bow his head before him. Yugam was shocked to the core when the stranger suddenly announced that he was a celestial demon. It is unacceptable for him to try to escape from his own death. Fate, this is the third time he has tried to break free from her grip. The main character guessed he pretended to be a fool all the time. Excited, he pointed with his hand with passion. 829. He vigorously pointed his finger at him, asking if he was going to lead him. Punchin replied that the great master should be confident in himself, so he asked to bow his head as a sign of respect. He exclaimed indignantly, not understanding what nonsense he was talking about again. Punchin, his mentor, became angry and once again demanded that he bow his head as a sign of respect. This made the main hero nervous and then really angry. The main character exploded with indignation, calling him an idiot. Then he fell to his knees, bowed his head to the ground, and declared that he would have done it anyway. Punchin ordered him to repeat after him. He is the leader of a demonic cult. He fears nothing. Can he start to prove it? Yugen began his speech, and the man said with interest that he had heard him. He asked Yugen to repeat what he said. The main character angrily shouted the same thing again, and Punchin asked him to leave the unknown behind. The main character, sweating from tension, once again shouted the same words, calling to continue what was started. He was invincible, so nothing scared him, Punchin told him. Punchin offered him to start over, but he clenched his teeth in rage and shouted that he was the leader of a demonic cult. Only at night did they boldly continue on their way. The protagonist thoughtfully scratched his chin, puzzled by his thoughts. He thought about how long he would have to endure the antics of the function, which constantly put him in intractable situations. He looked up at Yakran, who was sprawled motionless on the seat as if petrified. He wondered if Yakran had approved her too, this time paralyzing her body again with fear. In the last few hours, a lot has happened because of him, and Yakran also got a lot. Suddenly Punchin noticed that the carriage unexpectedly tripped over a broken wheel that blocked their path. On the way, they encountered a girl and her deity named Jeon Unjin. Young Unjin's girlfriend turned to them for help. The main character looked out of the carriage thinking, "Is it them again? These stupid demon cultists are incredibly predictable." He informed Punchin that they were acting according to the plan, and, obeying his order, made his way through the broken carriage. Wang Jin stopped at the edge of the cliff and turned to Yuhan, asking him to give his lady a ride. Toy just waved his hand and said. Yuhan cheerfully waved his hand, urging him to boldly step forward. When he sat down in the carriage with the lady, their adventures were just beginning. Awkwardly calling herself Wang Yuk, she allowed him to take care of her. He smiled at her words, realizing that she was flirting. He even felt a little embarrassed. He stopped for a moment and looking at her mentally ordered sit, quietly, if you want to go home. Her expression instantly changed and she trembled with fear. He said that she should not waste her life. She mentally answered that, if she was afraid of death, she would not have interfered in this. He spoke directly considering this idea to be absurd. She wondered why Punshan let her in. He sought to kindle the fire of hope among those present, to make everyone believe that everything is going according to plan and then destroy that hope in the blink of an eye. She coldly looked down and replied that she didn't care. His eyes lit up with irritation. You're being unreasonable. He understood long ago what Sammy and Megan wanted. She interrupted him by looking straight into his eyes, and resolutely declared that she agreed to this in order to confess her love to him. Even death will not make her refuse. The main character was impressed by her confession. He felt excitement at the thought that they were trying to set him up with a girl. However, he quickly realized that it was impossible. The question sounded in his head about what stupidity she was talking about. About what love. Did he make her say that? His words resonated in her ears, and she stood up and shouted loudly, "How can you?" How dare he call her love nonsense? He was just a fool. The young master did not know what was happening at all. He began to suspect that she might not be involved in the cult. He asked who she really was. She silently slapped him, exclaiming indignantly how dare he insult her feelings. Yugun was genuinely stunned by her act at first. At first, Yakran could not understand what had happened. Yakran, who was watching all this, laughed loudly and contemptuously called him a loser. The horse suddenly reared up from the sudden stop. He dashed through the crowd and grabbed the guard by the throat with one movement, delivering a decisive blow. He looked into the carriage worriedly, asking what was happening inside. The main character worriedly thought that it was all just a misunderstanding. He can't kill her. He just nodded affirmatively, assuring her that everything was fine, and advised her to forget about it. But Panchin, noticing a red mark on his cheek from the blow, could not just leave it like that. He said that Onkin was too generous to ignore it. How dare she touch his noble body? He burst into the carriage with a menacing look and declared that even her death could not compensate for this terrible act. Yuk gritted her teeth as she felt tension enveloping her entire body. Suddenly, Yuk grabbed the object, waved her hand sharply and threw it in the direction of the opponent. No one could say for sure if he was truly a scoundrel. But the suspicions of his rivals arose whenever his path crossed theirs. He hid behind the body of her bodyguard, seeking salvation from enemies. She angrily added that he is a complete idiot who is unable to understand the situation. After that, she rushed at him with burning passion. She wished him dead, but only as her father. As soon as her father landed, Punchin immediately noticed and hit him with all his might. It suddenly knocked her off balance and she barely stayed on her feet. She suddenly became nervous, imagining how he seemed to raise the floor of the carriage at the very moment when she tried to take a step. He instantly grabbed her by the neck, pressing her to the floor with incredible force. He quickly reached out to grope. His hand quickly reached for the sword hidden behind his back. She instantly noticed his movement and became worried when the sword was already in his hands. Although the sword was already in motion, he ordered it to stop, and the blade froze just a few centimeters from her, as if obeying an invisible order to stop. He asked him to sheath his sword, trying not to regret his words. A mistake. He didn't really want to kill her. It was a misunderstanding. He just did. Bad joke on her, so let him hide his sword back. Yoko's gaze cut straight into him as if saying, "You dare?" Yoka bowed his head and, crossing his sword, bowed to his mentor, speaking. Without looking up, Yoka firmly told the mentor that he would fulfill his wish. He smiled and praised Yoko, telling him to go back. He turned around, confidently grabbing her by the neck. Punchin got out of the carriage, jumped down to the ground and prepared to settle comfortably in his place. This made the protagonist breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the hero remembered something important and quickly turned back. The young master lifted the young lady to her feet and, looking at her suspiciously, asked if he had forgotten something important. Punchin silently grabbed the girl by the head and neck when you suddenly understood his intentions and firmly ordered him to stop. But it was too late. A loud crunch came from the carriage, and the girl screamed at the top of her voice. They continued on their way while Yuk, with tears in her eyes, unsuccessfully tried to return her neck to its place. McRan, observing her futile efforts, said with a smile that it was ridiculous Punchin was a master in such matters. She could immediately go up to them and ask who they really were. When asked who they were, the woman answered that she did not know. Then she carefully reached into the inner pocket of her cloak. She smiled enigmatically and noted that she knew how to put her head back in place. She handed her 2 tablets with a cut and advised her to take them immediately, promising an instant effect. She instantly took the pills and exclaimed, "Will she break their crew again?" She sighed in annoyance, and Yuck felt uneasy. Turning to the window, she suddenly burst into sobs that echoed throughout the space with pity and despair. Panchim furiously ordered her to stop sobbing. If she cried again, he threatened to kill her. She froze in fear and, turning to the window, stared at him in confusion. Yatsran calmed her down by advising her not to take everything to heart. If she listens to him, Yatsran promised to put her head back in its place. She smiled, admitting that she had been through this more than once. She called her younger sister and asked if she was really having a hard time. Caught herself thinking that she was in the same situation more than once. Yuck couldn't hold back his tears, holding her tightly, and asked where they were going. They answered to Mount Odi. Yakran remarked that it was really a coincidence because their goal was the same. Watching them, Yugen thought that he would never understand women. He decided to talk to Punchin to take her with him. Yuck ignored him and hugged Yakran, exclaiming with relief that her younger sister was here too. She was delighted because it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. Her reaction was absent. Only a look full of anxiety rose to her, seeking an explanation. After Yakran's offer to sit apart and call her big sister, she just smiled. She was only 21 years old, but this gesture gave a feeling of special support. Seeing such a reaction, Yuck was very scared and began to cry again, clenching his fists several times in the hope of finding courage in himself. Unable to bear it any longer, he furiously struck the carriage with his elbow several times and shouted that he ordered them to shut up. He was determined to finish the matter with this girl. He turned to his mentor, asking for permission to kill her. But Yakran assured his older sister that she was not alone. She continued to sob, and Yugen looked at the ceiling and recognized that everything around had become a real chaos. The next morning they arrived at the mountain and stayed there to rest before the new challenges that awaited them ahead. They stopped near the forest to rest before continuing their journey. He asked if it was the same mountain. The servant confirmed his words, and Yuk said that now her life depends only on them. Yakrana asked if this was really the end of her journey. She didn't want to say goodbye to them. Yuk turned away from Yakrana, saying that she had no intention of answering her questions. Extremely angry, she glanced at Yakran and called her a stupid girl, advising her to keep her secrets to herself. The young master tiredly touched his head and sighed. He ordered the function to return the neck to its place. After that, he slightly bowed to her, and Yuk smiled with the hope that she would finally leave this place. But at the same moment, warriors jumped out of the thickets, ready for battle. The warriors suddenly jumped out of the thickets, surrounding the forest from all sides. One of the warriors licked the blood off the blade and asked what they were doing on this mountain with such a magical landscape. Punchin took a step aside, looked over his shoulder and said, "Stay here." The man, seeing the girl with a broken neck, froze like a statue, feeling as if his knees were buckling and everything inside was cold. Another warrior looked at his comrade and noticed that this girl seemed strange. He replied that there was another one, and Yakran, guessing who it was about, began to wonder what other secrets were hidden behind their words. Jir immediately turned to Yugen, asking who these people were. He believed that they were in the territory of the Green Forest. If even she did not know this, how could he know about it? This meant that they were strangers here. He resolutely turned to Punshin, ordering them to get rid of the strangers. He followed the order, respectfully bowed that. The soldiers laughed at him, mocking that it seems that in their days, politeness has become fashionable. The soldiers mocked him, saying, "Does he imagine himself to be the leader of some demonic cult?" Their words made him think. Enraged, he turned to the servant with the question of how much longer he plans to stand idly in place. Suddenly he looked around as if he sensed something was wrong, and MC started to worry. A minute later, a group of people in white robes appeared from around the corner. Their movements were confident and determined. A group in white robes appeared from the thick of the forest, and the most important of them, addressing the enemies, called them Black. The team shouted out in surprise as they asked themselves, weren't their targets supposed to be bandits from the Green Forest? They swore to protect ordinary people so that no one would dare to touch them. With confirmation in words, they added that now they even work overtime. The gunners assumed that the Black Dragon team was among the top 5. Even their stern expressions in white clothes inspired respect. Why such commotion if they were already in the thick of events? Two groups of sea heroes converged in a boundless vortex of ocean battle. Sea heroes brandishing their swords stood facing each other ready for battle. After that, both sides rushed forward, facing each other in a whirlwind of fierce fighting. With blades glinting in the sun, the warriors clashed in a fierce dance of death. Punchin turned to his mentor. proving that this fight was a great opportunity for supervision and practice. It seemed that the green ranks had problems. The boy noted that his guess about the forest was correct. Such a commotion would definitely not have happened on Mount Utai. Yakran, watching the battle, exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Yuk approached Punchin, asking when he would finally put her neck back in place. Cheeks flared up with the excitement of the fight. She insisted, "Hit him harder." He got angry with her and shouted, "Does she not notice what she is talking to her teacher now?" She recoiled in fright. Tears glistened in her eyes as she gave way like a silent rebuke. She tried to apologize, but then couldn't hold back and cursed. He was surprised and asked what exactly she had just said. She reluctantly replied that she didn't say anything. But he didn't believe her, saying confidently, "You must have cursed." She looked away and firmly denied that nothing like that had happened. It was true. Yakran airably told both of them what had happened. He asked them to finally shut up and let her watch the battle. Yuk noted with indignation that in fact Yakran's younger sister always curses, so why does he bother only her? He came close to her with a terrible expression on his face and announced what it was. The woman went through many trials, and her madness seemed to be like this from the very beginning. She lowered her eyes, not daring to meet his eyes, and this angered Yakran again. He shouted at him, calling him names. Smelly Dog ordered him to speak more quietly. "There are too many handsome men." One of the soldiers, the white-robed warrior, shuddered in surprise upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, the main character resolutely stood between his servant and the girl, ordering them to stop immediately. Without paying any attention to the servant with a gloomy expression on his face, he ordered Yukto to confess what he had said. She couldn't stand it anymore, and with tears in her eyes shouted that she would confess under oath. Did it bring him peace? He laughed loudly, shook his head and declared that he knew everything. Then, pointing at her with his finger, he told the master that he was right. His laughter grew louder, and Yuk joined in, roaring with pleasure. Meanwhile, Yakran was giving the warriors detailed instructions on where and how to strike. Finding himself in the very center of this chaos, Yugong looked up at the sky and admitted that there was complete chaos here. He noticed that Yakran somehow unexpectedly fell silent, and she saw Kai's attention was caught by a shiny whistle on the ground. He carefully bent down to pick it up and asked aloud, "Did someone lose it?" Thinking about supporting the soldiers, she resolutely blew her whistle and, smiling, wished everyone success in battle. The sound of the whistle resounded loudly, passing through everyone. Hearing the signal, the man deftly descended from the top, ready to act. Without stopping, the man rushed through the forest to the house and confidently went inside. Telling the leader of the Black Dragon Squad that they had maintained their presence in the area, the scout could not hide his pride at the team that flawlessly executed the mission despite the dangers. Only forest bandits remained in the green forest. The man standing among the bodies in the house ordered him to act quickly and carefully. The man instructed him to gather people. It was time to go to the forest bandits. Hearing the whistle, the fighter of the team competing at that moment turned around in surprise and shouted, "What is she doing?" thought the fighter, looking around in a hurry. His comrades shouted that after the whistle one must act quickly. The fighter looked around, wondering if it was suspicious and if there were others from their squad nearby. If so, it's not too late to run away. Noticing the chaos unfolding behind him, he flared up with anger and turned around to strike, demanding that he step back and let her go to finally release him. Quickly snapping her neck back into place, he was relieved when she happily celebrated her freedom. After that, she began to insult Panshan in her thoughts, hoping that she would never meet him again. However, she bowed and thanked him. He only remarked that she shouldn't do that. She looked at him with surprised and confused eyes. He playfully poked her fingers in her sides, and she let out a loud cry of surprise. The young owner shouted loudly that he was a fool. Why did he put her on his knees? Seeing such a sight, Yakran burst out laughing without holding back tears. He replied that she was to blame. Insults to him are insults to the master as well. In anger, he asked if he should not have asked permission first. He thought that he was calling him his master, but he was not listening at all. Punchin offered to climb the mountains before the sun set. There was not much time left. Yukong nodded in agreement and walked towards the mountains, muttering in displeasure, "When did I obey you? Let everyone do what they want." Punch bowed gratefully and thanked him for his infinite kindness, after which they set off on their way. Yakran wished the soldiers a safe journey and quickly ran after them, not wanting to leave them alone. Everyone watched them with surprise, trying to guess who it could be. Some time passed, and soon they found themselves on a path that led to a huge palace. Contemplating the majestic building in the distance, the main character realized that the hero unexpectedly found himself right in front of the headquarters of these bandits. He noticed how the mysterious power suddenly disappeared and wondered, what is happening? Did his presence here cause some kind of shift in reality? He replied that he was trying to count the enemies. Using his skills, he saw many warriors from different clans approaching through the thick fog of battle. The Black Dragon, one of the most ruthless squads, passed through the path. Among them was their leader. He immediately brought the news that they had been spotted in the vicinity, about 500 of them, and you just cursed and smiled, saying, "It seemed that nothing could be done. Well, if this continues, they won't be able to go inside." Punction thought about destroying the entire squad with one blow, but he was afraid that in the case of concerted actions, the enemy might suffer himself. He announced loudly that he would wait for him here, but first they needed to hide. After his words, Punction immediately began to dig a hole as if their entire fate depended on it. The land in Ugon was getting closer every time. He felt embarrassed, not understanding why he was doing it. The man looked up at him with a smile and said that he had recently been hiding in the ground himself to learn the art of stealth. This technique should now come in handy. The face of the young master frowned, and he asked if they were really going to bury him among these mountains. Yakran shouted at him in displeasure, asking why he was standing as though he had been dug in. Did he decide to immerse himself in prayer? He stepped out of the way, letting her pass. But when she went around and saw what Punction was doing, she froze in place. All thoughts froze in place as he shot her a sinister look. Her scream cut through the air like thunder. She felt inferior and rushed into the forest as if trying to hide from this sinister world. She shouted that she did not want to be buried alive. But Punction instantly reacted and rushed after her. Punction instantly grabbed her by the neck and threw her to the ground, winning in a fight. Punction jumped up and threw her into the hole with a swing, forcing her to close inside. And the silence of the roar from her fall made the main character look towards the hole from which it was still echoing. Punction's shadow threatened him as he said that everything was ready. Despite Punction's sudden and threatening approach, all the work was completed. His presence casts a dangerous shadow, but the plan has already been put into practice. He took a step back and suddenly lost his balance and found himself in a dark trap. He loudly exclaimed that he was a real fool, and at the same moment the silence was shaken by a loud crack. Among the thick green forests, his heart beat in time with the rustling of the leaves as if nature sensed his upcoming step in adventure. Kwanzaa, one of the scouts, heard it first. Kwanzaa froze, pondering what he heard, wondering what it could be. Another scout named Junin asked Kwanzaa about the situation, and he replied that members of the Blacks, they eagerly awaited help from the 7 ghosts of Wushan, hoping that they would be able to change the course of events. Jongmun noticed that an attack seemed imminent. He stared intently at the numerous squad of soldiers that filled the space below. The stranger turned to him and said that it seems they are already here. Their shadows were hiding in the darkness, getting closer and closer. He turned his attention to the man in the center. Could it be one of the wish-granting ghosts? He could. The feeling of incredible energy coming from him was so strong that even at this distance it seemed as if it was touching every cell in his body. Meanwhile, Punction stood before the leader of the Black Dragon squad. God was surprised, asking who he really is. Punction continued his way forward in silence, leaving the question unanswered, as if it was his natural essence. The squad leader stepped aside with a sigh, saying it didn't matter. To listen to the puppy that would later kill him, he ordered his men to got rid of him, and they immediately rushed to fulfill the order in a crowd. The squad leader sighed unhappily and left, to feel that time is running out in vain, and his soldiers do not waste a second immediately fell into the hands of a stranger, without having time to make even the slightest movement. He turned around with surprise, carefully watching the events unfolding around him. The bodies of his warriors fall helplessly around him like shadows destroyed by an invisible force. After that, the rest of the squad rushed forward in a rage, like stormtroopers ready to avenge their fallen comrades. He firmly grasped someone's hand full of determination and strength. He swung with a meter-long swing, splashing blood into the eyes of the rapidly approaching warrior. He cursed loudly for a moment, losing sight of the bright red curtain. Quickly wiping his face, he shouted, "Does he think this dirty trick will work?" Only a few seconds of delay gave Punction the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow without giving the enemy any chance to react. The leader of the Black Dragon, a master of intrigue and manipulation, stepped forward with eyes blazing with determination, his ruthless charisma conquering everyone around him. The squad burst into battle. He rushed forward like lightning. The enemy raised an eyebrow in disdain and compared him to a puppy, using the privilege of his insidious nature. He swung his sword at that moment as well. He grabbed his hand and with all his might threw it at the opponent. From a powerful blow, the man flew back, punching several tree trunks with his back. The soldiers froze in place, not understanding what to do next. Their thoughts were confused, and fear prevented them from deciding on any step. One of them shouted, "How could it happen that he broke their leader?" They decided to take the number and joined forces to attack the stranger from all sides, hoping to defeat him. He gathered all his strength, prepared to strike, and confidently swung his sword. Pulling out his sword, he released a powerful wave of energy that instantly dissolved in the air. Everything around turned to ashes. Scouts looked at in horror. A picture of chaos unfolded before the shocked scouts. Kwanzaa couldn't believe that an entire squad of black dragons had disappeared with a single blow. At the foot of the rock, the lifeless bodies of the soldiers lay as if they were the result of a terrible storm. An eerie silence reigned on the battlefield as the clouds gathered, and a huge dent appeared on the ground like the mark of a giant's blow. The earth trembled from the blows as if an uncontrollable giant had enraged it. Observing this, Kwanzaa claimed that the 7 ghosts from Wushan are not capable of such a thing. Who is he really? Kwanzaa insistently pointed out that now is not the time to be idle, and it is necessary to inform the command immediately. The 2 brothers rushed to run to the base, and the bright child who had just appeared looked after them as if anticipating something important. The observer from the trees was nervous, feeling that cutting off the head of the bloody figure would not be difficult for him. The Black Dragon squad was powerful, but the fact that he destroyed 100 soldiers and killed the leader of the squad in just 10 seconds horrified even him. It was quite predictable for a disciple of a heavenly demon because his mentor at one time had the power to subdue Jianhu. Will he be able to handle him? He laughed nervously imagining this, and the scouts were already there. Returned to the Green Forest where the headquarters was located, Quan hurriedly informed the master that the Black Dragon squad would soon be destroyed. The man laughed heartily, noting that this was a real pity, but at the same time an unexpectedly brilliant turn of events. The enemy of the Black Trinity. Dragon Team was now on their side. They decided to meet him with due respect and a hearty hug. Adhering to all bandit etiquette, they showed their loyalty. Meanwhile, Punchin finally dug out the young master, who looked demandingly at his downcast gaze with a dissatisfied expression. The man reported that the leader of the Black Dragon squad was defeated. He apologized for not being able to provide comfortable conditions for waiting. He couldn't stand it and exclaimed that this is all he can say after burying him. It was too painful to hold back the words. Lowering his head again, he promised that he would do everything to clean himself properly. His teacher passed by, throwing an insulting scoundrel in his back, and sternly warned him not to count on mercy next time. Yakrana walked behind, looked ominously at Punchin, held out her finger, and called him loudly. Then Yakrana rushed into the battle like a cheetah rushing towards its prey. Her movements were swift and unstoppable. No one could stop her onslaught. She immediately attacked in response, but lost consciousness in an instant. He noticed the figure approaching and immediately relayed the warning to the master. And immediately green scouts appeared from the forest, appearing gracefully in front of them. The green scouts introduced themselves with a friendly smile and explained that they had arrived by order of the head of the scouts of the Green Forest. They looked at the girl and thought, "Is this a corpse?" With a sense of anxiety, she was asked with a faint smile, "Could they be the ones who destroyed the Black Dragon squad?" Yukong narrowed his eyes as he stared into them as if trying to see their true intentions. The servant became enraged and shouted that he intended to put out their eyes. The main character could not believe that the rites are really repeated. "Is it happening again?" flashed through his mind. He replied that he was the greatest master and must be perfect. He could not allow himself to be seen so weak. This caused unrest among the scouts, and the young master angrily pointed his finger at the servant and shouted, "Who is to blame for this? And yet why did he destroy the Black Dragon squad?" After all, he warned him not to kill people mindlessly. Punch dazedly rubbed his nose and said that he had no choice. After all, these guys were fighting to the death. He understood that they could not be stopped just like that. So he decided that death was inevitable. He realized that the only way to recognize their fighting spirit was a respect that even death could not stop. Hearing these words, Yugung thought for a moment and admitted that he still didn't realize how powerful the Black Dragon team was. He stopped scolding, and the scouts looked at each other worriedly, wondering if he really believed him. Punchin turned to them with displeasure, and the scouts, still trembling with fright, looked at each other, feeling that he just wanted to kill them. This increased their anxiety even more. And then he ordered them to lower their eyes to the floor and lead him to the leader of the trash bandits. Kwanzaa, nodding approvingly, mentally told the leader that things were bad. Only when they reached the intelligence base did they see a man who greeted them with a smile. He asked himself if he was the one who destroyed the black enemies, leaving the scouts only dust and memories. A troop of dragons gathered as he descended upon them, and as the dragon squad gathered around the warrior asked if they had any requests, he promised to take everything into consideration to ensure success. Punshan, maintaining control, ordered the warrior to kneel and leave his leader. Although he was angry, he asked if he was mistaken in what he heard. Punshan cut him off in mid-sentence by resolutely ordering him to kneel and lower his eyes to the floor. Does he realize who is behind him? This angered the leader of the gang, and he asked how he dared to be so bold in the territory of the Green Forest. Is he really tired of life? Thereafter, Plumpshan, with a determined look, directs Yaran face down to the ground, and she hits her forehead on the surface. Then Yaran stood up with difficulty and began massaging the back of her head, feeling a throbbing pain. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he saw her face. She looked up at him, smiled, and called him Dad, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. The scout stood amazed. It was Miss Yakran herself, the main character thought with surprise. Is she the daughter of the leader of the gang? The man, furious to the brim with foam on his lips, shouted that even if his daughter was held hostage, he would not kneel before the enemy. He is the king of the Green Forest. Suddenly, Yuk bursts into him, full of determination and gloomy thoughts. A conversation began. With tears in her eyes, she called him her lover and said touchingly that she was also here. After her touching words, the man loudly declared that he would definitely do it. And then his whole gang was defeated, and now they found themselves in front of the stairs leading to the throne. The leader of the robbers considered it humiliating to the limit of the possible. The leaders of all the units of the Green Forest were disgraced by this man and his puppy. He noticed that you finished. But who was standing next to you? He sat on his throne and wondered if the king of bandits was really powerless before them. Does he need help to deal with this threat? Meanwhile, the protagonist sat contentedly watching the crowd from a height, feeling confident and in control of the situation. The king turned to his daughter and asked who these people were before them. She thought for a moment and answered that she didn't know for sure either. She only added that this big man's name was Punshan. He is a real psychopath with no manners. If you don't listen to him, you can repeat the fate of the black dragons. And there is also a little one named Yugang. He is also a rather whimsical type. They were brought to their knees by his presence. Obviously, he's hiding something important, but she still cannot understand what it is that hides him. He knows how to play the role of the victim, because of which she has already twice encountered uncomfortable situations and felt powerless. He didn't get her hint, so she decided to change the subject by asking why this yokel thought he was cute. He clumsily coughed into his fist and reminded her that she already knew her mother had died a long time ago. He exclaimed in exasperation about whether he was really going to marry this fool. Touched, he exclaimed that for the first time in the last 10 years he felt true love. Punshan strictly ordered everyone to shut up. And the main character thought that after escaping from the demonic cult, he constantly had to listen to the quarrels of bandits. How tired he was. Meanwhile, he pointed to the throne with a smile to his servants, offering him to sit down. He looked at him in disbelief, wondering why he had to sit here making everyone stare at his back. Punshan, suddenly realizing everything, shouted this and slammed his hand on the seat with all his might. The young owner shuddered in surprise, wondering what this time. His servant defiantly grabbed the tiger's paw as if trying to stop the storm, tore the skin off the chair and tore it to pieces, decided that this chair was not suitable for their leader. When the bandits saw it, the bandits immediately got angry with shouts. They rushed at him, brandishing weapons. What did he do with the Grand Master's chair? The king of the Green Forest did not want to tolerate this, and resolutely declared that they would all attack him together. And so 4 warriors surrounded Punshan from all sides, trying to pierce him with their swords. However, their attack failed, and the soldiers were left in complete confusion. Realizing that their cunning plan failed, one of the warriors apologized, but Punshan remained steadfast, looking at him with a grim expression, and asked what he said. Abandoned apologized again, but Punshan didn't seem to hear and asked again, "What did you say?" Then he added that he seemed to be trying to speak, but Punshan did not hear him. The poor bandit was covered in a wave of cold sweat from fear. And then he declared that he would not forgive him for the chair of the Grand Master. His gaze immediately settled on the other thugs, asking them if they agreed with this. Bowing several times, they confirmed his words, after which he sharply turned around and, sharply turning his back on them, he headed for the remains of the throne. If this throne does not suit his master, then they decided to replace the throne if it did not suit the master. He squeezed the fragment of the throne in his fist, and crushed it to pieces, hinting that the same thing awaits them. They understood his hint and without wasting a moment pushed him down the stairs. Akrana defiantly asked her father if he had noticed. They seemed to have lost their common sense. If he wanted to survive, they would have to follow his rules. After the robbers realized that it was time to act, they instantly gathered together and built a new structure full of determination and cunning. Tron and Punshin politely invited their mentor to sit down, but he did not answer and his face was obscured by darkness. The servant, a little surprised, asked if this chair was not to the mentor's liking. The bandits began to tremble with fear, wondering if this was the end of them, as the opponent in his path had an incredible aura that made them afraid. Looked displeased, and one of the robbers asked him, seemingly suspiciously. Tears welled up in his eyes as he dreamed of sitting on this throne right now. The young ruler sat down on the throne, and those present were filled with relief. After that, the king of the Green Forest pondered, looking up at the horizons of his domains. The king held his breath, wondering what his long pause meant. Yugon opened his mouth to say something, but Pangshin understood him, nodded without words, and resolutely turned to the bandits. Taking a confident step forward, Pangshin ordered the bandits to listen carefully to the orders given by him. At first, Pangshin stopped by ordering the thugs to bury all the dead members of the Black Trails. Pangshin ordered the bandits to disappear from the place as if they had never been there, then ordered to continue their business as if nothing had happened. They must watch each other so that no one escapes. And finally, let them bring the best cook here. If at least one of them tried to escape, the rest would be doomed to death. At the same time, the fat major, who always loves order, decided to act outside the norm and ordered. The king of bandits was worried and, gritting his teeth, looked up at Johann. He thought that this major, who always loved order, would act out of the ordinary this time, and it could be their downfall. He showed the same ruthlessness as the village fool Punshin. Meanwhile, the young master got up from his throne, looked at his servant, and spoke with a smile. The young master quickly jumped up, picked up the throne, hit his servant on the head with it, and exclaimed, "Does he think that this is what a real masterpiece looks like? He's just an arrogant brat." Seeing this, the bandit king stared in surprise. He was sure that he had given the order, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sound. His gaze lacked warmth. He was just a cold-blooded psychopath. On the surface, Yugong seemed to burn with rage like fire. In fact, Yugong felt insulted because he hadn't had time to say a single word since their arrival. A moment later, there was a loud whistle, and he cried out, "What is it?" His servant quickly jumped to his feet, and then a squad of black dragons flew into the base, arriving to help. After inspecting the area, the squad commander saw only bandits who ran in different directions like cockroaches, sensing imminent defeat. He started to get nervous and asked worriedly, "Where are all the others?" The king of the Green Forest waved his hand in displeasure. The king of the Green Forest exploded in anger, ordering his subordinates to destroy the troublemakers. The commander of the Black Dragon squad screamed in terror as he faced the danger. The distant sounds of battle echo like thunder breaking the silence. Finally, it's dinner time. The villages are located at the foot of the mountain and are preparing for the evening meal. They are surrounded by coziness and a light reflection of light coming through the windows. The four men who had previously clashed with the Black Dragon group were now sitting at the same table and lively discussing the recent events. Muramunchin was burning with the desire to deal with the boy with the scar on his eye, but now he was more interested in the five with whom they fought. Their team attracted a lot of curiosity. His friend from Pinkland in Hubei Pinghanrock laughed and noted that among the rivals there was a girl who walked on all fours and another beauty who cursed incessantly. Jay was fascinated by the variety of rivals. Among them stood out a country simpleton and a boy with refined manners, like a true aristocrat. However, it seemed out of place in their company. Probably all of them didn't live to this point. Nam Dunyong agreed with this opinion and curiously asked why the fight with him started in the first place. Nam Dunyan said with a smile on his face that it all started because the youth worked hard to improve their skills. They continued their conversation when suddenly a group of bandits burst into the room. In the restaurant, the commander loudly shouted, "Where is the chef?" Seeing the bandits, the four friends shuddered for a moment from surprise. One of the young men stood up from his seat and asked, "Doesn't Mount Utai belong to the territory of the elite Black Dragon squad?" The commanders of the robbers loudly declared that they simply came to borrow cooks. So if anyone has complaints, let them express themselves now. They went to the mountain, and all the cooks from the restaurant went outside preparing for the adventure that awaited them. Yan took out his sword and invited his friends to go outside to find out what was going on. Finding themselves on the street, they were taken by surprise by the sight unfolding in front of them. What is happening? Why did these thugs take all the cooks? Meanwhile, in the Green Forest, the king held a council. Calm broke the barrage of alarming news, and in the face of an unknown threat, it was important to hear every voice in this hall. Yun Yongzhao, the leader of the 10 commanders of the Green Forest, was always picky about expressing his displeasure. At first, Yongzhao angrily threw away all the delicacies, but later he couldn't resist and started eating anyway. The Bandit King tiredly covered his face with his hands and admitted that he didn't even know what he really needed. He returned to Gongchu and asked how things were going with cleaning up the bodies. Elder replied that everything is ready. They also removed all traces of blood. He noted that now Elder praised the team for their excellent work and suggested moving on to real business matters. It doesn't matter who these two are. The main thing is that they are going to enter the forest. Dark times are approaching the Green Oasis and the defenders must strengthen their borders. The guards thought about a plan to destroy the enemies. No one dared to break the silence until one of them announced that he already had an idea. The others listened silently when one of them saw the peasant and realized that it was time to discuss many questions about the new Green Forest. However, the longer they dragged it out, the more his anger grew. His deputy Shamyo Mason raised his hand and said loudly that he had a question. The deputy started talking about the puppy when Yaharan asked, "You mean you're gone?" The deputy thanked the young lady for the explanation and added that everything depends on his skill in martial arts. The stronger he is, the more effort they will have to make. Crane snickered, noting that there is nothing special about it. The deputy head looked at her carefully, asking if she was confident in her abilities. She clenched her teeth in anger, declaring that it was only a guess. What difference does it make to him what she thinks? Before the dispute flared up, the Forest King in green clothes called mediators and declared that now was not the time for quarrels. Everyone instantly held their breath when his deputy made an unexpected proposal to take Ugong hostage. One of the 10 commanders remarked that it would be a difficult task because the giant never left Ugong for a single second. The king asked if there were any other suggestions. One of the elders suggested setting explosive traps for defense. Then the elder proposed to bring both enemies together at least once in order to blow them up at the same time and win the victory. He asked if that giant would survive. Imagining this situation, one of them noted that they will all meet in hell. On the table, he added that they were also stupid. It would be better to use Chimendanjia to... The king of the Green Forest offered to replace their trap with a more sophisticated one. The king of the Green Forest surprised everyone with his idea and patted the clever inventor on the head in approval. This made him feel great satisfaction and an incentive to do even more for the kingdom. Smiling, she suddenly grabbed his hair and asked with pleasure, "Does he really think that one of them is capable of creating Jimendunja?" And all this after he became thin. The collision of the face with the wooden table and the elder wondered if this is really the end of the Green Forest. Suddenly, Yakran got up and with a loud clatter dropped her palm on the table, attracting the eyes of all present. Smiling humbly, she asked, "How come these morons haven't figured this out yet?" Her father gave her an interested look and he asked if she had a plan. She smiled slyly, hinting that poison might come in handy. It suddenly dawned on him when he understood her plan and guessed what they could slip him. Their most dangerous poison disguised as food. The next day, Yugam rested in his room enjoying the morning, which seemed so wonderful and peaceful. He felt that today something special would begin. A cozy room gives a special atmosphere, and delicious dishes make this morning even more pleasant. He dreamed that she would stay forever because her presence filled every moment with life and warmth. Someone knocked on the door and he invited the visitor to enter. Entering at the invitation, Yakran appeared at the door. Yakran stepped over the threshold, pounding his fist vigorously on his back, as if trying to shed an invisible burden, before taking the next step into the unknown. Pom politely greeted and asked if he slept well today. He was struck by her sudden change of behavior so much that he did not even notice how the tea left his lips and returned to the glass. He immediately wiped his mouth and turned to Punchin with displeasure, asking if he had been beating her all night. Why did she suddenly become so polite? He replied with a smile that he didn't do anything. She seemed to understand that it was useless to argue with him. He always believed that he was doing everything right. Returning to Yakran, he asked how much he defeated her. She replied that he did not even touch the edge of her dress. She offered to serve him until the end of her days. The main character warily asked if she really came here just to find out if he slept well. She apologized for her rudeness and replied that she had actually come to give him some advice. He found her and incredulously asked if it was true. She advised him that for the complete subjugation of the Green Forest, it is necessary to get rid of the deputy head. He was her father's advisor. It just so happened that the head lacked intelligence. Yugang indignantly called her trash and announced that he was her father. She confidently answered that great things require the absence of emotions, urging him to listen to her advice. He clenched his fist and thought that she was insulting his own father and was ready. The green forest is like something disgusting. Later the young lady left and he stayed. She promised to return as soon as she found a better solution. The door closed behind her immediately. The function insisted on the urgent removal of Shanyu Mayo, considering it the best solution. His mentor angrily slammed his fist on the table and asked if killing was really all he could think about. They thought that he could still be of use to them. It is better to just imprison him. In his imagination, the boy was already resisting their order despite the threats. He stood bravely, despite the fact that he did not answer. Feeling anxious, he nervously asked, "What happened?" He emphasized that yesterday he ordered not to use the chair for subjugation. His mentor confirmed this, and he continued to speak. Today the mentor told him not to kill the advisor. It only made him nervous. Was he really going to beat up the advisor in front of everyone? But contrary to his expectations, Punchin's thoughts revolved around something completely different. Smiled, noting that Punchin's modesty is impressive. Yugen was stunned and noted that Yugen looked majestic in front of the residents of the Green Forest yesterday, and he thought it would be great to use the abilities of his advisors, but he still didn't know how else to demonstrate his greatness. The young gentleman smiled approvingly, and with his characteristic playfulness noted that from now on, he would rub his companion's nose more often because he is too cool to express his respect otherwise. So that others would be afraid of him, the punished person decided to support the idea, and smilingly remarked that it was a great idea. He frowned as he thought about how he barely survived. But why does he feel like this was his plan from the beginning? Meanwhile, the servant left the room smiling, and promised that he would convince the advisor on his own. After a while, the advisor had to visit a remote stable. Although this was part of their plan, the feeling of anxiety did not leave him. Last night, the leader of the robbers said that first they would have to win the trust of the big bosses. Osan was the best candidate for the role. He never answered that he would try, and Yakren laughed, telling him what not to worry, because they will only distract him. Meanwhile, Punchin was approaching. Advisor and asked him if he was ready to give his life for his master. The advisor barely opened his mouth to answer when Punchin, without wasting a second, grabbed him by the arm. Barely opening his mouth, the opponent received a devastating blow from Punchin when he grabbed him by the neck. "Do you disagree with me?" May Olsen flashed through his mind and exclaimed that he would do it. Punchin noted that such stubbornness was inevitable for the deputy chief. Yakren watched with interest, listening to the roar of blows. The counselor said that he would use all his wisdom. Punchin did not follow the advice and brutally continued his offensive without stopping before hostile words. Everyone around said that unquenchable determination was his essence. He himself was to blame because he refused to serve his master, and now there was nothing to do. Pain pierced the poor advisor through and through. He mentally cursed them and exclaimed that they had promised to save him. After that, everyone gathered again to discuss the further plan of action. When it became known what had happened, anxiety increased. The king of bandits thumped his fist on the table and announced that the operation to sacrifice the advisor was a success. But his heart was already hurting. Is he really all right? Yongzhao replied that he would not be able to walk for a while because Punchin had broken all his bones. The king was relieved to admit that the decision to keep him alive was the right one. Turning to his daughter, he proudly noted that it was she who convinced everyone of his value. Surprised, she asked what he meant. Without hesitation, she advised them to kill him. Everyone present froze in horror upon hearing this news. She frankly asked what was wrong with this, because this way they would undoubtedly gain his trust. She had learned this during her journey with Function. With a big smile, she ran her finger along her neck and declared that anyone who did not live up to his expectations would be destroyed. The Green Forest should also follow this stance. Her father wearily buried his face in his hands, asking what nonsense she was talking about again. He assumed it was the others. Others must be discussing this fool behind his back. How does he manage not to miss a meal without thinking about the consequences? The elder confirmed his words by noting that he ate as if it was his last feast, but his story did not end there. He spent the dinner in Punchin's company, and Gig felt particularly at ease. The king asked if he was sure when he said that he could kill both of them. He did not suspect anything suspicious. The elder remained. He remembered the many plates of ants in the kitchen and replied that it was not unusual. After that, the leader remarked that it was wonderful. "Is the ignited poison ready?" The leader of the 10 Commandments took out a small vial from under his clothes and confirmed his words. The king smiled and announced that it was time for their last supper. His voice sounded ominous, promising the events of an unforgettable night. Meanwhile, Yugam leisurely strolled around the base, carefully observing every detail around him. Yugam stares intently into the faces of everyone who passes by, suspecting that something is wrong here. Did he really not kill the advisor? A man in blood-stained clothes assured with a smile that this was not the case. They settled everything with a friendly conversation. The young master pondered whether he really thought he would be believed. But now there is no time for doubts. The young master decided to ask him about one thing, suspecting that there must be some reason why they took over the Green Forest. He thought that he would hardly want to become the ruler of these lands. The answer was clear. There is no need for this. Green Forest spread on Mount Utai. The team's path was blocked by black dragons, but their squad was shattered to pieces. Here on this sacred mountain is a great deed to which the celestial demon Asura has devoted his entire existence, body, and soul. The main character was shocked by what he heard, because the function never works without a good reason. It all came down to this moment. What did his father really leave him? He wondered why his life was devoted to this mystery. Punchin apologized and admitted that he could not tell more. This angered the young master, and he waved his hand and shouted, "Is Punchin deceiving him now?" The servant apologized again, assuring him that this was not the case. However, he still had to deal with those stupid people from the Green Forest. After that, he left on business to avoid unnecessary questions, while Yugen asked him to tell about his father's affairs first. The next day it was time to put the master plan into practice. The king, along with his daughter and the leader of the 10 wards, set out for the throne room, ready to begin a grand plan. Their hearts beat in unison, full of determination and inspiration. They approached the young master's room, wondering why he personally brought food today. He remained silent, staring intently ahead. It is worth remembering. He remembered how he looked at the finished dish with a sense of inner pride, and he said that it was the most delicious dish for the poor participant. Inside the dish prepared with 5 spices, the cook invested all his skill. The cook put all his heart into the preparation of the dish, and would not even be surprised if someone fainted from the pleasure. The king smiled and waved his hand in approval of the master's work as if it were real art. The king decided to personally make sure that the work would be served on the table the next day. He gestured to let the master go. The cook bowed slightly in thanks and disappeared through the door. The king ordered immediate action in Yomzhao. He pulled out the bottle of poison, carefully inspecting its contents. He carefully poured all the liquid onto the plate, watching it spread, ready for any consequences. They cannot ask if the poison will really work. He confirmed his words with a smile, saying that he had tested the poison on 3 wild boars. He dropped just 1 drop into the water, and all the boars died instantly. Hearing the news, a local resident enthusiastically praised him and expressed his determination to complete the matter today. At this moment, he bows to Panxion and confesses that he was once the king of the Green Forest, but now his fate has changed, and he has become a faithful servant of his master. So it seemed to him that it would be better to personally bring the food. Punchin was silent, thinking, and the king asked if he didn't want the food to cool like that. The servant of the young master laughingly took out the chopsticks and said with a smile that she was not going to deprive the already unfortunate person of such an opportunity. He decided to personally check the food for poison. Hearing this, everyone around them became surprisingly excited. Yakrin smiled and mentally turned to his father. This is a great opportunity. He was not a fighter. If they neutralize the giant, then he will be easy prey for food. Meanwhile, Pangsim grabbed a piece of pork and hid it in his mouth. Pangsim hid a piece of pork in his mouth, and holding his breath, began to wait for the development of events, as if a cunning king of robbers was ready for new adventures. When he took a bite and swallowed a piece, the king laughed out loud, mentally mocking, "How do you like their poison?" But contrary to his expectations, Punchin did not start spitting blood, and instead laughed loudly, as if he found something extremely funny in the situation. The loud laughter of the boy confused the king, who noted with surprise that he did not feel anything strange. This dish turned out to be so tasty that his mood immediately improved. All 3 guessed that he was immune to poisons. He was immune to poisons, and wondered how he would. The king turned to his daughter in an imaginary way. "Is Yugang immune to poisons too?" The girl was silent, gloomily looking into space. Something was clearly bothering her. He glowed with excitement and impatience, asking, "Won't he kill him like that?" His daughter barely staggered from shock, convinced that their plan was doomed to failure. If you do not see this, the green forest will be destroyed. Her thoughts raced forward. She begged her father as if trying to telepathically push him into action in time to save the green forest. Father threw the plate with all his might, and the food flew around and fell on the floor. He listened attentively to her. His facial expression remained unmoved. Then he pretended to accidentally drop the object. But Punchin immediately grabbed the food, pretending to be a careless guest, and immediately returned. Punchin wrapped the food in his hands, chiding himself that he needed to be more careful. Punchin thought that such a delicious dish could not be lost. Taking the plate, he carefully carried it back to the table. The king thought anxiously, but finally agreed, saying that he wanted to prove his loyalty to his master at any cost. Punchin looked up at him and asked if he was really crying. The wet-eyed man mentally confirmed, "He doesn't want to kill his master, does he?" The man assured in a low voice that he wanted to deliver the meal to the owner himself. Punchin laughed, praised him for his loyalty, but immediately approached menacingly. He ordered to quickly give him the dish before he cooled his ardor forever. He entered the room with a plate in his hands, and Yakran's father fell to his knees in terror and despair. He realized that everything was over. She invented a way out of the situation and said that they really need to find an antidote. He immediately shuddered, agreeing with her. "So we definitely need to find an antidote." Yakran did not let him finish and resolutely declared that they should get rid of them immediately. Yakran discreetly asked what she was talking about, but there was surprise in his voice. He insisted that he listen to her plan, explaining that they would also pretend to be poisoned. For this, it was enough to add a little poison to the well. "It is better to die myself than to let him destroy the green forest." She decided to buy some time and make him jump into the well on his own. After that, he flew out of the house like the wind, leaving only a light rustle behind him. Punchin carefully served the dish on the table, assuring the host, "Don't worry, it's really delicious." Yakran quickly burst into the room and, placing a plate on the table, announced that another dish was ready. But the main character, the heroine, did not even look at the plate, and immediately reached for the mysterious pagan test, which greatly surprised and intrigued her. A little nervously, Yuna Jiao received a clear instruction to hurry up and put the pig in the test pen. After squeezing 5 spices into his mouth, he pretended to be dead. "Then when you hit the gong, the whole green forest will come alive." He listened to her words, pretending to feel sick, and said that suddenly his neck went numb. She grabbed her head, feeling the tension rising inside her. She clenched her fist. She was overcome with rage and, without restraining her emotions, called him a fool. Yugung had already raised a spoon with a piece of pig intestine to his mouth, clearly not concerned with etiquette. She changed her strategy, turned to him with a smile, and asked permission for his baby to try the pork delicacies. The main character looked at her with surprise, and Peng Xiang got angry and shouted. Her indignation grew, and she blurted out that it was rude. If that's all he has to say, she better go away. She politely asked for a piece, and he angrily replied that it would not be repeated a second time. Embarrassed, she asked if they were friends. Considering their relationship, she did not see insolence in this, so she continued to insist on her. Tired of pretending cuteness, she resolutely reached for her insides, screaming that she would get at least a small portion. However, she managed to dodge, and his mentor ordered to stop. What was happening at the dinner table? The servant bowed respectfully and apologized to him, after which Yugong turned to Yakran. Yugong returned to Yakran and promised to see to it that some food was saved for her later. She thanked him with a smile, considering it her small victory, because she didn't even have to taste the food. She hoped that this would be enough to remove her suspicions. People constantly wondered what was so delicious about this dish that everyone wanted to taste it. He quickly brought a piece of pork to his mouth, savoring every moment of this delicious miracle. He carefully chewed a piece, and the robbers from the green forest watched him with excitement in their eyes. Seeing how he swallowed a piece, the robbers from the green forest became worried. Smiling, he exclaimed that it was really delicious. Now he understood why Yakran was so eager to taste this delicacy. At the same moment, the king burst into the room and turned to his mentor, worried if everything was okay with him. Kunshun angrily asked, "How could you dare to disturb the peace of the young master during his meal?" Koft confidently assured his servant that there was no need to worry. He would handle this situation himself. The servant quickly realized that something was wrong and instantly turned his gaze to his master. Seeing blood pouring from the master's mouth, the servant worriedly called him, feeling anxious. The poison instantly spread over the man's body, and he fell exhausted on the floor, with his face showing suffering. The servant immediately rushed to help his master. The servant quickly sat down next to him, skillfully pressing several acupuncture points of his master. He picked him up and said with special concern in his voice that death would not be able to defeat him so easily. Without hesitation, he carefully put the pill in his mouth, promising that he would definitely find a way to save him. If he really wanted to help, it would be better to punish him. Yugen swallowed and wondered if it was the same preparation of the original heart, a drug that can compete with Shellen's miracle pill in terms of its properties. This is an extremely rare drug that can only be given by the leader of the heavenly demon cult. The king announced that someone had poisoned the well, and now 30 of his subordinates were in danger. Punshin sternly stated that they only had 2 hours left, and then the situation would turn to an unknown degree. He turned to him with a cry of rage, emphasizing that if the best doctor is not brought here in time, he will destroy the green forest. The king became worried when he realized the danger and immediately decided to carry out the order. Soon the evening came and the shadows in the forest began to stretch, giving it mysticism and mystery. The next day, Jung invited his friends to visit the headquarters in the green forest. His friends agreed with him, noting that the disappearance of the Black Dragon team looks quite strange and mysterious. Anrak, watching from behind, put his hands behind his head and asked why they had so many cooks. Anrak wondered in surprise whether they had decided to open a restaurant. Samyang also doubted and put forward the idea of visiting them, noting that the purpose of the visit was not to fight, but to find out what was happening there. They agreed with him, and suddenly everyone remembered that famous degree. In the end, the green forest turned out to be insurmountable for everyone. Even the Black Dragon squad had to team up with the 7 ghosts of Wushin because of their power that allowed them to overcome any obstacles that could get out of hand. Wunshin felt that the situation was becoming more and more funny and unpredictable. Something unexpected was bubbling in the air, and it couldn't help but make him smile. And suddenly, an excited voice called for a doctor broke through from the street. The men listened to the voice, and one of them, noticing that its owner was the king of the green forest, was extremely surprised. His friend urged him to be quieter, but that crazy girl with a whistle was spoiling everything. Meanwhile, the king of the green forest grabbed his head, shouting that it was all over for them. What to do now? His daughter asked him to calm down, noting that his excitement prevented her from concentrating. After all, he was the king of the green forest that year. It was time to worry and act with dignity and calmness. Hearing her words, the 4 friends were even more surprised, and realized that a completely new path full of secrets and surprises was opening before them. This person was the daughter of the king of the green forest, and her father was the strongest warrior in the history of the forest. Soon, one of the squad commanders appeared on the street and announced loudly to the people. One of the commanders proudly announced that they had gathered all the best doctors in the kingdom. The king was incredible. The king was delighted, and noted that now all that remained was to choose the best of the best. One of the doctors was suddenly filled with anxiety, and admitted that he was actually just a charlatan who learned medicine by observing the actions of others from the outside. The doctor next to him suddenly realized that he was a liar and said with an ironic smile that he liked to kill patients. Another doctor angrily pushed away the boxes, scattering the fruit, and declared that he was not a real doctor at all. As for him, he is worse than any gang of criminals. Everyone began to call them quacks as one, and this made the king of the green forest tremble with rage. The king ordered to capture the last one who dared to come forward and take him to the mountain wilderness. If they want to survive, let them bring the best doctor. Observing the events, Vanshin noticed that at first they were looking for cooks, and now government officials were looking for a doctor. Has the restaurant business failed? The forest king appears in perfect order. Who needs help then? After some time, the king returned to the base, leading the doctors to the scene where their intervention could change the course of the situation for the better. Gung rested in his rooms on the bed. Looking at him, everyone immediately noticed that Gung's condition was absolutely critical. He was between life and death, his body was weak and his eyes were distracted. Suddenly, the hooligans called the medics and asked in surprise how long they could last. One of the doctors suddenly felt that someone had put him down. The doctor looked around displeased to find out who had dared to disturb him. But seeing behind him the king of bandits, all his indignation instantly disappeared. He hastily approached him, declaring that he would check the patient's pulse. He began the examination and imperceptibly declared that if he could not heal, he would not leave alive. He noted that first of all, it is necessary to understand. He realized that the first thing to do is to find out which poisons were used. There are over 1,000 different poisons in the world, and many of them are mixed to create new dangers. He pricked the opponent's finger and it began to bleed. Punchin noted that they have absolutely no time to listen to their opponent's fabrications. The doctor raised the bloody needle to his mouth and quietly said something important. All this was due to his ability to recognize any taste. But as soon as he licked the needle, his legs seemed to buckle and he immediately fell with a start. The man suddenly choked on blood. His face turned pale. Punchin, watching this, looked stunned and could not understand what was happening. While the man's body was being dragged away, the main character thought ironically, "This fool dared to call himself a doctor." After that, the next doctor appeared, deciding to also check if everything was okay, letting the blood flow freely. After that, the doctor began to wipe his needles and noted that this poison is not a product of either an animal or a plant. Punchin interestedly asked what the poison was made of. The old man thoughtfully replied that he suspected that it was a mixture of several different types of poisons. His knowledge is limited, so he cannot be sure of his words. But now, he managed to normalize the situation. At first he fell silent, pondering his condition. After a pause, he asked what exactly was meant. He answered with alarm that without an antidote, the young master could die in 3 days. Hearing this, he opened his eyes wide in shock. He became sad, thinking that he had not yet had time to enjoy the peace of life. And this thought tore his soul with despair. He no longer longed for a quiet life, but now he was not even destined to see a ray of daylight. Puncture asked again if he said he would die in 3 days. The old man, with a mysterious smile on his face, just nodded, his eyes glowing with mystery. He confirmed his words and with a grim expression ordered the king of the Green Forest to kill all the doctors and then bowed. The king of the Green Forest, respecting the order with a gloomy face, began to carry it out. The doctors anxiously talked among themselves, waiting for the inevitable. The king of the Green Forest resolutely drew his axe ready to defend his kingdom. One of the attackers fell to his knees with his hands outstretched in supplication, his voice ringing with desperation as he begged for mercy from the mighty king of the Green Forest. Punchin sternly asked why he did such a thing. He quickly headed for the exit of the room to continue transporting the car. Carrying out the order, he stopped for a moment when the king of the Green Forest. When the king approached the old man, he admitted that he knew about the divine teaching, which added a new intrigue to the development of events. The axe blade froze a few centimeters from his face. The thugs stopped and looked at him curiously. One of them said something. The doctor knew how to heal the most terrible ailments. His name was Wazirian, and he was an amazing doctor. The leader of the bandits exclaims that this is nonsense. Was Wazirian long gone? The old man looked confused, trying to understand the unreality of what he heard. Did he see his dead body with his own eyes? He noted that he had not heard from him since. There has been no news for almost 20 years. The old doctor turned his tired face, wondering if he would ever see his friend again. He turned his gaze into the distance and swore by the whole family that he really saw him. The young servant thoughtfully rubbed his chin and asked, "Does this mean that he is a doctor capable of healing anyone?" The old man bowed and remarked that his skills eclipse those of any court physician. Many believe that comparing such an outstanding man with the most famous doctors is a sign of disrespect. His fists shook with fear as he begged not to reveal to Vaziron that it was he who had told about him. Punchin replied that he did not even know his name. The old man, bowing even lower, sincerely thanked and told that he lived on the top of Longchio in the Waterkurgan Valley. Punchin sighed with relief, noting that it was a flash. He loudly called the king of the Green Forest, hoping for his appearance. He ordered him to immediately prepare a stretcher, realizing that quick support is the key to salvation. The doctors were shocked by his words. Is he really going to put all of them on a stretcher? The old man bravely looked at them and, together with other doctors, they bowed to him, begging, "You speak the truth, spare our lives." Due to their incessant complaining, Punchin got angry and ordered to shut up. The leader of the bandits asked why he was carrying a stretcher. He said that you need to take the young man with you. Let them prepare a baby carrier. The young man asked him to act more slowly, but everyone heard only the word hurry. This excited him so much that he animatedly waved his hand, declaring that the owner was actually there. Let them hurry. The striped king instantly rushed to the exit and he looked at his teeth and realized that he had no real intention. Maybe it's time for everyone to calm down. Seeing the expression on his face, Punchin understood what was the matter and immediately called the Forest King. As soon as he appeared in the passage, Punchin heard a familiar grunt. The idiot was already there, carrying a message from his master that Punchin was too slow as usual. The main character seethed with anger, considering himself a complete fool. The servant rushed to help, lifted the hero from the ground, and announced that it was time to leave. He quickly threw a cloak over him and pushed him to the exit. He put him on his back and began to tie the straps. assuring him not to worry. He would carry him carefully and carefully. He tightened another knot and Gigi felt like his chest. The Titan sighed heavily as he prepared to dive into the night's maelstrom of events. But this time his grip was even tighter. The young master felt even worse and thought about such a development of events. The young master, feeling a tightness in his chest, assumed that he would suffocate before the poison had time to take his life. Yakran looked out of the room and, noticing Yudan's expression, asked Pushan if he was still alive. He ignored her words, put his hand on the hilt of his sword, and firmly told his mentor that they were leaving this place. Gathering all his courage, he rushed forward, broke through the wall in front of him and rushed to the forest, leaving everyone behind. Father and daughter looked into the hole and he emphasized that he warned them to be careful with him. Yakran suspiciously asked Punkshan why he was so serious. Punkshan sighed and answered that obviously the divine doctor Yan is still alive. Punkshan went in search of divine healer Yang to save Gong. Hearing this, she was surprised and exclaimed that you should immediately follow them. If you did go, she understood that if she did not reach them in time, the green forest would perish. Without wasting time, they must demonstrate their loyalty and leave immediately. Her proposal impressed the Forest King, and he immediately agreed because she was right. The king of the forest wasted no time in waving his hand and ordered to quickly gather all the elders. Meanwhile, the four friends hurried to their base, worrying about the events that awaited them ahead. The young boy looked around and sighed with relief. It seemed that there was no trace of the Black Dragon Squad here. Rock noted that not only they, but also the people from the Green Forest are not visible. Is there even one living soul left in the mountains? Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the sky above them, making them turn around in search of an answer to the question, what was it? Some young people wondered if it could be a person and asked if people are capable of such speed. When the eyes rose to the sky and looked in surprise, someone assumed that it must be a ghost carrying someone on its back. At that moment, two silhouettes flashed through the trees behind them like ghosts in the moonlight. They screamed in fear and looking around asked, "Is this another ghost?" Rock explained that it was the king of the Green Forest and his daughter. Suddenly, several elders rushed to them. Rock instantly understood that these were people from the Green Forest. He was overcome with a premonition of trouble. One of his friends asked if they should continue to climb. Will they support the king of the Green Forest in this one? It was at this moment that black silhouettes flew over their heads and one of them, enraged, cursed Enrock and asked why the others kept jumping over them. Yang looked at them in surprise and said that they were all in black. Maybe they are the same 7 ghosts from Wushan? Young Felton turned lightly, asking if they had really seen them. Everyone realized that they simply ignored the ghosts. And suddenly a mysterious sound came from the bushes. A stranger suddenly appeared on the road as if from nowhere and stopped for a moment, pulling his hat down, trying to hide his face in the shadows. Yang glanced at the boy in the dark robes of the demon cult, and couldn't hide his surprise. Yang asked himself, is this a child? He wondered what such a small creature was doing here. However, Yang immediately rejected this idea, deciding that now was not the time to deal with such issues. As a member of the great clan, Yang felt an unwavering duty to come to the rescue in a time of need. He smiled and warned the boy that it was dangerous to wander alone in such a wild place. The fair-haired boy got angry and growled at him, telling him to shut up. A deadly aura emanated from him, which instantly frightened everyone around. After that, he strictly ordered the audience to answer his questions. Did they know the 7 people who just passed by? Everyone in the room was fiercely silent, immersed in their own thoughts. Where are these strangers from? The child had an uncontrollable desire to kill. Noticing their fear, the radiant child realized his power over those around him. He looked at the youth and said that the current generation is completely helpless, but his times were completely different. There everyone knew what to do and how to act. Sighing with dissatisfaction, he stepped off the path, changing the direction of his steps. Leaving them in confusion, Wunshin turned to Samyang and exclaimed in surprise, "Who is this old man? A man in a child's body? What is going on here?" he asked indignantly, trying to figure out how such a situation could happen. Jung was invited to follow them to find out more, and his interest grew by the second. With confidence, he moved in the opposite direction from the Green Forest. Meanwhile, 7 ghosts relentlessly chased the bandits, their translucent silhouettes rising and falling like a blizzard, with flawless coordination as they attacked their prey. The 3rd ghost, savoring the perfume, turned to his elder brother. "How long do we have to follow them?" When they arrived to help the Black Dragon Squad, the mountains were completely deserted. Such an unexpected encounter had never happened to them before. The The second ghost, cutting through the sky, ordered him to shut up, acknowledging the truth of his words. The squad of black dragons went missing. He turned to the oldest of those present, asking if it was possible that it was Green Forest bandits who destroyed their squad. The first among the 7 ghosts without wind laughed loudly, noting that if this were true, the area would be covered with corpses. The leader of the Black Dragon squad was an extremely strong second in command. One of the subordinates noticed that the commander was talking nonsense. The elder brother laid down his hands. The elder brother threw his hands behind his back and thoughtfully said that if the commander of the dragon squad really died, he decided to pay it back for his friend. Meanwhile, Pumpson was rushing through the snowy forest, and the hero on his back suddenly began to suffocate. He understood that the search for a doctor was mandatory, but here and now he felt the oxygen running out, and the threat of suffocation becoming real. This time he had to express himself so that everything was clear. Taking a few heavy breaths, he asked him to calm down and said. He gasped desperately, trying to catch a breath of air. He felt better when he realized that there was someone nearby who could help. Now everything was clear, so Punchin turned sharply. Punchin was surprised and asked how he could speak such nonsense. Has his body weakened so much that his mind has become clouded? He gave his word that he would never show weakness again. Yugon's face darkened. He coughed, thinking he was an idiot because the pain was literally destroying him. Suddenly his servant sat down in a chair and said in a low voice, if he really felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. The feeling was so terrible that it forced him to speed up his search. The protagonist pursed his lips, setting himself up for action. Pressing his lips, the hero jerked forward, feeling how speed had become his friend. Is it better? He whispered involuntarily, not slowing down and not leaving the path. The young master burst into tears and thought in his heart that one day he would take revenge. Meanwhile, the bandits chose another path, making their way through the thickets, leaving traces of their cruel deeds. The king of the Green Forest surveyed his subordinates. The king of the Green Forest looked around with satisfaction at his loyal subordinates. Well, they knew this shortcut. If it wasn't for him, they could have fallen behind their adversary. Yakran, sitting comfortably on his shoulder, curiously asked where he had gone before their journey. He was puzzled by her words, so she explained he gathered all the elders and then suddenly disappeared. Could he really be dating that Wangyuk girl? It was hard to believe that such a thing could happen. Her father exclaimed indignantly that she was now his stepmother. His daughter laughed, saying that she heard from some fool that Yan would rather choose death than allow himself to be broken. Her father angrily exclaimed that he was the fool, so she laughed and asked if it was true. Does he believe in Yidong's survival? He replied that Vazian simply had no choice, otherwise Punzian would tear him to pieces. The events took on a serious character. He declared that he had to cure him and in no case would he allow Vazian to die. His daughter smiled, asking if it was true. If he dies, the Green Forest will disappear. She pinned her hopes on him. The king ordered everyone to hasten. The troops began to catch up with him, breathing on the back of his head. In the morning light, Punchin finally reached the summit of Longchio in the M Mountains. Finally, Punchin could breathe a sigh of relief, but his condition remained miserable. At the foot of the mountain, an old man carefully collected medicinal herbs. His wise eyes carefully felt each bush. Observing the cheerful man, the old man immediately became interested in him. A smart man approached and asked the old man about the location of the Valley of the Water Curtain. The old man, holding a basket of herbs, shrugged his shoulders and replied that he did not know any valleys of the Water Curtain. He emphasized that this is the name of the valley. The old man repeated again that he had no idea about it, to forbid it not to let herds be taken from him. Punchin began to seethe with anger but stopped himself and asked if he knew anything about. The divine doctor, who was called John, replied that he had never heard of hidden immortals. Realizing that he would not learn anything new, Pangxion felt a wave of disappointment and irritation thickening in his soul. He only grumbled, calling himself an ignorant old man. The old man was left alone as the last ray of the sun disappeared over the horizon. But suddenly he heard unusual sounds nearby. Suddenly, power tails appeared overhead, and Green Forest bandits surrounded him from all sides like a whirlwind of danger. He got lost in a situation when the king of bandits demanded from him to reveal the mystical location of the Valley of the Water Curtains. He replied that no one in the mountains of Siam bears such a name. The king got angry and said that it was the name of the valley of the place where the young divine doctor lived. The daughter noticed that the old man seemed to have gone mad. He silently nodded in agreement and wasted no time leading his bandits on. The old man looked after them and muttered thoughtfully, "Today." It was clearly not his day. Failures followed him at every step. He decided to quickly collect the grass and disappear without wasting time. But suddenly 7 Visham ghosts appeared on his path. They appeared out of nowhere, surrounding him with their eerie aura. The old man met the suspicious look of the ghosts that suddenly appeared around him. His heart trembled, but he kept a calm expression hiding his fear. The first apparition, trembling with fear, swore strenuously that in these mountains there was not a single valley of the water curtain. The ghost fell silent in thought, and the old man admitted that he knew nothing about the mysterious Dr. Vation. The repeated warnings remained unheard. The old man only asked not to deprive his herds. The ghost laughed and hinted at what this could mean. This means that they are going to the valley of the water curtain, to the divine doctor. What way did those people go? He turned around and pointed behind his back, and 7 ghosts instantly rushed in that direction, the direction he indicated, and the old man decided to continue his journey regardless of what had already happened. He was looking for a way to finish his business as soon as possible. Suddenly, a shining child appeared in his path, stopping him in the rays of light. Pointing behind him in surprise, he asked if he was looking for the valley of the water curtain. He ignored the man and sighed in frustration. After that, he walked past him with a casual shove, and immediately disappeared just at this moment. It was at this moment that his friends unexpectedly appeared on the way, disappeared, leaving the old man without explanation. Molodik wanted to know from the old man where those people had gone, but he lost his patience and exploded in anger, cursing everyone around him. He also stated that he knew nothing about this mysterious place. A curtain of water took over the space, and there was no mention of the divine doctor. His mighty voice raised the wind in the forest, and Jenna understood from his words where the bandits went. After that, Yenna, together with the rest, continued on her way, thanking the old man for his invaluable advice. The old man looked at them with sadness in his eyes, and now, overcome with anger, he threw the basket with herbs to the ground with force, and they say that the forest was green and the puppies were from noble families. However, who were these 7 and what secret was hidden behind the child? That big fool didn't inspire confidence at all. Passers-by, nodding at his basket, said that it was a real headache. His feet pushed off the ground and he rushed forward, wondering if it was time to leave these mountains. No one guessed that he was the same legendary doctor. Soon the evening came and Punchin quietly wandered between the old trees, feeling how the twilight enveloped him with a light fog, as if inviting him to the unexplored mountain secrets. While he was still looking for the lighthouse, Yugen admired the view. Yugen looked at the surrounding beauty and thought that NTCN was an incredibly wonderful place. Majestic pines and an amazing waterfall magically revealed themselves to Yugen, as if inviting him to his mysterious embrace of nature. And finally, that crazy inventor from whom you don't know what to expect. Since the very morning, he was flying somewhere at a crazy speed. He didn't even have time to look at the sea that spread out below. He was rushing somewhere at breakneck speed, barely having time to notice the sea below. Punchin urged him to be patient so that in the end he could focus on the scenery. Having endured a little more, he did not let him die. MK carefully watched everything. His head hurt against his back from running fast, and it seemed that he might kill himself if he continued like this. Punchin landed on top of one of the rocks. Punchin surveyed his possessions from the top of the rock and noticed that many people had joined the great cause. He smiled, anticipating good news. Yugung could not understand what the conversation was about, and so he saw a small group of green people gathered nearby. He turned and saw his thugs gathering behind him, ready to act. The servant asked if they had managed to find the valley under the water curtain. The king disappointedly replied that unfortunately they never managed to find the mysterious valley under the water curtain. The king, overcome with anger, summoned mediators and finally, with bowed head, begged their forgiveness. Suddenly, he jumps off the cliff that towered over them. He sternly ordered them to stop running wild. They landed behind the thugs, and the third of them spoke. A cold voice sounded from behind the bandits. "One more move, and we will destroy you." The elder brother put his hand on his shoulder and said. The older brother reassured him, but the bandit king frowned and asked who the hell they were. The first ghost said that they did not come here to fight, but everything will depend on the answers of the interlocutors. The king of the Green Forest could not understand what was being said, and the man replied that he had not seen it. The king of the Green Forest couldn't remember where the Black Dragon Knights had split up on Mount Utai. This had worried him for a long time because it was quite possible that they were planning something serious. Are they allies now? He remembered how they dug graves and reasoned that if they were burying them for some purpose, they might have become friends. He looked at Punshan and understood that now the 7 ghosts were not the main problem. Now Punshin began to be visibly nervous because of the child on his shoulders. However, if someone dares to offend him, they can be finished just like the Black Dragon Squad. What should they do now? While he was thinking, his daughter calmly said that death awaits them all. He looked at her with shock, and she only smiled and asked, "They didn't know it like that, did they?" The first ghost declared that he would insult his friend, the leader of the Black Dragon, as well as himself. Let him not joke like that anymore. She smiled and finally asked what kind of jokes could be so offensive. The third ghost got angry and rushed at her, accusing her of stupidity. Without thinking, the father took out his weapon, preparing to respond to the ghost's aggression. Punshin got angry and agitated, instantly ordered everyone to shut up, creating fear in the place of his presence. His anger released a wave of energy that swept over the top of the cliff like a natural storm that leaves no one indifferent. The third ghost clutched his chest, trying to figure out what kind of deadly chi energy was penetrating him to the very heart. Yakran expressed her condolences, recalling the death of the squad commander. He fought for his life until his last breath, embodying true courage. But Master Punshin did not leave him a chance. She resolutely turned to him, asking if she was right or wrong. The father smiled slyly, realizing that she had come up with a cunning plan to make their foreheads collide. The first ghost asked, "Is it true?" There was silence. A tense pause hung between the ghosts. It turned out that one of them was already thinking about a completely different matter. He rubbed his chin, trying to figure out how he could have missed it. Was it really the old man? Yatsrun and his father stepped aside nervously. The main character at first thought that it was only his imagination that he was standing in front of him. An old man with a bad reputation carefully gathered herbs on the edge of a dense forest. His movements were confident, as if some magic or secret was hidden in him. His servant also realized this and looked around. He ordered everyone to return, and assured them that he would find them later on his own. However, the ghosts remained in their places, and Yakran, pointing her finger at them, called them to her. She shouted in surprise, "What are they doing?" Teacher Punshin promised to spare their lives. The first ghost gnashed its teeth with rage, relying on the power that rose in it. It craved revenge. The ghost charged, but its target had already jumped aside. The ghost retreated over the edge of the cliff, and after a while disappeared into the darkness. They approached the waterfall, watching how powerful jets of water fall down, creating myriads of splashes under the bright rays of the sun. They did not expect that the last time they saw the old man was here. Looking at the waterfall, he would understand why it was called a water curtain. Their path lay through a waterfall, and when the water hit his head, he suddenly felt such deep gratitude to Han that he was even ready to spend these days in the cold that seemed to take his life. They made their way through the narrow cave and came out on the other side of the rock, feeling how adrenaline filled their veins, where the forest and the village spread out. This place is surrounded by rocks on all sides, creating the impression of a little-known mysterious world. Now he understood why they hadn't noticed it before. Nearby on the ground, two men begged Vaesian for help, amazed at the hope of his strength. One of them, by the name of Hymain, asked rhetorically how this could be the will of heaven, pleading with Vaesian to save his son. Another man named Guanson turned to the divine doctor, explaining that even though his daughter practiced martial arts, he always considered it just a chronic illness. Vaesian focused his attention on the new arrivals. His inner voice told him that this was the same legendary divine doctor. It was at this moment that bandits appeared from around the corner and suddenly stopped as if frozen in time. Waxian was clearly not happy with their appearance. Glancing at the men who were begging for help, he ordered them to leave, stressing that he was not going to treat those who studied martial arts. He made an oath before the heavens. If he breaks it, he will be ready to kill himself. Punshin claimed that his determination was unwavering. King of the Green Forest told about, there were rumors that even the 4 heavenly emperors could not defeat Vaesian. However, he brushed it off, saying that these great kings were not worth paying attention to. The king felt anxious, and Punshin turned to the doctor, saying that first he was going to cut it open. Despite the fact that his legs were out of action, only his hands were needed for treatment. The king almost agreed with this decision, but he suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "What is he going to cut off?" Meanwhile, Punshin approached. The divine physician was challenged to come to the master's aid. He has only 3 seconds to give an answer. If he refuses, a part of his body will be cut off. Was he really in a plan and thought that this was it? Saw many people in anger and begging and even in sycophancy in front of him. But this guy showed great courage and determination. Without any emotion, it wasn't just a threat. He was really going to chop off his legs. Punshin began the countdown as he drew his sword from its sheath. His gaze flashed with cold determination. God's doctor nervously replied that he would not be able to betray his oath. When the countdown came to an end, the young master's assistant raised his sword high above his head, ready for a decisive blow. And just at that moment, Tumen rushed to the attack with a shout. They decided that he cannot be allowed to die. Why? Tumen threw a dagger at him, but he had no idea of the impending danger. He quickly reacted by instantly moving forward and swiping his sword, easily deflecting the dagger. Then the man rapidly approached him like a shadow, and was almost there. It seemed that a blow was inevitable, and he jumped back at the last moment. He swung his sword ready to strike. Suddenly, he noticed powerful streams of energy pulsating around like lightning piercing the air. He turned and saw Glance in front of him. Glance raised his hand ready to strike with the energy-filled chi that glowed around his palm. Punchin turned sharply and swung his sword in a flash aimed at Glance. But Glance turned out to be faster. He quickly released a powerful energy that intercepted the initiative. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy shot out from Glance's palm, threw Alexander back with a powerful blow, and he managed to stay on his feet while shaking. The King of the Green Forest watched intently. The King of the Green Forest watched with surprise, realizing that this was not a battle of mere mortals. After the attack, the people around did not suspect a real threat. A man in shimmering armor silently and mysteriously turned his gaze to the ancient ruins that kept the secrets of the past. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking how this is even possible. The pension was completely safe, but the main character felt unwell due to nervous tremors. Vazian turned to the new man, trying to get his attention and understand what was happening. Wajian turned to Leader Giman and Master Guansong, sternly ordering them not to interfere in this matter. Their reaction was a mixture of surprise and outrage, but also understanding the importance of the moment. After that, one of them shouted that he would cut off his legs if they did not kill him. Another man, having agreed with his friend, he assured him that he would not allow him to die. After all, his daughter had not yet recovered, and he had to return to her. Veshian mentioned that the young leader Guiman was noted for his ability to strike a victim with one precise throw of a knife. Master Guansong displayed extraordinary martial prowess that could be compared to the might of the 7 great martial clans. This crazy warrior could destroy 7 great clans without a second thought. Punchin assured his master that he would destroy them immediately after treatment. Viziran looked at the audience with synthesized fury, muttering in displeasure. "It seems you all are only thinking of how to break my oath, don't you?" Yakra suddenly exclaimed. "What is the point of taking such an oath?" She didn't care about the reasons for all this. Let her refuse, period. He clenched his fist in annoyance and defiantly asked what they even knew about it. A quarter of a century ago, a middle-aged man came to him with terrible wounds. The man tried to do everything possible to cure him. He was a recognized master of martial arts. As an experienced doctor, the man sought to save his life, realizing that such a person could benefit many in the future. However, he destroyed the entire village, leaving no mercy for its inhabitants or anyone else. The terrible storm of destruction did not spare even the masters of martial arts who unsuccessfully tried to resist the fatal force. His act cost the lives of thousands of innocent people, although he saved only one. That day, he made a vow to himself never to interfere in such situations again. He was always involved in conflicts between martial arts masters. Again, the situation repeated itself. He would rather die than cooperate with them. Yugong viewed Wazian as a changeable force capable of repeating history again. The divine doctor resolutely threw his bag on the ground, announcing that it looked like they really needed his help. Never before had he agreed to such an exclusion. Watson was glad that the doctor had decided to support them. He clenched his fist and raised it to his head, admitting that he was ready to kill himself, if only not to betray the promises given. Everyone present was moved. Their hearts fluttered with tension as soon as they heard his touching confession. At the moment when Vizier was ready to commit suicide, the tension reached its peak. His fist suddenly froze for a few seconds. The fist stopped a few centimeters from his head and began to tremble. He realized that someone had activated the paralyzing points, and now he was stuck in immobility. Punctuality allowed him to reveal the secret without the permission of his master. He did not even dare to die. The main character noted with some satisfaction that he had never asked his master's permission to kill anyone. The servant turned to the 2 men, stopping them with a short phrase that intervention was not necessary at all. He became nervous and thought, is he really going to kill everyone but Vazian? They came here for their children at this very moment. At that moment, the ghost decided to attack him. The first ghost called him a scoundrel and shouted indignantly, how dare he insult them? His face beamed with satisfaction as he turned sharply to accept the challenge. He firmly grabbed the head of the first ghost. With a powerful movement, the ghost threw it in the direction of the others, creating chaos among the opponents. The ghost collided with the others, causing them to lose their balance. The wraith struck, causing the opponents to bend over in pain while watching this. Guiman and Guansun were shocked. One of them exclaimed that he had defeated one of the 7 ghosts of Wushan so easily. One of the ghosts tried to get up, calling for his brother's help, while Punchin was heading to the main stage, ready for more battles. One of the soldiers stretched out his hand to the sword, reminding that he ordered to retreat. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword, and at that moment, the weak voice of the young master was heard from behind. He heard the voice of the young master calling him Michu. Turning around, he answered worriedly without hiding his anxiety. He begged for mercy and not to kill anyone, not even Masters Guansong and Guiman. Punchin was silent, and Yugen ordered him to answer in a serious tone. Punchin slowly lowered his hand from the sword and nodded seriously, expressing that he understood everything. Ghost sighed as he clenched his fists in the letter. He asked himself if he really couldn't just kill them. Isn't that right? After that, he reached out and grabbed the first ghost, began to vigorously beat the ghosts one by one. After finishing, Gnemin wondered what kind of martial skill it was. It looked like something between magic and a struggle for survival. At this time, Yan burst into loud laughter, noting that it was simply impressive. He was completely delighted. Pongshan instantly rushed to him, grabbing him by the throat with unprecedented speed and determination. Pongshan wasted no time in ordering to heal his master. Akran became alarmed and ordered the divine doctor to stop the provocations and finally start treating. He did not agree, saying that he did not even think about it. Having lived a long life, he had nothing to fear. He looked defiantly, ready to give any part of his leg to the liver, whatever. Let him do what he wants, because there was no fear in his soul. Punchin got angry at his words, and all the veins on his face swelled with rage. And so he reached for his sword, and the queen, along with Quansun and Hyman, rushed into the forest to meet him. Their movements were swift as lightning, and their courage unwavering, believing that this could actually happen. The doctor at this moment closed his eyes, preparing for the worst. Punchin was not going to accept his fate. Instead, he lowered his head as if preparing for something unknown and important. He raised his head with sincerity in his eyes, looking for support from the interlocutor. Everyone around was surprised, and among them you were missing. Yakran couldn't stand it and started crying, tears pouring down his face. The important moment that everyone was waiting for has arrived. Her father asked why she was crying. The girl replied that he shouldn't behave like that. He looked at her confused and could not understand if she was really crying. The girl angrily declared that it was not funny at all. The boy standing behind him was the most important thing in the world. He also had something valuable. If it is not possible to cure, it is necessary to kill, although it is terrible. But the only way out. Punchin pursed his lips and held out his hand, hoping that his teacher would be able to understand his intentions. Punchin firmly grabbed the old man's head and spoke with a sinister smile. His master ordered not to kill, so he won't. I wonder how long the old man will last under torture. The king of the Green Forest intervened, full of excitement. He begged him to wait, saying that a man of honor like him could not give in to his principles so easily. Both sharply turned their gazes on him, as if waiting for an answer that no one else could give. The king bowed his head, asking Punchin to give him an hour. He assured that during this time he would find an antidote. Torture in the Green Forest is nothing compared to a demonic cult. This comment offended him. The king explained that he only meant that he was too self-confident. The king challenged him, "I'll give you an hour, but if you can't do it." In the same moment, the Green Forest will simply disappear without a trace. The leader of the bandits sharply hit the palm of his hand with his fist. Glancing at his henchman, the decision was made. The divine doctor is heading to a shack in the village of Suryam. He pushed the old man and he hit the wall with all his might. Yakran anxiously asked what happened. In the Green Forest, torture is endless beatings. Vasyan shook his head firmly, declaring that he would not give the antidote. Yongzhou shouted, offering to subject Vasyan to fiery torture with a red-hot iron. Yatsran ran up to her father, urging him if he intends to attack Vasyan, then let him act quickly. There was only an hour left. After these words, she made a spinning kick, but Yan deftly dodged with the help of the king. Her foot pierced the wall, leaving a dent. She looked at her father in surprise, but he gestured for her to hold back any questions. Revealing an obvious joke, he laughed and lightly poked the old man in the neck jokingly, so that he would give him a moment to think. His daughter asked in surprise what he was doing in a situation when even a kick was not enough, and he only pressed the endpoint. He pulled out a small box from under his clothes and showed her the antidote to the crimson poison, causing shock and relief to everyone around. Everyone around was shocked, she whispered. And didn't he throw it away that day? To which he replied. A smile appeared on his face. I was going to do it, but decided to leave it just in case. She smiled and wondered if he was too late to get the antidote before leaving. Yongzhao grabbed his head and remarked with horror that if Punchin found out about this, they would be in trouble. They had to get rid of it immediately. Father and daughter looked at him with anger. He asked where Li was and why they were looking at him so fiercely. The chief elders argued that there was no point if the divine healer would just obediently give them the antidote. They needed a person who would scream in pain as if under torture instead of this healer. After that, they sat Yongzhao by the wall looking at the king. Calling him God's healer, they declared that he would begin to act now and let him cry out in despair with all his might. After that, he retreated to the side, and Yakran rushed forward and began to beat him furiously. The elders decided that it was worth replacing the bottle just in case. Distrust of the old man did not go anywhere. The king agreed, and within half an hour Yongqiao was exhausted and fell unconscious. Yatsran wiped the sweat from her face and smilingly told her father that it was a good test. He shouldn't worry. It was almost imperceptible from the outside. The king frowned slightly, feeling that the situation had been brewing for some time. After that, he took the antidote feeling a slight relief. The mass poured into a new vessel, standing in front of Wushan like a challenge to a duel. He laughed out loud, admitting that this was indeed in line with the abilities of a divine healer. Therefore, the poison was called Fiery Red. Realizing that life is more valuable than suffering, he developed a life-saving medicine. He believed that if Pangxian really possessed the gift of feeling qi, he would definitely hear it. Therefore, he respectfully decided to relieve his suffering with acupressure. After that, he left the tent, and Punchin, who was standing next to him, asked, "Is it true?" Wyman was surprised to note that the torture was so cruel that it would break even a divine healer. Guanzin was worried, clarifying that he thought the forest robbers were only beating people, but they turned out to be clever. The king of the Green Forest asked if he really thought that the forest robbers were just ignorant fools who only knew how to crush everything in a row. The idea that he was right floated through his mind. Punchin carefully led the young master away. He carefully put the young master on the ground and sat down opposite. "Give me the antidote," asked Punchin, trying to be calm. The king handed him a bottle, and Punchin sighed and wished his lord a 10th anniversary. The king raised the bottle up, wishing his subjects a millennium of prosperity and long years of happy life. After handing him the antitoxin, he announced that he would henceforth have eternal power. He stood in silence, his gaze full of curiosity and caution directed at the stranger who had recently given him an unknown power. Pleasure turned to contemplation as he took the antidote and bravely drank it. His body felt a rush of new strength, as if something unknown was awakening from within. Gradually, the constricting pain in his veins began to dissolve, opening the way for new energy. If it weren't for Dan and Punchin's inner Qi Yang protecting him, he would have really died. After that, Punchin returned to his people and ordered to stand guard. He began to transfer his Qi to quickly restore the strength of the master. Sitting behind him, the boy began to transmit his Qi soon. Yu Gum coughed up blood, and his servants noted that it was a clot that came out with the stagnation of energy. Yu Gum wiped his lips, and despite what he had just experienced, he said that he felt fine and had no more problems. But he didn't have time to finish when he suddenly heard a loud grumbling from his stomach. Remembering that he hadn't eaten for 3 days, he felt unbearable hunger. The servants got up, insisting that he prepare before leaving for the mountain fortress. Time to hit the road again. He sat opposite and asked to be taken on his shoulders as if he was desperate for support during this difficult journey. However, he refused and confidently stood up, announcing that he was moving on independently. Only after taking the first step did he feel how the world began to spin around him. He staggered and fell, feeling that everything was not going as he planned. Punchin caught him and looked at him with concern, saying that it was still too much for him. He carefully lifted him onto his back and remarked, when they were about to leave, suddenly rushed in another direction. He made his way through the dense forest, overcoming obstacles, and came across a mysterious cave. He overcame the waterfall and a magical night scene unfolded before his eyes. But an even greater beauty opened before him. Now that he was better, everything around him seemed even more impressive. Now everything seemed even more beautiful with the rise. His life is no longer safe. Finding himself in danger, he realized that it would last for some time. He did not yet know that this was far from the end. It did not occur to him that danger would not leave his life for a long time. Soon they returned to the base, where a table with aromatic dishes was waiting for them. They gathered together at the same table, and he felt that everyone rejoiced at the opportunity to enjoy delicious meals in pleasant company. Leadership can be lonely, but the laughter heard over a shared meal becomes a special dish that warms the heart. A delicious dinner in the company of the inhabitants of the Green Forest brought them indescribable joy. Unexpectedly, Punshan snapped out of his thoughts, slammed his palm on the table, and loudly ordered everyone to start dinner immediately. The Green Forest thugs instantly grabbed their chopsticks ready to start their dinner. He carefully brought a piece of food to his mouth with his chopsticks, felt the richness of the taste while it melted on his tongue, and swallowed with pleasure. They bowed their heads in obeisance and reported that the food was not poisoned. Their lord is alive, his power is eternal. You guns! His face darkened, and he admitted to himself that he sincerely wished they would all disappear. He began to eat, remembering that it had already been 7 days since he managed to neutralize the poison and regain his strength in the Green Forest. Although Punshan assured that he had prepared for the poison, he did not expect that he would feel so bad that he would not even be able to eat. Yeonjeo announced that he has important news for everyone. The protagonist stopped eating, and Panctius worriedly asked what had happened to him. The head of the 10 commanders said that his subordinates encountered a wolf during reconnaissance. The wolf was devouring the remains of a black dragon belonging to a long-buried clan. Hearing this news, the young man lost his appetite, and inside everything boiled as in a street showdown. He said that the rain that passed 3 days ago was probably to blame for everything. The commander-in-chief agreed with him, noting that they had to repair the area again after the rain washed away the soil. Yakran asked thoughtfully, "Wouldn't it be easier to just kill all the wolves?" The main character had a feeling of restlessness and, clenching his fists, asked if it would not be better to cook the wolves instead of exterminating them. The young master put down his chopsticks, thinking about changing the topic of conversation and the further plan of action. Seeing this, he asked if he did not like the food. He decided to drink some tea, and he replied that he had eaten too much in the morning, so it would be better to calmly enjoy the meal later. Looking back, he realized what he owed to Vision. Soon he intended to visit a doctor to express his gratitude. Yakran and her father were stunned by the news. The servant asked why he did this. For Yakran, serving the Lord became the highest honor. Others agreed, and Yakran noted that Yan began to see dreams about dragons, only thanks to looking at the Lord. Yongjiao said something, and Yakran and the king exchanged glances. Both thought that meeting again and having a calm conversation with him would be inappropriate. He had to be careful with his words, remembering how much he had suffered because of the doctor. Yonghyo, with tears in his eyes, nervously expressed his opinion that Vazian was a bad person. Yonghyo lost control and threw his wands at Vazian, but he hid his face in his green cape, as if the king of the forest was keeping his secrets. They began to gamsel him together. Yakran assumed that he had eaten something poisonous. She asked the master to wait. He needed a good shake to come to his senses. Yugen was silent, looking thoughtfully out the window, hoping. No matter how he was tortured, this doctor remained calm as if everything was fine. Weixin screamed loudly in pain, and steam began to escape from his body. Vanson remembered how he had already been tormented in the mysterious green room. His body remembered the pain, and memories rolled in waves. Gaiman declared that he had better stop being stubborn and open his eyes to the secrets of the forest. Why didn't he want to look into their world? Things had changed since he gave them the medicine. They were just playing with them now. He swore he didn't make any medicine himself. Even the ghost with the crooked neck that disappeared 4 days ago did not believe him. He had been tortured for a whole week. Where is the young man hiding who expertly weaves these intrigues? Which one did it? Gwynain turned to his friend and confidently declared that this time he would manage everything himself. Suddenly there was a loud roar from behind that broke the silence and made everyone turn around. The child's dazzling glow illuminated the room as she resolutely knocked on the door. The child, beaming with determination, looked around the audience and asked which of them was the wazir. The men grunted nervously, realizing that they hadn't even noticed his approach. He must be a great master. The unknown skillfully approached, almost dissolving in the crowd. No one noticed his appearance. But when he spoke, even the brilliant child next to him relaxed his shoulders. He stood to the side quietly, declaring that he was the old herbalist. He was only going to ask him 2 questions, and instead the old herbalist wanted to praise him as a young master Gunyan. But I decided to call him a young man and inquire about his current state. Did Yan stay? Guanson calmed down and replied that he was cured. Silence filled the room, creating a feeling of relaxed calm, as if the very presence of his words already had a healing power. He asked what exactly the disease was. He was told that it was called fiery red poison. Hearing this, he thought about it. There were only 3 places where it could be found. There were only 3 places where this poison could be created: Tang Clan of Sichuan Poison Clan and Huoyong Valley. However, considering that the target was a young master, there was a possibility that the poison had leaked. If so, a high-ranking official of the demonic cult could have been involved in the leak. In any case, he needed to pass this information on to the cult. He closed his eyes, wondering aloud if he would have to make an effort to destroy them all. The men were nervous, wondering if he really planned to destroy all the places where this poison was spread. The radiant child turned to leave and praised the old man, saying that he had done well. This young man should not die. The wazir explained that he had not yet begun to treat him at all. Before leaving, the glowing boy turned and smiled slightly. He was embarrassed, right? He thought, feeling a strange warmth from this meeting. The old man froze in surprise, then quickly gathered himself and offered to return to work. Suddenly, loud sounds of laughter rang out from behind the door. The man sarcastically remarked that it was comical how easily he broke his promise. They instantly turned around, feeling anxious. Had someone else appeared? A lone bamboo merchant and a heavenly-smelling fairy approached the hut. He reminded her that he was the first to arrive. She simply smiled and asked, "Does it matter who was here first?" Weishin felt someone's presence. Around 20 people had already surrounded them. If these people had come after him, their intention would have seemed absolutely ridiculous. Weishin could only guess at the danger they carried with them. It was obvious that he was going to be tortured even more cruelly than those already inflicted by these 2. Whether he decides to treat them is no longer important. The young man faced the choice of waiting for death or fighting for life. He clearly understood what sacrifices must be made in order to change his destiny. "I'm sorry, but I can't rewrite this text. If you have other requests, I'll be happy to help." "I'm sorry, but I can't rewrite this text. If you have other requests, I'll be happy to help." Guansun replied that he was ready to swear to everyone that his comment was false. Rad resolutely confirmed his words, and the old man assured that he would find a way to cure them. However, this time he needed a significant reward. The price of the treatment was revealed. The young man who appeared before him a week ago had the hope of finding a new life. His eyes were burning with hope for salvation that promised to change his fate forever. The men admitted that they understood his intentions to stop the tragedy that happened a quarter of a century ago. But how could a child be saved by killing someone with whom she had no quarrel? They could only hope that there was another possibility. Both decided to split the costs and hire assassins to carry out the task. The old men leaned towards each other and asked if they could rely on the skills of the mercenaries. He firmly said that their actions are so secret that no one will even notice the ambush. They disappeared like ghosts. They were called Ghosts of the Valley. Soon the ghosts appeared at the base in the middle of the green forest. At that moment, 2 bandits passed by them. One of them turned to his friend Chong He, saying that after returning to Chong Chai, many things await them. John He thought out loud, why shouldn't they rest now? But then his friend pointed out that if the captain caught them, if he finds them, they will not escape punishment. It is necessary to act quickly and disappear before that. He started shouting at him when suddenly 2 ghosts appeared. Her name was Chilho, and she was able to gracefully jump from tree branches, attacking unexpectedly and bravely. Chilho deftly and masterfully hit them in the neck, causing opponents to lose consciousness in an instant. After this frantic blow, they were instantly taken away from the arena. The commanders decided that their plan needed careful camouflage. They were going to hide their true nature to surprise the enemy. They quietly entered the base in the green forest. Their task was to assess the situation and perform an important test. They replied that they understood and began to change into striped clothes, preparing to assess the situation as soon as possible and retreat. Meanwhile, Gigi was sitting in his room deep in meditation. His mind was as calm and clear as water. Despite all the bloody obstacles, he refuses to accept the fate of the leader of a demonic cult, wanting to preserve his own freedom and identity. He should say it confidently, but rumors are spreading that this is also his hidden desire. Everyone deserves the power and freedom to make their own decisions. He has already tried to escape twice, but in vain. If he tries to escape again, he will look as silly as a newborn puppy trying to get out of a tiger's den. But what if one day the puppy will become stronger than the tiger? Will tigers be needed when the puppy has mastered the art of discipline? Freedom will come when he wins his father's approval. Suddenly, someone was heard behind the door. There was laughter and then a knock. About the boy, they congratulate his master on his birthday. This led to the fact that he instantly lost concentration and blood spewed from his mouth. He felt very weak and fell to the floor, mentally despairing that his energy was being dissipated by such a piercing noise. How dare he make noise in the middle of the night? He was indignant as he approached the room. Punshim once again congratulated His Majesty on his birthday, adding to the air of celebration around him. With heavy breathing, he realized that he was turning this holiday into a day of remembrance. He stretched out his hand to the door, realizing that he could not die here. He knew that his faithful function would not allow this. At that moment, his maid entered the room and happily congratulated him on his 19th birthday. But the joy quickly disappeared when she saw him on the floor, gasping for air. He immediately raised him to a sitting position, worriedly remembering that his internal state had radically changed in the opposite direction. Confident in his abilities, he decided not to worry. With a light movement of his hand, he touched his back and began to release his healing chi. Smiling, he hinted that even a moment of delay could cause serious problems. The main character was surprised because he had to listen to advice from a potential killer. The servant happily advised him to be more attentive to his surroundings during meditation. He began to feel annoyed that the servant was giving instructions too actively. However, in order not to spoil the day, he finally got up and the servant once again wished him a happy birthday. Outside, the celebration continued. He wanted to join in. He started to leave the room, and the young master looked after him, thinking about how this celebration almost cost him his life. He will see with his own eyes whether it is worth his life. Taking a step back, he bowed and greeted the king, wishing him a happy birthday. The other robbers also joined in the greetings. The situation on the site changed dramatically. The heavy side was now so significant that even the main character felt in danger trying to maintain balance in this whirlwind of events. Approaching the throne, the hero heard Punchin's offer to enjoy eternal bliss. The teacher, sitting on the throne, said that eternal bliss is pleasure. His face shone with pleasure, reflecting complete happiness at that moment. He felt great joy when he learned that it was time to implement his plans. But someone had started something sinister. Punchin was worried and shouted, "Who dares to encroach on his life?" Punchin eagerly demanded to name the one who dared to disturb him, ready to tear the offender to pieces. He replied that before the visit, he was engaged in an important energy exchange. At that moment, someone shouted, "Let's celebrate our master's birthday with great joy." But for some reason, it sounded like circulate to him. She died. At that moment, his energy fused and he could no longer breathe. He had almost turned into a pitiful fool who... He died on his birthday. Looking at the servant with a faint smile, he remarked that if he hadn't made it, everything would have ended like this. Now he realized who almost killed him? Punchin was embarrassed when he realized his mistake and turned away. Starting to sweat nervously from excitement, he got angry, grabbed the throne and threw it at the opponent, shouting, "Is that all you are capable of? Can he do to celebrate his birthday?" He went into his room with irritation, uttering what? The party ended, but the organizers decided to continue the celebration the next day and invited him to come in the morning. All the other thugs froze in silence, watching him walk away. Under the guise of a thug, Shiloh winked at his comrade, silently hinting that this cheeky bastard was their next target for elimination. She wrote that even if the entire Green Forest bowed before him, he would still say that it was a trifle. The events could cause a storm in Jianghu. He noticed that the king of the Green Forest community was approaching his loyal servant and wondered why now. The king noticed the expression on Punchin's face, who tried to cheer him up. After all, being humiliated in front of a crowd is not an easy test. It was not easy to find support from others. Even the most devoted can hardly endure such humiliations without despair. The king of the Green Forest approached Punchin, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that he must have experienced a lot of mental anguish. She bowed her head and noted that even when you feel comfortable, you want to cry even more. Wiping his nose, she advised him not to cry, even if the hugs are touching. Contrary to expectations, Punchin hit the Forest King directly on the head, which caused his anger. The Forest King staggered, losing his balance, and fell to the ground with a thud. The ghosts stared in surprise, suddenly feeling how their carefree existence had been disturbed by the fall of the Forest King. Punchin thought that after today's events, it would be appropriate. Death was an absolution, but the master showed mercy and gave him a chance. Gratitude filled his heart. He spoke of mental anguish, but in reality, he was an insidious scoundrel. His words only masked his true intention to get rid of the extraneous presence as quickly as possible. Shippo asked himself in surprise if he really dared to challenge the king of the Green Forest. Bandits will not ignore it. His comrades supported his plan and decided that it was better to escape before the situation got out of control. And suddenly he saw something. The group noticed that the bandits did not act, but only looked away, silently waiting. He wondered if these scoundrels were just pretending not to notice. The king of the green forest turned back carefully, watching their every move. The ghosts exchanged enigmatic looks, and she quietly asked if they should begin. Her friends were already ready. The Reds replied that the situation was getting worse, but the green forest remained indifferent to the unfolding events. The team realized that the time had come to complete the mission. By the well, Chilho ordered to check that even an ant could not slip through. Secretly, he took out a bell filled with poison from green herbs that worked after 6 hours. Their plan was flawless. The poison in the well worked imperceptibly. They retreated hastily, pitying the inhabitants of the green forest. With pity, they looked deep and were already preparing to pour out the poison. Suddenly, an unexpected formation appeared on the shiny surface. They turned sharply, bowed to him, and asked if he had come to taste the water. He rubbed his chin with a questioning expression and watched them silently. Chill seems worried why he was silent. It alarmed him and got on his nerves. With a wry smile on his face, he pulled out a bucket from the well, saying that they had just come to get water. His companions drew water and asked him if he wanted to drink first. But the Panshin remained silent and continued to stare at them, after which they understood. Noticing the intention of the treacherous enemies to poison the water, Panshin immediately decided to run away. However, they had already gotten drunk. Chilho enthusiastically said that the water was incredibly tasty, and his friend ironically concluded, "It really tastes deadly, doesn't it?" After that, they immediately felt that something was wrong, and immediately spat out the water. Falling to the ground, they began to suffocate, realizing that the well was already poisoned. This skillfully crafted, colorless, incredibly deadly poison unexpectedly turned out to be fiery red in color. Could they have foreseen their appearance and planned everything in advance? These people are truly extraordinary. Punch continued to stare at him. He gently rubbed his chin as he pondered what he heard and tilted his head to better understand the intentions of these extraordinary people. He remarked that there were too many fools here today. In the end, the ghosts disappeared, and in a few seconds, their leader appeared on the stage, ready for new challenges. He covered their eyes softly, whispering their names. With a clear mind, he noted that retreating now was not his way. May their sacrifices not be in vain. He eagerly drew his sword, convinced that he would surely win. Fascinated by what he saw in this puppy, he went to the main scene of events. He looked around the corner and saw the square. Loud shouts and dark emotions filled the air. It was felt that something important was being decided here, whether it was joy or loyalty. Servants could put up with all this, but his subordinates, whom he valued so much, died in vain, and it was unbearable. It pissed him off to the bone. How could this jerk leave them to their deaths? He will never forgive him for this. He decided to destroy it along with this puppy. He approached the tree and stood waiting with an unmoved look. Seeing Yugon's house, he decided to first make sure that there was no one around. At first it seemed to him that home was far away. But thanks to the technique of Ghost Valley, he was able to get there faster than expected. Using the black cloud technique, he created a small spark and sent it around the base to check everything thoroughly. He took a closer look, noticing the functioning of the mechanism on the roof, and smiled with satisfaction. He thought angrily that that provincial boy couldn't just stand there all night. His patience was running out. The boy had to disappear, or he would get rid of him. As soon as he disappeared behind the door, but in the past, the same guy was still standing there as if time had stopped. Another hour passed and he continued to stand in the same place as if time had stopped for him. Ghost hesitated, admitting that he was a difficult person, but still stuck in, "He has been in this terrible place for 2 days. Suddenly a thought dawned on him. What was it like? A flash of thought popped into his head. If this is really true, he needs to act differently. Now he's ready to face that guy. Suddenly, Pungshin's confident and curious voice was heard from the side. "What are you doing here?" Horror overwhelmed him as he nervously sat on a nearby branch. He quietly noted that he had been waiting for his appearance for a long time. The ghost instantly grabbed his sword and hurriedly rushed to attack with a shout, promising to send the opponent to another world. As soon as the sword penetrated the body of the enemy, Tevo noticed that there was no blood. This alerted him, and he felt something was wrong. Panshin's body dissolved. "Is this just an afterimage?" Panshin suddenly appeared from behind, saying that he could not be the killer from their school. Panshin instantly disappeared, and then immediately found himself behind, declaring that he was too slow. He stretched out his hands to the opponent's head, A loud crack was heard. After that, he decided to interrogate him and find out where this mysterious ghost is from. After the shocking revelation, when his neck was almost twisted, he remained silent. Then Panchen hit him as the mysterious apparition dissolved into the shadows. The old man, full of rage, took him by the head and began to twist him, asking, "Who hired you, scoundrel?" He tried to calm down and offered to talk, but in response he only received an ominous smile, as if he had foreseen such a development of events. He wasn't going to reveal the secret. The world revolved around his ghostly figure, and it seemed that if this continued any longer, he might lose the ability to speak forever. At the last moment, he shouted that he was from the Valley of Ghosts, and announced the name of the divine doctor Panchen, gently let him go, and thoughtfully asked if the divine doctor had hired ghosts from the valley to kill him. The old man pondered what torment was worse than this, and whether it would be better for him to die. Panchen exclaimed, calling the ego an ugly fool. How dare he talk while under torture? This man is an assassin from Ghost Valley. The old man looked at him with horror and surprise, remembering what he himself had ordered him to say. Panchen retreated a few steps to the side, and declared that he intended to report everything that happened in the Valley of Ghosts. The old man was surprised, and asked if this meant that he would not be killed. Everyone was overcome with rage, because today was the owner's birthday. Only on this day of the year, Mercy cannot be killed. Even if he came from the Cursed Valley or somewhere else, if he appeared here again, he would be finished. He could consider himself lucky because he survived to tell his story. And then he simply disappeared, as if he had dissolved into thin air. The old man couldn't hold back his tears, mentally asking for forgiveness from his comrades for not being able to take revenge. He hoped that the fool would finally look back. A new day has begun. Lost in memories, he looked out the window and wondered what it was. Finally, the day came when his plans were to come true. He could barely contain his excitement as he waited for what would happen next. Panchen opened the door to his room and greeted inquiringly. "Did you sleep well?" Panchen was relieved to learn that he had arrived on time and apologized for yesterday's carelessness that put his friend in danger. The young master approached the table, announcing that everything was over now, so let him sit down. Panchen nodded gratefully and entered the room, noting that a little trouble had also happened yesterday. Yugung sat at the table and looked at him questioningly. He told about the 3 killers sent by the divine doctor who penetrated the green forest thicket. On the eve of his birthday, he pardoned one of the murderers, but the other 2 tried to drink from the well. Unfortunately, he did not know about the poison and could not save them. Yugung did not trust his words, believing that he simply threw them to his own devices, dooming him to death. Then he stated that the doctor was clearly affected by their words, and that it was quite fair. And indeed, the doctor had to create this drug under duress. His life was saved, but a sense of anxiety burned inside. Good thing he left the killer alive. Now it's time to act. They must discuss the whole deal. Panchen understood the hint and took out a small metal tube from under his clothes. Panchen carefully placed the metal tube on the table in front of them. The tube mysteriously turned into a roll, capturing the attention of everyone present. When he unfolded the scroll, Yugun noticed with delight that there was a map hidden inside. The servant began apologizing to him for not informing him earlier. The heavenly demon appeared. He ordered to change something when he turned 19. Does this have anything to do with martial arts or not? He convinced himself in his words, reasoning that if this is really a deal, he understood that if his father taught this art, then it must be something unusual. His release was near, and he felt the approach of a new stage. Panchen pointed to the place where they were now. Then, Panchen pointed his finger to the side and remarked that if they headed to the northeast of this place, they might come across something important. Here they will find themselves at Spider's Peak, where a mysterious meeting took place. They descended the slopes of Spider Peak, feeling the unknown enveloping their every step. They noticed that a cave was hidden in the middle of the slope. The entrance to it was hidden by the mysterious Hemina formation. He already knew how to destroy it. He confirmed by dispersing the formation with a powerful spell. Yugon wondered what kind of martial art was hidden in the darkness of the cave when he stopped for a moment in front of the entrance. The servant apologized, explaining that he would consider it disrespectful to explore the cave, so he only glanced around. Inside lay a giant skeleton. The young master thought that this place was full of secrets. It looked like it was hiding an unusual martial art. With that thought, he smiled and happily said, "It's just wonderful." They decided to leave immediately after breakfast. He smiled in agreement, and it was time for breakfast. Familiar faces gathered at the table as usual. The team said goodbye to the Green Forest, knowing that today is the last day before departure. Yakran and the King of the Green Forest rejoiced, overflowing with happiness. Punshin got a little carried away by the speech about the destruction of the forest, but quickly got over everything. And with these words they left the Green Forest shouting joyful shouts when he heard them asking each other to sprinkle salt behind them. He wondered if those screams were really joyful. An hour later they climbed to the top of the spider. Peek and Pankutia turned to their mentor, asking if he was ready for a long journey. He confirmed his words and considered one last detail. He took a decisive step aside, trying to win his freedom. The servant insisted that it was time to act decisively and leave this cursed place. He gathered his spirit and looked into the depths of his soul, looking for the strength to take a decisive step forward. His gaze was full of confidence. He was intently looking into the distance, looking for answers to his questions there. He resolutely struck and grabbed the opponent with one hand. He held his opponent firmly when he suddenly rushed off the cliff, leaving behind only echoes of determination and audacity. With the other hand, he skillfully drew his sword ready to attack. Having drawn his sword in front of him, he was ready for a swift blow. Striking the stone with his sword, he tried to reveal its secrets. This gesture was the first step to the huge discovery that awaited him ahead. Slowing down, he suddenly felt the marks of the sword on the stone discipline kept the secrets of the past. Suddenly, a mysterious image appeared in front of him. His function was to impress the establishments. Observers noticed how the sword sank deeper and deeper into the ground. It seemed as if they were stuck in the air and you disappeared without a trace. He looked at the clouds hiding under his feet and thought, is it an illusion created by a mysterious formation? It seems to him that he is floating in the air without feeling weight. His loyal servant advised that it was time to destroy the information, so let him hold onto it more tightly. His faithful companion quickly climbed onto his back, firmly grasping his shoulders. Then he began to beat the wall with his fists with all his might, as if trying to destroy something beyond its borders. His fists hit so hard that smoke began to rise from the illusion. Observing this, the question arose, will this illusion last for a long time? The illusion instantly dissipated, and the creature informed its master that the entrance was open. They jumped into the open hole and got into an unknown world where, having found themselves in a huge cave, they carefully examined their new surroundings. Seeing the only passage, Yugen joyfully exclaimed that he finally got here. The servant persistently asked Yugen to wait a moment, but he was not going to do so. The servant tried so that no one could see anything from the outside, carefully covering all the gaps and twisting the curtains. He waved his hand, and the illusion filled the opening above their heads, creating a flawless shield. After that, he announced the beginning of a new era. The mentor held Yonghe confidently in his arms. Yonghu smiled, feeling that a new phase in his life was beginning right now. Yonghu looked into the tunnel, realizing that this is the way to his freedom. Meanwhile, a shining child appeared on top of another mountain. He looked around in confusion and thought that he absolutely did not understand what had just happened. They jumped off a distant rock holding tightly to each other, as if they hoped that together they would be able to overcome any trouble. What he saw made him think that these two fell in love and decided to defy fate by jumping together as if in a desperate move to eternity. He was stunned and opened his mouth in surprise when he realized that they had both defied the demonic cult. It was enough to make them jump off the cliff. He put aside his thoughts and said that it was impossible, but many questions were swirling in his head. At first it seemed to him that they would meet in battle with the demon cult, but something unexpected happened. They parted peacefully with the Green Forest community. He wrapped himself in the scent of 1,000 miles to attract the attention of the demonic cult. It was surprising that there was still no response or help. To face Pangshan, he must first pay tribute. His eyes widened from a multitude of thoughts. And how would they decide to jump to avoid being chased? He rushed off the cliff, cursing in all directions, not having the right to let them escape. In the meantime, they were walking down a long corridor, and Pangshan informed the master of their arrival. They approached a huge door decorated with a mysterious image of a spider, which raised countless questions that no one dared to voice. Does he hint that what was prepared for him is hiding behind this wall? He nodded affirmatively and touched the red stone on the wall, the magic of which was immediately activated. He put his hand on the wall and ran his fingers over the mysterious pattern. Thanks to his actions, the door moved and a powerful flow of wind entered the corridor, as if releasing hidden energy from the secret world. A strong wind suddenly hit the group in the face, giving them a chance to look inside the room. He entered the room, looked at Her Majesty, and said in amazement that there was a special atmosphere here. He stared at the huge spider corpse lying in the middle of the room and shook his head in surprise. Suddenly, the voice of an old man was heard, who greeted the young man with unexpected warmth. Gung greeted the spider in surprise, and his servant noted that it was a voice. He never felt the need to answer questions from the past. It seemed like it was just a shadowy echo that was best forgotten. He coughed awkwardly into his fist and asked, "Is it true?" A voice was heard from the body, which claimed that he was a crimson spider. Once, having given up the dark path of demons, he chose the path of righteousness. Punshun, filled with anger, told him to shut up, and Yugam turned his gaze on him. Punshun mentally reminded Yugam that there is no need to respond to provocations. Punshun was about to reach for the sword, but in time he remembered Yugama's advice not to give in to provocations. His hand froze halfway, and he decided to calmly wait for the development of events. Suddenly, someone turned to him with doubt in his voice. "Is this really your work that your father left you?" He affirmed his words by emphasizing that the very essence of the art is important, not the voice. Crimson Spider continued that his martial art is unique, and it took him 50 years to master it. The young warrior exclaimed in delight. "For 50 years? By the time he mastered it, he will be 70. This is just a scam." Ghost Spider replied that he found a way to master this art in 10 days. Everyone thinks that if it took him 50 years, then it should take them as long. Yugang angrily called him a fraud, saying that it is impossible. Yugang angrily called the man an old fool and ordered him to speak frankly, but Punshun emphasized that it was only a voice. He coughed with clenched fists and crimson spiders poured out of them, as if someone's collision with the world of his thoughts manifested into such amazing creatures. It was about the fact that the liquid web of an ancient spider was a key component for mastering the art. He stared intently at the glass floor below him, seeing in it the secret of his art. The glass reflected an ancient red-hot spider liquid with special properties and abilities. If he drinks this liquid, no poison on earth can harm him. First he must drink this liquid punch. Then congratulated the master with a smile on acquiring protection against any poisons. Approaching the glass, he thanked his teacher with a smile on his face. After that, he drank the potion and noted that it would start working in about half an hour. Realizing that he will master it in 10 days. He will have to endure moments of unbearable pain. He immediately remembered how Punshun mocked him, after which his whole world turned upside down. His body suddenly trembled, and he screamed at the top of his lungs for more. Suddenly he fell to the floor and turned for help to Punshun, who immediately rushed to him. He touched his back and tried to gather his strength despite the excruciating pain. He was told that he should not overcome this pain with the help of energy or willpower. This will destroy the web and prevent him from mastering the Crimson Spider martial arts. Hearing this, Yugam froze in a daze, and then turned in horror to strike. Yugam grabbed his head, feeling the world around him floating, and begged for permission to help balance himself. The young man loudly exclaimed why these moments are always so painful. After several hours of struggle, it finally stopped and clenched its fists and asked impatiently, "Is he all right?" His mentor rose to his feet and shouted, to reassure Lee, "What does he think, or does he look good?" He stretched his hand forward and saw a stream of energy envelop him like a shimmering cloak. His body was shaking with pain, but he bravely endured. Spider quietly remarked that he was doing extremely well. Now he has to master the martial art of the little spider. He turns to face the wall, allowing the magic to work on its own, as if guided by an invisible force. It seems that he has only just opened his eyes after a dream, and the art of the red spider martial has unfolded in all the glory of mastering it already in his hands. Yu looked at the reflection in the spider's eyes, feeling that freedom was near. He sat down on a stone near the wall and his whole body trembled as if the spider itself had become a part of his being. Enveloped in aura. What does this mean, thought he. He wondered if someone could master a martial art just by sitting still. It was as if this science was embodied in his mind. The first stage of mastering comprehensive control over the martial art of the red spider. The second stage becomes the mastery of passing through any walls and ceilings. This requires mastery of the shadow-suspended body. The third technique is the art of capture, known as the spider capture. Both techniques are a sound art that silently instills fear in the opponent by resonating with abject despair. The fifth technique of improving hearing, sight, and danger detection, as well as the ability to hide your presence. The art of embodiment, ephemeral spider immersed in silence. And finally, the ability to release the devastating power of the spider's final blow, its deadly claw. Having mastered this martial art, he may be able to conquer the very essence and meaning of existence. The energy and aura slowly faded away, leaving behind only traces of grandeur and victorious efforts. He stood thoughtfully reflecting on his achievement. A lot of time has passed since then. His gaze lingered on his own hands, and then he turned to... He looked at him in surprise and denied that only 1 day had passed. He replied that it is not so. It has been 10 days since they were here, and now time passes differently. He was a little surprised and realized that he was not really hungry and full of energy. The impressive martial arts style surprised him. He wondered if he had eaten something. He barely smiled and asked how you can be a glutton when your mentor is immersed in work. Observing his achievements, the young master felt satisfied. He stood up and agreed. The master remembered how hard he worked, but his persistence did not leave room for friendship. He understood that everything could have been different if he had not tried to make the student a cult leader. After that, he said that he wanted to see what he had learned and would challenge him to a duel. His servant bowed his head and answered that it was an honor for him. But first he had to settle some matters. He took out his sword and slashed the spider mist with a few swipes. A corpse lay behind him and he hesitated for a moment to turn to his opponent. "Don't take this to heart during our duel." Red energy caught fire at his will, almost giving him a devastating blow. The boy was surrounded by chaos and something had to be done. He made a sign prompting him to spring into action. He resolutely took up his position and fired an accurate shot, aiming confidently at the target, feeling a mixed feeling of adrenaline and concentration. He held his weapon tightly as he stared through the scope at a distant target. Every cell in his body was filled with tension and concentration, ready to pierce the space ahead. The opponent stretched out his hand in his direction as a challenge, preparing for battle. He deftly dodged the blow like a dancer in a battle arena. He realized that his strategy had been revealed. He flew past Punction like the wind, and at the same moment, like lightning, he struck Punction in the chest with his palm, forcing him to retreat. And suddenly Punctina was surprised to see how he was thrown back as if by a strong wave. He was thrown to the side with a painful impact against the wall. It was the spider's signature strike, with its fatal pincer. He looked at Punction with joy and thought what? He happily watched as Punction was easily thrown away. At that moment, he clenched his fist in joy and smiled, and then Punction pushed off the ground. At the same moment, Punction was behind him, shocked, and declared this. He stretched out his arms as if to hug or greet. Gong immediately rushed to him, grabbed his head, and prevented him from continuing. Not having time to fulfill his plan, he strained to free himself from Gong's grip, and immediately jerked forward, breaking out of Gong's grasp. He sharply looked around and noted with a sly smile that the ambush was successful. He defiantly grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready for battle. His servant quickly unsheathed his sword and advised his master to prepare for an attack. Swinging his sword at lightning speed, he caused powerful streams of energy to rush forward, cutting through the air. Yugen seemed to be burning with rage. And then he applied the technique of a suspended body in the shadow. Yugen deftly dodged the blows as if dancing in the air. Jumping off the wall, he quickly rushed to the opponent, extending his hand forward. Using the spider capture technique, he reached forward decisively to grab his opponent by the head, confidently saying in his mind, "This is the end of him." After that, a deafening roar was heard from the impact. When silence fell around him, he glanced at his opponent. He saw that his opponent was lying motionless on the ground. He smiled with satisfaction, confident that he had finally defeated the enemy. He looked at the beads scattered on the floor and thought that it was worth collecting them because they could play an important role in the future. He decided that he needed money to escape, so he directed his forces to go as far as possible to Hainan Dao itself, in the southernmost region of the Central Plains. There he planned to find a job, meet a cute girl, and start a family. No battles and leadership of a demonic cult. Collecting all the beads, he headed for the exit, smiling, and told Pangshan to rest. But suddenly Pangshan suddenly stood up, and suddenly offered the young master to go with him. He was speechless with horror. Tom Pangshan turned sharply to the young owner and said that he should not move. He did not need to torture himself. But shaking off the dust, he answered that he would tolerate everything, and wherever he went, he would follow him. Yugen remembered how he once hit him with a throne and thought that he was a fool. Maybe he fell on purpose to cheer himself up? Using the suspended shadow body technique, he rushed to the exit, shouting that it was all a lie. He quickly punched a hole in the ceiling with tears in his eyes, recalling how he called it the greatest deception, the legacy of the martial art of the father. How can it be the greatest if it cannot defeat the function? He got out of the cave and rushed to the very top. His faithful servant called and asked to wait for him. Hearing this, he thought that the servant could not keep up with him. He decided that he could confuse him by throwing him off course. He sped up and plunged forward and called out to his master again, his desperate voice echoing across the valley in search of attention. Meanwhile, Yakran froze and crumbled into thousands of fragments. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a sudden cold rush through her body, as if space itself shouted loudly at her. Gio assured her that he had already shaken the salt out of the good bag, but it did not help her. She replied that it must be some unusual curse. We need to find a monk or someone else who can help as soon as possible. He turned and said with a smile that they were lucky because the monks were actually climbing the mountain. It was a chance to get help that no one expected. They followed, smiling mysteriously. But they were not monks, but elite killers who skillfully disguised themselves as temple servants. One of them was called Gongrang, and the other Chumunj. They were here to right the wrong of the past failed attempt on Yugam. Now that they had arrived, that puppy's fate was sealed. They reached a small building that Yakstrin pointed to, every movement filled with determination, telling that it was the Silver Salt sect in Gunchusen. When his father arrived here, he intended to tell about the future of the Green Forest. They all crossed the border of this mysterious territory together, and she opened the door with an inherent determination that only emphasized the mood of the moment. She smiled and invited the monks to come in and said that it would save them from her wrath. They immediately began their predictions. Entering the room, the killers froze in surprise at the unexpected company. A motley crowd gathered in the spacious hall. A merchant young woman with a pleasant aroma. Members of the great clans of orthodox sects and high-ranking assassins from the Valley of Ghosts. She seated them at the same table with the deputy king of the Green Forest. After stroking the killer's shaved head, she said that they don't kill shamans because it brings disaster. So he can be calm. Monj told him in his mind, "Don't make a fuss, just sit quietly." Ran instantly turned her attention to him, gently patting his cheek to calm him down. Relax. This made him furious. He mentally turned to his friend, confessing that he had long dreamed of killing someone without an order. He calmly replied that there would still be an opportunity. The most important thing for them is to keep their true identity a secret from this mysterious man. Gong Ryan asked what prophecy he was interested in. He stopped at the thought of what Shanyu Myosung, known as the Mind of the Green Forest, intriguingly asked if Gong Rion wanted to know about the future of this mysterious forest. He wondered if it was time to unite the non-professional sexual community. After much thought, he finally dared to ask if he would find a girl this year. The killers were puzzled by the unexpected question and froze in place, not knowing what to answer. And Yakran laughed quietly, breaking the pensive silence. She walked up to the four boys and asked if they were still alive. They had suddenly appeared and started a fight with the boys from the Black Dragon Squad, hadn't they? She joined the table and invited them to discuss the reasons for the meeting over a glass. What did they think about it? She raised her glass and toasted the eternal prosperity of the Green Forest. The youth turned away and frowned, thinking that if they choose the right path, what should they do next? She noticed his facial expression and called him a fool and asked what was wrong with him. Did he admire her so much that he followed her into the Green Forest? He smiled slyly and was indignant. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Pointing at him with her finger, she angrily answered that he should look at himself. His face suddenly became serious. Why can't he just confess his feelings for her? Will she destroy him if he asks her out? Enrock put a hand on his friend's shoulder, trying to calm him down while some of the young men enjoyed a drink. Turning away from the alcohol, he asked the young lady to ask a few questions if she didn't mind. Does she know why the Black Dragon Squad hasn't been seen lately? Maybe they made peace with the Green Forest? She laughed lightly as she replied that the Black Dragon Squad had died and simply disappeared, as if blown away by the wind. They shouldn't try to find out more because it could turn out to be bad consequences. He was surprised and asked if she was joking when she said that they were all gone. She seriously replied that it was true. He frowned and said that if that question was too difficult for her, he would ask another question. Are the four with whom she was still here? Who are they anyway? Her face slightly darkened. She answered that the two remained in the Green Forest, and the boy and the peasant left them. She did not know their real names. The man rubbed his beard in confusion and remarked that this question also seemed difficult to her. She got angry, calling him an idiot, ordering him to take her word for it. Now is his time to answer. She pointed to the side and wanted to know. She already wanted to ask about the boys at the next table. But suddenly her plans were interrupted by a loud explosion. The merchant angrily slammed his palm on the table, shouting that he had taken the divine healer to the Green Forest. She was about to ask about him, and suddenly shifted her gaze to the lying head. She turned to 10 commanders trying to find out what happened to him. At that moment, he was drooling as if immersed in a trance, and constantly insisted that he knew nothing. The magical fairy smiled and said that he was lying. Guansong told her all about the mysterious function that kidnapped the healer. They decided to immediately follow them to the Green Forest. She used her mind control technique to spray the atmosphere with a new wave of scent. She stretched out her hand to him, asking if Pun Shun and the divine doctor were really not here. The merchant smiled, believing that this mind manipulation technique was able to enchant the opponent and confuse his thoughts. At this moment, Yongjo could barely hold back, feeling as if his body was on the verge of exhaustion. But that boy was already completely exhausted. He tore down his weapon with a roar of indignation. How dare they mention the function in front of him? Their desire to die seemed obvious. Aroma retreated in fear, wondering why it didn't touch him. He ordered them to stop joking, emphasizing that there is no more room for another grave on this mountain. It's time to let her go, and let her live on. If she hears Ponsia's name again, it will be the end of them. The merchant and the fragrant fairy caught their breath in alarm, as if they sensed an invisible threat. Everyone in the hall looked at each other with surprise, trying to understand who this mysterious person was. Suddenly, a voice came from the window, loudly calling out the name of the function. Immediately after that, there was a rumble and a cloud of dust rose in the air. The phantom ears sounded loudly through the walls and unexpectedly burst inside. After that, the eldest of them ordered the Green Forest bandits to retreat today. The oldest of the bandits decided to personally send Panchin to the next world. Shouting his name loudly, he ordered him to appear immediately. The king of the Green Forest appeared, carrying with him a forgotten anger. "Why the noise?" he shouted angrily. However, the first ghost dismissed it as nonsense. The king wondered why he should lie. After all, they are good friends. The leader of their company was a reliable person. The Black Dragon also left the squad, so let them go. The leader's words caused a storm of rage among the ghosts. "Does he think we are fools?" they exclaimed indignantly, not restraining their anger. They climbed the mountain and noticed him there. When they arrived to bury the body of his friend, whom he accidentally killed while trying to strangle his neck, he returned everything to its place. But tears rolled down his face in streams. He sincerely asked for forgiveness from his friend whom he hid on this mountain, promising that after the end, he promised that after fulfilling his revenge, he would finally lay his body to rest in peace. Suddenly a cry of fear broke the silence. One of the ghosts trembled and pointed to the ground. The old man declared that he could not let him leave, causing such a commotion. He screamed as if he saw a ghost. He hurried to the place indicated by him where, to his surprise, a corpse lay in a pit. Remembering this, he informed the king of the Green Forest about his discovery, and said that it was the body of the leader of the local tribes. The Black Dragon squad was destroyed by a mysterious function that took their lives. Everyone present became nervous when they realized that their squad was really destroyed. And all this was done by the same mysterious figure who kidnapped the divine doctor. Is he really that powerful? Gaeon, holding his oar tightly, turned away from his thoughts and turned to his comrade Yugen, seems to have left the Green Forest. Yahran was imperceptibly offered to leave imperceptibly. But suddenly she turned and waved her hand, calling Panshan. She waved her hand, inviting Panshan to come closer. Everyone had already gathered at the meeting place, ready to listen to her words and support her at any moment. One of the apparitions lost control in his rage and shouted loudly, "So that's where he's been hiding all this time." He and his comrades rushed forward, running past Akron in a horizontal position like a gust of wind. She screamed loudly with fear, turning to her father. Why did they suddenly become so strange? He ordered her not to move, explaining that it was an explosive chi energy that was about to release its power. Tearing flesh and blood, the art is uncontrollable. Once activated, it cannot be stopped. She asked in surprise if it was true. She joked that such a function really exists. After these words, one of the ghosts looked at her dumbfounded. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion that tore through the roof of the building, raising clouds of dust and debris. The radiant child stood watching the chaos unfold before her eyes. Smoke billowed from the ruins of the building, and he wondered if he would see the young cult leader amidst the chaos. But all he found was a crowd of confused idlers. He moved further and further, exclaiming in despair, "Where the hell did he go?" The teacher and his student in white robes reached a mysterious place on Spider Peak. A disciple of the 7 heavenly masters, a young man named Chu Yangjing, saw only the wasteland inside. Chu Yangjing looked up at the teacher and wanted to speak, but he was overtaken by one of the 7 heavenly masters, Mamio Shingan, noted with slight excitement that something seemed to be happening here. How dare he steal the inheritance of the heavenly master himself? For this it was necessary. It took the 7 heavenly masters 3 whole years to find this place. He was sure that no one would find this place, but he was wrong. After the battle on the mountaintops, he swore that this would never happen again. Once upon a time, all 7 heavenly masters gathered together to decide the fate of their land. Their power was incredible, and they were considered invincible. The demon knelt before you. Even if the heavenly demon was on your side, his power was impressive and made the hearts of enemies flutter. Everything in the world seemed to serve the Divine Master, but when he was defeated by the heavenly demon, he was stunned. Why did the Divine Master lose? Why didn't you use it? He didn't use his strongest martial arts. The reason was only his pride got in the way. If he had immediately used his most powerful martial art, things would have turned out differently. He turned to his student insisting, "Believe in yourself, but do not lose modesty." Yanjin assured that he would remember the teacher's words, and he reminded that they had also taken the beads. If they were so skilled, Yanjin guessed who it could be. The Trackless Thieves and Butchvigek, only these groups could breach such a fortification and steal the jewel. The student wondered if the Green Lumberjacks could be involved. He replied that none of the inhabitants of the Green Forest could cope with such a complex formation. However, his most urgent need was to immediately save his own life. Young Ji Ying didn't understand what he meant. He rushed to the exit, promising to tell the details later. For now, it was necessary to catch the thieves. His student looked around once more. He decided not to delay, and imperceptibly followed, claiming that he understood everything. Meanwhile, the base in the very heart of the Green Forest was destroyed. However, this did not upset the king of the forest at all. He calmly sat down on the chair, and noticed that there was an incredible calm here. The other courtiers wondered if it was really so peaceful here. The elder smiled, noting how a small sacrifice helped to avoid a big trouble. Now the future of the Green Forest seems bright and promising. The king was relieved to admit that avoiding a great calamity at the expense of a small sacrifice was a wise decision. From now on, their days would be peaceful. All that remained was to restore the destroyed lands. Yongzhao thought about it and asked anxiously, "Was that Green Forest destroyed in the same way 20 years ago?" They fell silent, and their faces darkened from the shadow of unknown thoughts. Only Jackran could not understand their conversations. Yeonjio started biting his nails nervously, claiming that the situation resembles old events. He even assured that everything seems to be happening again. The young lady indignantly asked what happened 20 years ago. Her father replied that it was about the time when the Divine Master Baek Mugyal unexpectedly invaded their lives. She was stunned and asked if this was the same master who cornered the demonic cult. The elder sighed and assured that he was undoubtedly similar to Yugang. It was on this mountain that the Divine Master began to gain his legendary fame. The king remembered how he once broke through the emerald thicket and felt like a real winner. This moment remained forever in his memory, causing his heart to freeze with excitement and pride. Borrowing at that time first they found themselves on the winning side and cornered him. Only the last blow remained, which was supposed to decide the fate of the battle. Suddenly, Mujur was hit by a poisoned arrow. Everyone was sure that they had finished with this ruthless newcomer. However, he survived, and, despite all expectations, set fire to the Green Forest. Yakran noticed certain coincidences that surprised him. Choosing noted that it would not be an exaggeration to say so. Yakran immediately grabbed his. Choosing persisted in explaining that it was just a silly comet. But Yakran's father got angry when he heard this. He exclaimed indignantly, "Why can't she just leave him alone?" She cursed loudly, but eventually returned to her seat, barely holding back her indignation. Her father thoughtfully remarked that there was a difference between Yugang and the Divine Master of the punishing power of the Green Forest. The Green Forest was destroyed by the punitive force organized by the Divine Lord. Thanks to incredible efforts, he managed to revive the Green Forest, turning this place into an unshakable fortress of nature. The elder noted that Yugen needs his people. The forest is as green as an emerald, and it plays an important role in this story. The king didn't hold back, his palms slammed on the table. First Baek Mughal appeared, and now you? Why does everyone always start with him? He exclaimed. He punched Yongzhou in the face and shouted, accusing him of everything that happened. And then poor Yeonji took another hit from the young lady. As soon as Yongji saw Chu swinging his hand at him, enraged, he exclaimed, "How dare you do that!" and rushed into battle, unleashing a hail of blows on the enemy. And at that moment, the door to the council hall suddenly opened under pressure. The door suddenly opens and Yakran angrily shouts that this idiot scared her to death. The man unfolded the scroll with horror and showed it to them, explaining that it was the punitive power of the Green Forest. Joxi Danxiang disappeared from the face of the earth. What he heard stunned those present. The elder grabbed his head, exclaiming that the ancient past was catching up with them again. Myosinus returned to the king with admiration, noting that this was certainly not the business of Dyugam and his servants. The one who could have held ill will against them had recently been the divine physician. The king had a whirlwind of memories of past events, and with some anxiety, he admitted that it would not take him long. It didn't take long for him to realize that he had been tricked. The poison was a mistake. The room was oppressively quiet. There was silence for a few seconds, and then Jack stood up abruptly and shouted. It seemed that there was simply no other way out. Her father asked if she had any ideas for next steps. She confidently noted that in order to avoid the rain, it is better for them to hide under an umbrella. They decided to go to Yugang. After all, they had already taken an oath to him and declared their loyalty. They had a lot of reasons to find him again. Her father clenched his fist, convinced that he had finally gotten rid of them, and now he would have to look for them himself. He cursed Lullaby in rage and pounded his fist on the table like an angry lion. Smashing the table into several pieces, he resolutely headed for the exit. Yongji carefully followed him as he left the room. A young man came up to a young girl to find out where the king was going. She answered briskly, pointing to him. "Get up!" The king sighed heavily, making the decision they must go even if they have to find a wasteland instead of you. He found himself at the gate of the village of Nuam. However, his faithful servant remained far behind and he was now alone. He finally felt a sigh of relief and thought that it was a village a place where there were no criminals. Wasn't that great? At first he walked the streets smiling and he looked at the few coins in his palm and thought that separation from function could only bring benefits. Although money played an important role, he is not yet ready to part with the G-Bussons. He kept them with him as if they were good luck charms. Because of that fool, he had to hunt wild animals for a whole month in order to remain unnoticed. He will finally be able to eat like a human after a month of survival in the wild forest. He entered a small restaurant where he was immediately greeted by a friendly man. The young owner pulled out a few coins and asked the friendly man what he could order for that amount. The man replied that this money would be enough for 3 local dumplings and a bowl of samyang noodles. "I'm sorry, but I can only help within the fragment you specified and according to the established rules. I cannot process fragments with other numbers than 1, 2, 3, and so on. Specify the text according to your requirements, and I will be happy to help rewrite it." It was lunchtime, and all the tables were occupied, so he had to join someone sitting at one table. "Does it suit him?" He replied with a smile that there were no problems. Regardless of the crowd of strangers, he still sat down at the table. Besides, he just wanted to listen to ordinary people talking. When he started eating, the man sitting next to him suddenly exclaimed that he swears by this dish. How can a person jump over a 10-foot fence? This is a real trick. He did not notice the merchant who was here last time. His companion asked who it was. The companion heard the answer. It was a traveling salesman with huge muscles who knew how to perform various tricks. But suddenly he drew his sword and without hesitation struck himself with it. Even more surprising was the fact that the sword suddenly broke in the place where, when Yugen hit himself with the sword, he was stunned. He couldn't understand if it was human power that could cause such a strange event. He realized that he had reached Pangshon's level. The stranger said that the real story was just beginning. The 9-year-old watched intently, and then followed suit by striking himself in the same manner. The companion exclaimed that it was terrible, but the man with a mysterious smile reassured him, saying there was no need to rush. Would he tell this story if it ended in disaster? The knife, designed to break on impact, did not harm the child, and the merchant fled. The young master smiled and understood why this place is called a village without criminals. No one here knows about the martial arts of the Muram world. At that moment, the man decided to tell his friend about the boy who runs on the rocks, as if it were flat land. From these words, Yugen suddenly choked and began to cough. The man patted him on the back and advised him to be more careful. Another man noticed him and asked in surprise why he hadn't seen him before. "Are you traveling?" he asked. Yugen confirmed, and the stranger replied with a smile that this explained a lot. He emphasized that he showed up just in time, because tomorrow there will be a festive event on the square. He asked if there were any pleasant events in the village. The second man nodded, confirming his guess, and told about the upcoming festive event in the square. He said that the guards of the village are celebrating another year, and on this occasion a big celebration is planned where everyone will be able to enjoy food and drinks for 3 days. The friend emphasized that during these 3 days, no one will remain hungry, and he jokingly replied that he does not plan to have breakfast in the morning. After hearing the stories, Yigong thought that Hainan Dao is not such a bad town, but Mubim village is really nice. It was a peaceful settlement where people lived without worries and hoped for a bright future. He decided to sell the necklaces to help the villagers. Thanking him for the conversation, he asked where to find this square. After some time, in a settlement near the village of Mirim, in the heart of life, a new adventure unfolded. Here he considered his plans and looked for ways to help. Marie Center was the residence of the leader of the sect of the 9 Dragons, where intrigues were woven and plans for the future ripened. He was sleeping peacefully next to his beloved, when suddenly in the silence of the night a voice rang out and asked, "Have you woken up? Wake up!" The sect leader thought it was just a dream. As the leader of the 9 Dragon sect, he could not allow a stranger to enter here. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him so casually. Suddenly a voice rang out. Is he laughing at him? And in a moment a huge sword appeared in sight. A giant sword pierced his leg, and he immediately opened his eyes from the terrible pain, clenching his teeth from unbearable pain. Punchin claimed that 2 warnings are enough. The head of the sect exclaimed, "Who is he?" After that, Punchin swung his hand sharply to hit the sect's head, and his body instantly disappeared. Punchin appeared next to him in a flash and plunged his sword into the enemy's head. Punchin, smiling, confidently declared that the enemy asked for it himself, and without hesitation cut off his second leg. The man screamed in pain, claiming that he was not allowed to ask questions. If he dared to ask anything else, his eyes would be cut out. The leader of the sect reasoned that only 2 people in the settlement could challenge him. The head of one of them was a shining star of another sect, and also the leader of the Divine Moon sect. This sect tirelessly nurtured its long-standing grudge against him. It seemed that the sectarians had sent a professional killer. He wondered how much this mysterious sectarian paid the killer for a month's silence. Is this a deliberate question? He asked curiously, trying to extract at least a small secret of this mysterious agreement from his interlocutor. The man was worried, assuring that he could pay 3 times more. Punchin stretched his hand to his face, insisting. I asked a question. The man, seeing the fingers near his eyes, screamed in fear and began to beg Punchin for forgiveness, asking only not to gouge out his eyes. At that moment, his lover woke up from sleep. She rubbed her eyes and asked if he had a nightmare. Seeing what was happening, she froze for a moment in surprise. Recovering from her surprise in a moment, she screamed shrilly. In one moment he sharply hit her on the head, breaking her neck, and ordered her to be silent. Seeing this, the head of the sect with tears in his eyes desperately cried out to his beloved. Then he began to yearn for her, claiming that she was the meaning of his life. Punchin contemptuously remarked that sobbing over a woman is pitiful. The guy doesn't even deserve to be seen by his eyes. She got up, and her husband, noticing that she was still alive, screamed in terror. Punchin exclaimed that he should have jumped out of bed as soon as he was first called. If Punchin had jumped out, then his legs and the woman would have been safe. Everything happened because of his carelessness. The sect leader tried to justify that he was just sleeping. However, fear gripped him, and falling on his knees in front of him, he begged, confessing everything, "It's all my fault. Whatever you want, just tell me." Punchin looked at the door and decided that it was better for them to be present together than to discuss it separately. He allowed them to enter, and 2 men appeared in the room, whom the head of the security service knew well. She recognized them immediately. They were the heads of other sections. But the leaders of the other sections had already been defeated. Punchin immediately ordered them to gather and find the strength for further actions. They lowered themselves and knelt next to the leader of the 9 dragons, trying to understand his next strategy. The sect leader coldly walked over to them with his arms crossed on his chest and confidently declared that the leader of the sect gathered everyone together, searching the crowd intently with his eyes, looking for one single person. The leader of the shining star raised his hand, asking, "Who is this? Should it be destroyed?" His words rang out like a bell, causing tension among the gathering. The rest shuddered at what they heard, and Panchen, without releasing the tension, asked, "Did he ask something?" He immediately apologized and asked not to touch his eyes. But he seemed to hide it from other people's eyes and instantly turned it back. A few meters away from them, he suddenly exploded with rage, shouting that even licking his heels would be an honor for them, if only they knew who he was. If they hear something similar from them again, he is ready to remove them and find new allies. The other section leaders bowed their heads, quietly confirming that they understood him. Then he remarked that they were lucky. Time is running out. He hurried to catch up with his teacher, but in vain. He disappeared so quickly that the young man lost his tracks in the metaphorical fog of the past. The young man wondered who his master was. Why did he leave his bodyguard, and how should they find him? He was still trying to understand who could be so elusive that even his efforts are not enough to search. But despite his doubts, he assured that he understood everything. He then slammed his fist on the panel on the floor, and ordered the system to find all possible information about this mysterious find. They only had 3 days left. If they didn't make progress in that time, it would all be over for them. There was a white, unidentified object on the table, and there was talk around it that they only had 3 days to deal with it. The master warned that if they made any progress in these 3 days, they would be able to survive. One of the men was very troubled by this task, but thanked the master sincerely for his kindness. However, he could not understand who would buy this strange object in the first place. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the horizon who was interested in the white layer and wanted to buy it. The young owner realized that this bead is important to him. Judging by the seller's reaction, its sale promises a significant profit. The seller admitted that he does not see any value in the item and does not even know how much it might cost. The young master assured him not to worry, because he was ready to buy the bead cheaply. However, the seller refused such an agreement, explaining that it is not possible to enter into an unfavorable agreement because it can lead to serious problems. He hinted that if the object really has value for the young owner, then the price should be appropriate. The village governor looked quite nice, but not too trusting. However, he noted that there is one small problem. They must wait another 5 days until the item appraiser arrives from Jinzhou to determine the exact value of the bead. The seller explained that only then they will be able to set an adequate price for this mysterious object. For convenience, the village head offered the young owner to spend the night in a guest house on the square, promising to take care of everything else. The young owner thanked for the hospitality, but in his thoughts he was wary, realizing that the situation was unfolding too well for a foreigner. He left the room hiding his true intentions. In the meantime, he ordered his secretary to take care of the pearl so that no one would find out about it. The secretary assured that everything is under control and no one should even guess about the existence of this item. Soon he informed his fat master that a child had appeared who wanted to buy a bead, calling it a real bingo. But this was not the only good news. One of the men confirmed the information that the boy has 2 more beads. He admitted that he ordered a servant to check the boy's clothes while he was taking a bath, and as a result, they found 2 daggers and 2 more beads. It became clear to the governor that these objects are probably intended for dangerous missions, perhaps even for self-destruction. The woman near the throne laughed, not understanding what kind of strange story was going around this guy. The governor, however, said that the boy's manners and the way he behaves indicate that he belongs to a prestigious family. He emphasized that if this information is confirmed, it will greatly simplify their task. All eyes turned to one of the guards, trying to decide whether he was ready to complete the task or whether it should be done by the commune. One of them, with a twinkle in his eye, expressed his desire to take on this business with excitement. Commune is not just a bodyguard. He was considered one of the toughest and best killers in the region, a true master of his craft. His skills allowed him to work quietly and efficiently, which was ideal for this task. When the commune saw the flower liqueur in the hands of the leader, he realized that this could be his reward. He thought that if he copes with the work, the leader will definitely thank him with this liquor, which became an additional incentive. Clenching his teeth with excitement, Koman decided to act, although inside he doubted whether all his skills would be needed for this jerk. At that time, the young owner was in the guest house looking at the moon through the window. He thought about his future, imagining how one day he would return home and build a village as large and prosperous as this one. His gaze glided along the busy streets where hot food was sold even late at night, and local hotels offered comfortable beds. He noticed how fast life moves in this place, and was impressed by the organization and friendliness. Returning to his room, he decided to devote some time to meditation to focus and restore his energy. At rest, he tried to adjust his mind and enjoy a moment of concentration. His mind flashed back to the fight with Punchin, where he used the spider capture technique. He mentioned how this technique allows the release of chi energy, creating a web that paralyzes and subdues the opponent. Due to this, he could manipulate the dagger from a distance using only the strength of his hand, which made his attacks extremely effective and dangerous. He skillfully threw the dagger at the wall next to him as he trained with the remote capture technique. When he tried to pull out the dagger, he realized that the distance to the wall, about 6 meters, exceeded the limits of his control. Rising to his feet, he began to use the spider capture technique, concentrating his Kui energy. Soon he managed to pick up a dagger that suddenly started moving in his direction. The boy was overjoyed because he had finally mastered this difficult technique. But suddenly his training was interrupted by a knock on the door, which made him wary. He wasn't waiting for anyone and didn't want anyone to find out about his training. Having calmed down, he pretended that everything was fine and invited the person to come in. A maid appeared at the door, who hoped that the young lord would have a good night's rest. The hero recognized her as the girl who came to him yesterday. He asked what brought her back. The girl explained that her task was to make sure that the young master would feel good and have no problems. However, the boy felt something mysterious in her, and it seemed to him that her visit had another, more personal motive. He sharply replied that she should not do such a thing just because she is a servant. The girl lowered her eyes and said that it was the governor's order to do everything to make the lord feel comfortable. Enraged by her words, the hero raised his voice and declared that no servant should humiliate herself because of the order of some scoundrel. However, the girl took out an aromatic candle and explained that it was only so that the lord could sleep better. He felt embarrassed, realizing that he had misunderstood her intentions. Confusion appeared on his face, and he felt completely confused. Seeing his reaction, the girl silently put the candle on the table, wished him good night, and left. The hero was left alone, full of shame, not knowing how to overcome this feeling. Realizing his mistake, he called himself an idiot for thinking such a thing about the girl. He firmly promised himself never to make such rash assumptions again in the future. The young master approached the candle and carefully lit it, watching as the flame began to dance slowly. Taking a few steps back, he inhaled deeply, feeling the light aroma that filled the room. After coughing, he sat down in the lotus position, thinking about what was happening. His plans were to discuss everything with the governor tomorrow, but now he decided to concentrate and finish learning his technique. He felt as if he was pulling a wet thread from his hand, wrapping it around himself, completely immersing himself in the sensation. His consciousness went into a trance state when he heard voices behind him and the door creaked. Surprised, he tried to understand what was happening. Sharply opening his eyes, he saw in front of him the silhouette of a person who was staring straight into his eyes. This man came so close that the situation became unclear. He explained that he was sent by the deputy governor. The boy barely restrained himself so as not to lose his temper. If this man didn't bring him anything important, why is he here? His behavior looked completely unnatural. The stranger began to tear his clothes, claiming that he had arrived by order of the governor. The hero thought that this was due to the fact that he had sent a maid, and now they decided to send him a servant. The masked man admitted his mistake, explaining that they only wanted to know if the young master needed any help. The hero, still sitting in the lotus position, replied that everything was fine, and he could go. But he was alarmed that the man was hiding his face, explaining it by sensitivity to smells. Tired of this strange situation, the hero was outraged why ordinary people constantly bother him. When he opened his eyes, he saw someone else come to his room. He asked to be left alone because he didn't need anything. But looking into the darkness, he saw that it was a large man in a ninja outfit holding a dagger. The hero instantly understood the danger and asked who he was and whether he was a divine doctor whom the governor could send. The man did not understand the hero's words, but his face remained unmoved. The ninja, looking at the young master, only spoke. The future deceased turned out to be an interesting man. Surprised by these words, the hero carefully looked at the enemy, but could not recognize his spirit. The situation became increasingly tense, and the young master realized that it would be a difficult confrontation. It was absolutely obvious that this man was a true master of martial arts, and his approach was by no means friendly. The man standing in front of him seemed mysterious. His aura was elusive and almost impossible to read. He gave the impression of a master of martial arts, who perfectly mastered the art of disguise, and his calmness only confirmed this opinion. But to meet such a master in a city like this was a real rarity, which added to the tension. Our hero, who until this moment had enjoyed a relatively calm and comfortable life, understood that he could not afford to die right here and right now. Aware of the danger, the young master decided to attack first, hoping to gain the initiative. He began to maneuver quickly, moving from side to side, sharply cutting up and down and directing his daggers in the direction of the enemy. However, turning around, he saw something that made him doubt his own eyes and faith in his own strength. The warrior in front of him stood immovable like a statue and seemed completely immovable. He didn't even try to dodge. The hero tried to turn his dagger by directing it from the side of the warrior to his hand, but the situation remained mysterious. He could not fully understand what the opponent's plan was, because he stubbornly remained motionless, as if playing by his own rules. At the moment when the boy rushed past the opponent, trying to attack, the blade of his sword was already dangerously close to the enemy's neck. However, our hero was confused. The warrior was not even going to counterattack, remaining in his impenetrable calm. Meanwhile, a discussion broke out in the main hall of the emperor. Someone suggested that perhaps they should have helped the commune in the destruction of this young man, because the situation was gaining momentum. However, it was known that the commune has innate abilities, and this could become their advantage in the fight. The woman who listened intently to the conversation impatiently waited for the moment to see this mysterious warrior in action. After all, they saw him with their own eyes only twice, and he remained a complete mystery to them. Remembering the last night when the warrior returned from training after completing the mission, there was a suspicion that he reported something important. However, now being in the young master's room, he directed his entire combat arsenal, creating an incredible series of attacks. At the same time, anxiety was growing in the main office due to the absence of communes. The anxiety was increasing because they should have returned long ago. After all, the watermelon they were waiting for should be so strong that it could split a large board with just a light touch of the fingers. At this moment, the ninja was drenched in sweat, realizing that events were not developing according to his plan, and he was beginning to lose control over the situation. He was tormented by one question. Why, contrary to expectations, did the boy not fall asleep from the poisoned candle, which was supposed to instantly plunge him into amnesia? Out of desperation, he ordered one of his servants to pick up the boy, but he couldn't understand how this person could withstand the poison that could kill anyone in the world. He understood that under no circumstances should he allow others to see what happened, because it could cause huge problems. The warrior who came to kill the defenseless boy poisoned by candles watched with surprise as the young man moved incredibly quickly across the room as if flying. He could not catch it and did not understand what to do next, because as far as was known, ordinary people are not capable of flying. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the prosecutor general expressed confidence that the commune is a monster that can be relied on without any doubts. He was convinced that the commune would see its work through to the end because its goal was achieved from any distance, and there was no doubt about it. But the situation began to get out of control. The leader, not suspecting anything, calmly announced that people should take flower liquor and go to Yangon. He was sure that their warrior Kongon had already completed his task. However, none of them could even imagine that the young owner would be able to quickly deal with such a dangerous opponent. Our hero was satisfied with himself because he survived this extremely difficult situation, proving to himself that he is really worth something. When the enemy was lying on the ground, he approached him and asked what he had just muttered and who he was. The loser killer, muttering tiredly, stated that he thought everything would be easier. He did not expect such a failure to await him, and talked about breaking a pine board. The boy, not understanding what boards he was talking about, tried to find out what he meant. He approached and sarcastically asked if he really boasted that he could tear boards. But the warrior replied that this is not an ordinary world, but Murim, where such a thing is not possible. These words surprised the boy because he did not expect to hear something like that. He realized that in front of him was an ordinary person who also wanted to take possession of the same pearl. Stopping, he looked out the window and told himself that he needed to wait, because as far as he knew, the pearl was now with the governor. Realizing this meant only one thing: the governor was in danger. At that moment, a celebration was taking place on the territory of the governor. The atmosphere was cheerful and everyone seemed relaxed. The governor had fun with the guests, planning to drink all night and make endless toasts. In his mind, he enjoyed the idea that all the pearls, including the one being hunted, would soon become his. But suddenly a guy bursts into the middle of the celebration, shouting something to the governor, stopping the fun. His silhouette made everyone present think that this was a commune that they were waiting for minute by minute, and the governor, not recognizing him, asked if he dealt with the fool and took the pearl from him. At this moment, our hero, hearing these words, realized that all the misunderstandings were about him, and it became clear that it was the governor who ordered him to be destroyed. As soon as the guests realized that this was not a commune but the same guy they wanted to kill, the tension in the air increased noticeably. The atmosphere became heavy like a stretched string, and the governor looked at him with horror, not understanding how he survived. The young owner, not restraining his anger, ran up to the governor and hit him in the face, reminding him that he had promised that there was no crime in the village and he would not get away with it. But everything turned out differently. The hero forced all high-ranking officials to kneel before him. His first demand was to welcome the hired assassins who had been sent against him. He could not believe that these officials so simply decided to get rid of a civilian and also allowed ordinary people to carry weapons. It was absolutely unacceptable. The hero asked how many people the governor had already killed under the guise that his village was supposedly free of crime, and threatened to kill him on the spot if he did not answer. The old man standing next to the governor decided to intervene, explaining that the situation is a complete misunderstanding because the villagers are only victims of the exploitation of the head of the village. The boy could not understand how victims of exploitation could enjoy a feast, and all this seemed to him somehow absurd. The man explained that the head of the village uses his power to control the entire village and holds festivals only to demonstrate his power. However, these celebrations have a terrible price. He forces people to work hard, and those who do not agree are sent to die of the cold or quietly eliminated. Rebels are often taken to the forest, and around the village you can find their bodies hanging from trees. These cruel actions created an atmosphere of fear among people. No one dares to oppose him, because disappearances have become a common occurrence here. Fear and panic took deep root in the hearts of the villagers, forcing them to obey the cruel rules of the head of the village. Hearing these words, the head of the village began to fuss nervously, realizing that his situation had become critical. The young owner addressed the crowd and announced that now everyone can be free and the head will stay with him for punishment. He promised to punish this scoundrel for all his crimes right in the main square in front of everyone. People were happy after hearing this news because it became a ray of hope for justice for them. Seeing the happy faces of the crowd, the chief was filled with rage and the desire to destroy them all. But when the boy noticed that the head dared to raise his eyes without his permission, he was overcome by a wave of anger. At that moment, the head fell to his knees and began begging for mercy, promising to return the pearls. However, it turned out not to be so simple, as his son took the pearls to the settlement to find an appraiser with only a few details about them. The chairman assured that the son should return very soon, and the pearls would be returned. But the guy, angry at the situation, asked how soon it was soon, and said that he was not going to wait long. At that moment, the air burst with an explosion, as if someone had rushed into the middle of the square at great speed. A person appeared in front of them who looked completely lifeless. Her body was thrown straight to the ground. There was a man standing on the roof of the building who was laughing, watching what he had just done. When the young master heard this voice, he fell into despair because he recognized it, and realized that it was only the beginning of something terrible. The man on the roof, noticing the boy's reaction, continued to laugh because it was the voice of his lord, who was now in complete control of the situation. It was obvious that his lord had seized power over the village and planned to leave everything under his control. The boy, looking at the figure on the roof, suddenly realized that it was Punjin. But he could not understand what he was doing here and how it was connected with everything that was happening. Punjin, coming down from the roof, approaches his lord and asks how he feels after everything that happened. He explained that he came for a reason. All the pearls he collected have a special value, and he carefully collected these rare Rashnid pearls. Punjin proudly stated that he already has 182 pearls in his collection, and this will be an important advantage when they rule the world, adding an ominous laugh to their words. He said that the Lord could already become the richest man. But the Lord only turned away, realizing how awkward the situation had become. Meanwhile, the head of the village was confused, trying to understand what had happened to his son's hair. It was obvious that the son had lost his hair because the boy was dragging him along the road. Punjin was happy about future riches, but his mood was ruined, and he became angry, trying to understand who dared to spoil his day. Anger burned in his eyes, and he swore to immediately find the one who dared to anger him and destroy him. The hero understood that this madman was the one who needed to be eliminated, but simply running away was not an option. He understood that now was not the time to stop. The hero decided to act by contacting Punjin directly to find out. He asked Punjin to tell where his father had stopped, because only he could give him the power to change the course of events now. The hero pondered how he could return home when all the power was under the control of the sect and its cult. For him, the relic could not be useless, and he sought to reveal its true value. Punjin claimed that it was all just some misunderstanding, trying to justify his actions. But the hero could not accept such an explanation, because the relics were kept safe only because Punjin insisted on it. However, Punjin hinted that their martial spider art was only one of 7 such arts. This discovery amazed the hero, because it meant that there are even more unique and powerful techniques. He realized that many lives had been lost because of the spider art alone, and decided that he didn't want to see any more deaths because of it. The hero began to accuse Punjin that he did not belong to the cult and is the main cause of all the troubles. He declared that Punjin should choose his own path and not interfere in their affairs anymore. But Punjin assured that his heart belongs only to this path, and he does not claim any other direction. Punjin's words had weight because he admitted that he was now the leader of a cult, and this obliged him to act responsibly. The hero turned away, wanting only one thing: for Punjin to leave him alone and not touch him anymore. However, Punjin suddenly pulled out his sword, which made everyone around tense. The boy felt a powerful aura of power emanating from Punjin and realized that the situation could become dangerous. Punjin, confused and perplexed, began to talk about his lord and what they should do in this hopeless situation. The hero tried to stop him, but Punjin remained deaf to any words. He decided to commit suicide because he believed that his lord had abandoned him. People around began to pay attention to this scene, realizing that something incredible was unfolding in front of them. When Punjin raised the sword to his neck, everyone held their breath in disbelief. But at the last second, everything stopped and time seemed to freeze. The hero, looking at Punjin, could not understand why he changed his mind at the crucial moment. Punjin, instead of completing his plan, shouted at the top of his voice, breaking the silence of the valley. With anger and despair, he plunged his sword straight into the ground, abandoning his intentions. The young master could not even imagine that Punjin would try to take his own life and decided that he had to stop him. Punjin, gathering all his dignity, thanked his lord for the lesson and declared that he was ready to die for him if necessary. The hero looked at the villagers who were watching everything and asked them to leave, promising to return to them later. Turning around, he left the village, not wanting to stay there any longer. People could not understand what had just happened and discussed events that seemed incredible to them. They wondered who these crazy people were who surrounded their village and why they left them 182 pearls. For the villagers, it looked like an incomprehensible mystery, leaving them wondering about their future fate. The head of the village, watching everything that happened, felt cheated and humiliated, because for a second he was afraid of these fraudsters. The elder remarked that the head should not be exposed, because they have a problem. The head's son was supposed to return in a few days, and he is still not there. The head was outraged, and did not understand how his son could be so naive and not recognize the deception. He approaches the fragment of the sword left after the fight and picks it up, examining it carefully. It seemed that he saw in this sword the potential for a profitable sale that could bring a profit. His advisor did not understand how a sword could become an object of trade, but the chief insisted on his point. He noted that when an adult struck himself with this blade, it turned out to be blunt. But when a child tried the sword, it left a sharp cut. This convinced the head that before him are real swindlers and bastards who are only playing with them. The woman who was next to the head held up the sword and confirmed that it looked real, even dangerous. If it was just a child's sword, she wanted to know what would happen if she tried to scare someone with this fake blade. Laughing, she pointed the sword at the head, hinting that they would show what it means to walk on a thin blade. Everyone laughed together, imagining how they would implement their plan. She confidently sheathed her sword, and then in a rush of play threw it towards her head, still laughing. But the unthinkable happened. The sword turned out to be real and pierced the head through. The woman froze in horror when she realized what she had actually done, because she was sure that it was a fake sword. The head pulled out the sword from his own body and screamed in pain and anger. "Look what you did, bitch!" The woman, seized with fear, did not know what to answer when the head with a sword rushed at her. In a fit of rage, the chief stabbed the woman and his advisor with his sword, leaving them lying on the ground. Blood filled the room, turning the scene into a terrifying sight. Their bodies remained motionless, while everything around them was covered in red spots. At that moment, it began to rain, adding even more gloom to the event. All this was watched from the shadows by a figure in ninja clothes, who carefully analyzed the situation. To her, all this looked extremely strange, because the murder looked senseless as an act of an inadequate person far from martial arts. Considering all the circumstances, it was clear that it was not an accident, but it did not seem like a deliberate act either. Even members of a demonic cult don't commit such senseless murders just for fun. The ninja realized that this madness had to end and decided to act to restore order and find an heir. It was decided to change plans. Now their primary goal was to kill Duyan. But their path was complicated by the fact that the 5 evils that disappeared 20 years ago began to show activity again. These 5 evils have never known defeat. Their fighting spirit has reached its peak, making them dangerous opponents. The heir should have left this area a long time ago, but he still lingered in this dangerous environment. At this point, our hero brought his father to his knees, forcing him to admit defeat. It was the end not only for him, but also for Punjin, with all their stupid pretensions. The situation had reached its climax, and there was no more room for compromise or forgiveness. The bald son of the head of the village woke up in the same place where he was injured, and saw a terrible picture in front of him. His father and mother lay dead. But how it happened, he could not understand. He also did not realize who is to blame for the tragedy and who will pay for what happened. A man suddenly burst into the room where people were sitting at the table who were carefully examining the pearl. Surprised, they looked at the uninvited guest in horror. The man who appeared held one of the boys by the hair and angrily asked why he had come here. The enraptured boy did not understand what this man meant, and just looked at him helplessly. At that moment, the head son remembered how and why he lost his hair, and the question flashed through his mind. What the hell is going on here? Looking back, he remembered the sword left by the Black Warrior. It was a heavy two-handed sword, and its presence at the scene was undeniable proof. For him, this meant that the tragedy was the handiwork of this mysterious man. On that rainy day, our hero also returned to the scene of the tragedy, but could not understand how everything happened. The son of the head looked at him with hatred, and the hero saw many bodies around him with horror. He turned to his bodyguard Punjin asking if this was his handiwork, because in the world of martial arts this seemed incredible. Punjin suggested that perhaps the son saw how it happened and knows more. But the son denied that he witnessed anything important. He stated that he knew nothing except that someone had killed his parents. He did not hesitate to blame Punjin for the tragedy, seeing him as the main suspect. However, Punjin was convinced that it was more like a stupid coincidence, as if they themselves had become victims of their own actions. The hero pondered and agreed that something in this situation was illogical. The wounds on the bodies looked as if the leader had allowed himself to be killed, which made it even more difficult to understand what had happened. The son of the head of the village could not understand how everything ended so terribly and who dared to raise a hand against his parents. Meanwhile, Punjin offered his lord to go out for a bite to eat, but he, having no appetite, categorically refused. The young master did not want to stand aside, feeling that the situation required immediate action. They decided to go to the river to think about what to do next. It was obvious to the headman's son that he needed to become better than his parents, serve the village honestly, and defend the truth all his life. He knew that one day the young master would return to this area to make sure that the people here lived without crime and injustice. After all statements that this village was perfect turned out to be a complete lie. At this time, in the old building, the son of the head was holding his head, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, people in black appeared behind him in the room. Their movements were quick and decisive. One of the elders, taking off his cloak, sharply asked where they were the same people. The boy did not understand who he was talking about, but the stranger insisted that they were looking for pearls that should be here. When it became clear that he knew something, the boy admitted that he knew only 2 people who could be involved in this. He explained that those people left the village quite recently. It was difficult for him to give more explanations, but he tried not to make a mistake. Without waiting for more words, one of the men sharply hit him in the face, demanding more precise information. It was obvious that these people were not marked by kindness, and their aggression made the boy speed up his answers. Trying to remember, the boy remembered that the 2 of them were talking about the river. He remembered her name, Yantaz, and told her what they were talking about. The strangers looked at each other, deciding whether to trust this information. The guy firmly stated that this was absolutely true and insisted that they were talking about this river. After a short discussion, the strangers decided not to waste time and go to Yantazrichka, leaving the boy in his helplessness. If this is true, the strangers decide not to waste time and follow the tracks to the Yantaz River to catch up with the fugitives. They are convinced that there they will be able to find the monster they want to destroy, and use its strategies and martial arts to strengthen their own power. Casting a disdainful look at the bald guy, they leave the room. The boy, holding his head in his hands, does not understand what kind of chaos is happening around him, but the bruise left after the blow reminds him of the danger. Suddenly, he notices some other people in the window. When at that moment he cries hopelessly, not understanding why it all happens to him. One of the men addressed him by calling him a bald head, which humiliated him even more. In front of him stood monks who radiated an aura of strength, and they also asked where those they were looking for were. Having directed their power at the boy, the monks forced him to answer, but he no longer knew how to react and why all these events had fallen on him. Meanwhile, at a great feast, one of the mighty warriors hit the table with a huge hand, causing a loud sound. The soldiers ate greedily, sweeping everything that was on the table without a drop of politeness. One of the girls, sitting next to her, grabbed the hand of one of the soldiers, stopping him. She accused him of being a glutton who eats everything and leaves others hungry, demanding that he leave food for her as well. The man who was watching them asked everyone to stop fighting over food, stressing that if needed they could always get more. These words turned out to be true, and the girl was grateful to her husband for his intervention, although in reality she had other intentions. She expressed confidence that one of the heirs would definitely find a way to Yang, but she wasn't sure who exactly would do it. She wondered what would happen when most people found Yugong, and what the consequences would be. She assumed that the 9 dragon sects and their leaders would start scheming by talking about the pearl and the legendary Mobeo 6 Laga. Meanwhile, the bald guy continued to be beaten because everyone came to him with a demand to tell where the young master had gone. Although some were not sure why he was left without hair, some even felt a little sorry for the boy for his unfortunate situation. The girl expressed the opinion that Yang must have done all this. She noted that although he looks quite attractive, it does not mean that he should feel sorry for anyone, especially when it comes to enemies. The man with a bruise on his face confirmed the words of the young lady, agreeing that the guy, although he seems strong, should actually be destroyed. What's more, he added that the guy is a master of martial arts, which makes him even more dangerous. He noted that before revealing the value of the pearls, they should visit several key locations to prepare. However, he was interested in what their father was leading to and what his true intentions were. The young lady emphasized that they should go to the river where there is a canal with Legos. If they don't find Punjin, at least they will come across a tunnel where he could be. After these words, some warriors frowned and bowed their heads, showing indecision. Noticing this, the lady excitedly remarked that there was nothing to be afraid of. She contemptuously asked if they were really afraid of that boy. She said that if things don't go according to plan, they will be able to put Yanggak to sleep because he is weak and not worth worrying about. Her categoricalness and cruelty shocked everyone who heard these words. However, with a wave of her hand, she disdainfully added that her relatives should not suffer, and everything will be fine when they return. Having made this statement, she went to her room to try to rest, although she did not count on success. Realizing that time was against them, she knew that they needed to go to the river as soon as possible, because a delay could destroy all plans. Meanwhile, a large ship headed for the same place was moving in the sea on a wide river. On board the ship, which had the shape of a dragon, sat one of its leaders in a luxurious cabin. This leader looked at the list and wondered why Yanggak and Punjin were not among the passengers. He was known as King Dong Zhenguan, the head of Yanggakarichka, and his thoughts were focused on future events. Dong Zhenguan wondered what brought Yanggak and Punjin to this region and what they were looking for, because their appearance could change the course of the game. Somewhere in the sky, on the back of a huge crane, the master was flying, heading to the point he had determined. His goal was the residence of Bu Chivagajex, to which he made his way. On the way he did not meet the master he was looking for, but upon arrival he found that Master Sionak wanted to meet him. However, as it turned out, no one had seen Sionak for a long time and he was not here. Jayaman answered the master, noting that this elder should have known about it, because they were sent messages long before the event. Jiamun also added that even the Dark Lord has disappeared and cannot be found. It was a surprise for the master because the Dark Lord and Bai Guayok were among the strongest capable of destroying any martial arts master. But something similar happened and their pearls also began to mysteriously disappear. If the disappearances continue, the question arose, what should they do next? At that moment, a girl approached the master. She offered him to take charge of their affairs, even if they were in danger of being enslaved. It was Mistress Zhou Yangjin, who was known as a 7th-level Grandmaster and had a connection to the discipline. However, the elder was not interested in holding this post, considering it a waste of time. Looking at Zhou Yangjin, he put his hand on her shoulder, noticing something unusual in her. She felt that the energy of the air was flowing inside her, and this could make her stronger than the master. He encouraged her to move in the right direction. However, these conversations seemed useless to him. The master needed to look at the situation from the other side. Meanwhile, someone was isolated in a cold cave where it was raining outside. He was the 7th master who became such after the mysterious disappearances. His name was Baichi Vigak. Baichi Vigak sat in the dark thinking about how to get out of there. He didn't want to end his life in this damp cave. He apologized to the young and dangerous warrior, but firmly stated that he wanted to leave. Suddenly a voice rang out from the darkness. "Why are you hiding here?" The question made him catch his breath. Divigant understood that the voice he heard had an otherworldly origin, and it filled him with fear. When he turned around, a silhouette appeared in front of him in a purple aura. A person rushed at him with incredible speed. His blows were quick and powerful, but Divigant tried to dodge, doing his best to avoid getting hurt. Realizing that he would not be able to hold on like this for long, Divigant almost resigned himself to the fact that this could be his end. But having gathered all his strength, he managed to repulse the fatal blow with his hand and miraculously remained alive. Although he was confident in his strength, he appealed to the attacker to stop. However, after examining it, he realized that it was the 2nd master who also disappeared. That master had been hiding in this place after hearing about the pearls. But now his behavior seemed strange and dangerous. One of them took out a bottle from his pocket and threw it to his friend to make him relax a little. Although they did not know where the pearls were shared, they were united by a common problem that needed to be solved. They were aware that they would have to come out and answer to the other masters. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, strange sounds were heard which made them wary. One of them suggested that it was a sign of time to go out and look for pearls. They decided that possessing 2 artifacts would make them stronger even than all 7 masters combined. Having made his choice, one of them threw a bottle at his friend, emphasizing the seriousness of their intentions. Although it was risky, they realized that they could no longer hide from the 7 Grand Masters. The time has come to act. They agreed to find the person responsible for the disappearance of the pearls and deal with him. Meanwhile, in Hebei, the ship arrived at the port and stopped near the shore. Our hero, howling in pain, felt how his friend used his power to make him suffer. Although the hero was depressed, he swore to himself never to betray his side again and to remain faithful to the end. Of course, it was amazing that the Lord had reached such a level of mastery. He never thought that the red flame of darkness would become his possession. This fire not only improves physical abilities, but also ignites chi energy, allowing it to be used even at great distances. Now he only had to endure 1 more second of the procedure. However, the pain was so strong that Lord almost lost control fighting himself. When it was finished, his body was left with a flame-shaped scar, a symbol of this powerful ritual. Meanwhile, on the ship, the team felt tired and decided to rest after a long journey. The Lord noticed that in his opinion this river was nothing more than a small lake, and the crossing by ship seemed simple. But Punjin noted that regardless of whether it was a river or a lake, their path remained difficult and important. The river along which they moved was one of the main channels used by other people. Here on this river, the Lord was to receive a new power that would become the next step in his journey. For this, he needed to become a skillful collector in order to collect the necessary resources faster. Punjin noted that although the Lord had improved himself, he should avoid the desire to take over the whole world. However, Lord still believed that taking over the world was an exciting idea that deserved to be implemented. The young master thought it would be better if they didn't discuss it too often because the Lord was obsessed with this thought. Although he was not always successful in his interactive plans, his actions caused a lot of concern. If he killed more people, the Black Dragon clan might lose their loyalty because they were extremely strong opponents. The Lord perfectly understood that it is necessary to move more slowly and carefully, always looking around to avoid unnecessary mistakes. The young master, although confused by the Lord's plans, agreed that it was necessary to move forward and leave this river. They should go to other countries for further actions. However, the question remained, what should the Lord do when they are actively sought? If they learn a few new skills or decide to leave the river, King Dongzhen Guan, the head of this channel, can become their ally. How could they find strength when everything in this place seemed to be against them? This question troubled the hero. Without holding back his irritation, he hit the table and said that if Punjin does not want to do the task, then let him say so right now. However, Punjin firmly replied that he would carry out the order, because he always follows the instructions of his lord. He will find the right ship, but the hero warned him to do it carefully and avoid any trouble. After that, Punjin left him alone to go on a mission. Meanwhile, the ship moved forward, struggling with the strong winds that roared around. Standing on the deck, the hero drew attention to the bow of the ship, which was designed in the form of a dragon. It was impressive. The ship was associated with power and world coverage, causing admiration for those who traveled on it. The hero assumed that hiring such a ship should have cost a lot of money, but Punjin assured him that it was quite affordable. There were many friendly people here who helped each other. The hero began to change his opinion about Punjin. He began to see in him not only a cunning strategic player, but also a normal person. When they left the ship, the people who brought them here waved goodbye to them with a warm smile. These were the remains of the culture of people who did not possess fighting skills, but had a strong spirit. The hero thought that maybe these people would one day find their place under the sun. But as soon as he boarded the new ship, he had a feeling that someone would try to take over the ship. His fears were confirmed when enemy soldiers with swords began to climb onto the deck, apparently with the intention of robbing the ship. Punjin immediately reached for his sword, and the hero watched in amazement what was happening. All this seemed suspicious and incomprehensible, as if there was a hidden deception in it. The hero began to suspect that his friend Punjin could be another scoundrel, because perhaps he lied, claiming that he rented this ship in an honest way.